Phantom Menace. We're going to break down the whole film scene by scene. And as you can see, I've got some guests with me. If you guys want to introduce yourselves or do anything, go ahead. If not, that's all right.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
You can go first. I've introduced myself probably 1,000 times on this.
Okay, mysterious caller. Thank you for answering that. Hi, I'm Anthony.
And he is a big orange man, as you can see.
Yes, the biggest. Fun fact, though, you will not see this picture of Syracuse anymore. This is of Syracuse University's mascot. They don't actually use this image anymore. It has been
Rip.
discontinued.
It was too big,
You know,
too
he
powerful.
was too big, too angry, so they got rid of Angry Orange Man. So now he's Nice Orange Man.
Hmm. All right. So anyway, so I'm here with Anthony and Cam, aka SplinterChalk, and we're going to be breaking down the Phantom Menace. Like I said, we'll be going scene by scene. But first, I wanted to talk to you guys real quick. Make sure that the people listening know exactly where the three of us are coming from, and I'll have Nash and Nick answer this too, if and when they show up. But what are your guys' I guess thoughts on Star Wars as a whole? And then I'll move into my next question after that. Whoever wants to go can go. Or actually, you know what? Never mind. Cam, I'm
So,
gonna make you go first.
oh, wow, okay. See how it is.
Um, I've always really liked the initial six movies, and I liked that they stopped after those six because they realized that nothing good would come of any other movie. So I'm glad they stopped there. Um, my opinion has very much changed on the prequels in terms of how I believe they are, like in terms of quality. I'm still a really big fan of them. I'm glad we got them. I really love them, but holy shit, they are bad. Um, but I'm still really glad we got them. I think there's still a lot to love about them and a lot of good that they've done for Star Wars, more so than another recent trilogy. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, Anthony. Same question.
All right. Well, as you guys know, I've been a big fan of Star Wars for pretty much my entire life. I remember watching the original trilogy when I was like, I want to say like 6 or 7, and then got to watch the prequel trilogy too with my parents. That was like a really big moment for me in my childhood, big memory of mine. So I've been and I've been following it since I think since the prequels came out. So with the Clone Wars, Rebels, pretty much every property that has come out so far about Star Wars, I have seen and most enjoyed. My opinions are rather mixed on some things. Overall, though, I think it's a really great franchise that has a lot of potential and has meant a lot to a lot of people, including the three of us in this room. But I will agree that recently the quality has dipped a little dramatically. But it's kind of nice to go back to those old movies, like the prequels that we're gonna go over. I say old with quotations, they're not that old, but go back to those and kind of review them and think like, oh man, this is where Star Wars used to be, and comparing it to now in its current spot. So I think this is gonna be a lot of fun. Like I said, I love these movies. We all love these movies. We all have a great passion for these movies, which is the only reason that we're being critical about them.
All right. Um, so I guess I'm gonna sort of echo what you guys just said. I really like these movies. I grew up with these movies, and it never really dawned on me until Disney made those weird fan fiction films that came out a couple of years ago that I really realized how much I actually cared about these films as a whole. Um, that said, it is going to be kind of interesting looking at these and seeing like this is where Star Wars was at a relatively decent point was with these six movies and going through and kind of comparing that to where it is now. Um, I think we're going to have some interesting opinions because I think pretty much across the board between the three of us, Nick and Nash, I think there's all sorts of varying levels of investment, and it is going to be weird, like you said, Anthony, to apply a critical eye to them. But I mean, hey, we're going to give it a fair shake. We'll see what we can come up with, and I mean, other than that, I don't have a ton. So I'm going to get a little bit more specific now. Same, well, not the same question, but what are you guys' general thoughts on the Phantom Menace without getting super deep into it? Cam, do you want to go first?
Yeah. I used to really like this movie. Now I'm kind of indifferent to it. I don't dislike it. I still like it. It's just I don't love it as much as I used to. And I think it is really bad. I think there are a lot of very glaring plot issues. There are points in the story where one character will state something, and then in literally the next scene, another character contradicts what is said. I think a lot of the acting can be kind of iffy at times, but it doesn't really pull me out. I still really love this movie for what it is, but God, it has some glaring issues, especially in the plot department.
Fair enough. Anthony.
So with the Phantom Menace, I think I'm gonna say first and foremost that it's one of my favorite Star Wars movies, hands down. Um, Darth Maul being a big part of that. I always loved him as a character, and like I loved his design as a kid, and even going into now, I still love him. He's still one of my favorite Star Wars characters, although he is a little bit overused nowadays. But anyway, like this was always one of my favorite Star Wars movies. I'm excited to get into it. I know that there's some rather goofy parts, I think, and some of the reason behind that was that George realized that some of it was for kids, so he threw in some goofy moments to kind of shake things up, and it did kind of detract from the quality. But overall, I definitely think it's a strong addition to the franchise. And looking back, I'd say I'd rank it probably second out of my top three for the prequels. I think it's my number two. Um, just because I think it has a few more moments than Attack of the Clones does, and it's not as confusing as a movie as Attack of the Clones. So I always found it to be pretty easy to follow. And obviously, we might challenge that opinion. That's fine. But yeah, it's one of my favorites, and I'm really happy to get into it because I think it was a great way for George to introduce the universe before we saw Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and to introduce these characters beforehand. I think he did a really good job with it. So this will be interesting to see how we can break this down bit by bit and see where its strong points are, where its low points are, and maybe some points that maybe we're kind of indifferent about. So
Okay. Um, so yeah, as far as I am concerned, I think I'm in the same boat for the most part. This film, I think, is the second best of the prequels, although Attack of the Clones is, I think, easily the worst of the first six. I say the first six, they didn't make other films, did they? So, never mind. Um, yeah, I don't know. Going through this movie, I knew there were a ton of issues with it, but I could never really pinpoint a ton of them when I was younger. Through the years, I've kind of noticed more and more, and then going through. Actually, I've watched the film at least twice in the last 24 hours. So, going through it again, I have noticed a ton of different things here and there. There is some stuff I will praise. I will throw that out there. It's not all going to be negative. But I have a lengthy list of notes to get through. Um, I like this movie, but I will admit that's in part because, like I said, these films kind of have a soft spot in my heart. But at the same time, I will try and remain as on task as possible, I guess is the way I'll put it. So I guess with that, we'll begin. We're gonna start with the title crawl, which I have pulled up for people watching. So to read it off, and if you guys, I will just throw it out there. I will go directly from my notes. If you guys have anything at any point that you want to jump in and say, feel free to cut me off. Go right ahead. But other than that, we'll just we'll keep plugging along. So, the episode 1 title crawl says turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic. The taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict. Do we have anything so far?
I have one thing
Why don't
immediately.
you, as I say, is that the whole title crawl or?
Yep.
Okay, Cam, why don't you go ahead first because I do have something to say, but I'll let you go first.
The only thing that really stands out to me right now in the title crawl is the fact that the Jedi, who we now know are Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, were sent in secret, and the movie never addresses, like, it never gives us a reason as to why they're sent in secret. It just says they are. Like, I guess I just don't understand why would Valorum want to send them in secrecy.
I don't know. Well, and that the other thing that's weird with that is, as we find out here in like a scene or two, he confirms to Palpatine that they were sent. So
Well, he confirms to Palpatine that the ambassadors were sent. He never names them as Jedi.
I guess that's
And I
fair.
guess
But
my point is more like, why do you need to keep it out of the public eye that it's Jedi?
mhm.
Like, isn't that what the Jedi are there for at this point? They're basically just political tools.
Yep. I mean, basically. Anthony, what did you have?
I was just gonna say that the first paragraph, the first like, no, the first part of this, I think just really confuses people. Like, I feel like it's not a great way to start when you're reintroducing the universe. I feel like you want to like start out with some familiar things, but they immediately start with stuff about taxation and about like, and I feel like that. I think that's a good like way to kind of describe the whole prequels in general, is terms of the whole point about the politics and everything, which is a big part of the of the films that fans don't like. But I feel like it's not great of a start to hit them with that because again, I mean, knowing with the benefit of hindsight, we know that it wasn't a great part of the movies. But I feel like just firmly looking at this at a glance, it's kind of confusing already. Like,
Yeah, I would agree. It's a huge jump going from what we get in the OT government wise to we're
mhm.
dealing with taxation on a large scale. So it's definitely a bit jarring.
Well, and the other problem is that it's I think it's in the title crawl of episode 4, or maybe they just say it in throwaway line. I can't remember, but the Senate is basically like disbanded by the time episode 4 happens, right?
Hmm.
Like basically there is no more Senate. So now we've gone from a universe where only the Empire is in charge to now there is no Empire. The Republic and now they've been replaced by this Republic, and now we're going over taxation stuff. Like I don't know when you think of Star Wars, you don't just think of like the taxation and everything. So I feel like just a little confusing. The second part kind of clears it up. Like by the time you get to the end, you're like, okay, I kind of know what's going on, but I can definitely understand people who are like brand new to Star Wars reading this, like, well, what did I just get myself into?
Hmm.
Like, is this like a is this a lesson on economics or is this like is this a space opera? I don't know. Like, so I feel like it was kind of a weird start. So I can understand like why people would be like, okay, this is kind of weird. Like,
Hmm.
I
Um.
just found another issue real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
So it says here the taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. So, first of all, trade routes to outlying star systems means that this is happening with more than just Naboo, and somehow the Trade Federation thinks they're going to solve this by attacking Naboo. And on top of that, I don't understand what will a blockade solve in terms of solving taxation problems within the Senate? Like, this is a political problem, not a problem with Naboo itself.
The other thing I find funny about this is that later Viceroy Gunray is going to defend this by saying that it's perfectly legal, when I'm pretty sure a blockade in and of itself is a pretty unlawful act, or at the very least, it's a fairly negative act. So, like,
Yeah,
I
just
don't think this is exactly like
I
fairly
apparently
legal as
just
people like.
blocking all trade to a planet that doesn't have its own farms or any way to sustain itself. That's just perfectly legal, I guess.
I was going to take that a
Yeah,
step further. As you just said, it's a deadly, like they call it a blockade of deadly battleships, which is funny when you really think about it. He in the film itself is explicit over and over. He's like, "Oh, it's perfectly legal. What we're doing is perfectly legal. We're not doing anything." But then the title crawl calling it deadly battleships insinuates that they have killed people. It's like, oh, I don't know if you thought about that, but like, I don't think the
well, right. At the
Republic is
very least,
okay
it's
with
a
you.
very negative thing,
Right.
right?
Well, it's one of
Also,
those
they
things.
say
It's like
battleships.
I don't know if the Republic's okay with you just murdering random people, but I would imagine not.
It also says battleships plural, but we only see one ship. Like, we really
We
only
see a
see the
couple of
one.
them later, but I think we only see the one right now. I think
Right.
maybe
So
I'm
again,
wrong.
well,
Either
right.
way,
So
yeah,
yeah.
the
So
space
like
donut thing.
this, yeah,
I'm
which is
I'm
great
still
and
just
all, but again, like,
lost. Like, how does this solve anything for the Trade Federation? What does this do for them?
well, the other problem is we don't. Nobody ever tells you what the Trade Federation actually is,
Mm-hmm.
because obviously it's very clear that this is not either the entire organization is corrupt or this particular part of the Trade Federation, being the Nymodians, are corrupt. Like it's like we don't really get that out of episode one. Not and especially not in this title crawl. It's basically saying like they send the Trade Federation are the ones who are obviously controlling the trade, but they decide to control the trade by shutting off trade. It's fairly confusing, and it's not a very good way to actually introduce the Trade Federation as like a governing body. Whereas I think um the the bottom part where it talks about the Congress of the Republic, which obviously is just going to be the Senate because we don't really hear too much about if it's a bicameral legislator or if it's not. But anyway, it says down here the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events. The Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights. So at least it doesn't say much, but at least it kind of tells us what the Republic is like, what it is and what it's doing. So obviously it's a governing body that's meant to represent like the systems that's being referenced in the top part. So at least there's some kind of callback there, but in terms of the Trade Federation, there's absolutely no context in terms of are they like a part of the Republic? Are they like just a part of the whole galaxy? Like what's their role here? You know what I mean? Like there's just no connection there. So but then what really confuses it is the fact that right, the secrecy. Why did he secretly dispatch them when they are technically when it literally says right here the guardians of peace and justice? So you think I think Cam said this that is their job. You think that why would you have to say that other than to stir up public like controversy, I guess. But at this point, the Jedi aren't exactly controversial. So
Mm-hmm. Um.
Even if they
Oh,
were, I
go
feel
ahead.
like blockading an entire planet and allowing zero trade is a little bit more controversial than throwing Jedi out there. So, like, what do you have to
right,
lose? Keeping
it's
it
basically
secret
like
only makes it
saying
look like you have something to hide.
right. It's basically like saying like, oh well, there's this there's like this small conflict happening in this town. So the governor is going to secretly dispatch a group of police officers to take care of it. It's like, but isn't that like what they're supposed to do? It's I
Well,
don't know.
that's their
And
job.
this is sort of where the line gets blurred between like the Jedi are peacekeepers versus the Jedi are basically political tools and warriors, which is sort of what happens in the Clone Wars and in episodes 2 and 3, which is what kind of shakes things up. But like I said, at this point, they're not really controversial. Their role in the Old Republic was to be peacekeepers. This is nothing new for them. It's like like mild negotiations are not exactly out of their wheelhouse. Like this is pretty self evident for them. So yeah, I agree. There's no reason why he should have secretly sent them when there's just no reason for it. But anyway, go ahead and continue.
Chris. Okay, I guess he's gone. So, um, from after the title crawl, we see the Republic cruiser, and we watch Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, his captain, and the other person in the ship. I don't think they ever given name or title for them. They enter the ship that currently has Newt Gunray on it, and all of them. And so they come off the ship, shrouded in giant robes that make them look like they're about to tell everyone not to come to the Jedi Temple tomorrow. And really, they're just making themselves look about as suspicious as possible, not letting anyone see their face, see their hands, any of that. And they are led into a room by a protocol droid called TC-14, and basically they just sit down and wait for the negotiations that they were sent there to begin.
I'm back. Sorry. I had a little water spill.
Right.
Right.
We just got to.
It's
They
okay. We were
just
just getting
got
to the first.
into
We were
the
just getting
room.
to the first scene, yeah.
Okay.
Which I think I can remember the lines actually perfectly. The captain said, "With all due respect, the ambassadors and the Supreme Chancellor wish to board immediately." And Newt Gunray basically
Yep.
says, like, "Yeah, that's fine."
Well, yes, of course.
And then he drops the line, "As you know, our blockade is completely legal." Which
Perfectly legal.
in
Mm-hmm.
that case, I get like what he's trying to do. He's trying to like kind of cushion this and just be like, it's okay. Like, yeah, this is totally normal. Like, this isn't a big deal. That's totally fine. Like, he's trying to downplay it so that they don't think anything is amiss. So I kind of understand that. So I think that's fine.
He's
But
giving
then
the trade
again,
blockade equivalent of "it's not me, it's you." I'm
kind
sorry,
of,
it's
but
not
like
you,
he's
it's me.
basically saying like
Oops.
he's basically saying like it's okay. Like, see, everything's fine. This is fine. Like, don't worry. Like, almost as if to say like you're not like you don't need to be here. Like, we don't need you here. Go away. Like, I don't know. It definitely seems very dismissive, and I think it plays well into what they're trying to get across here,
Um,
which is that they're not
yeah,
supposed to be
I
there.
would agree. I do want to throw out one last thing about the title crawl before I switch the image on
Oh yeah,
OBS.
yeah.
So if we're playing semantics, the last paragraph does say 2 Jedi Knights are sent, and technically Obi-Wan's not a Jedi Knight yet, is he? Or am I wrong? No, because he's a Padawan still,
No,
so
he's
no.
not. No, he's not. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Because later in the
because at the
movie,
end
Yoda
of
specifically
yeah,
states that he needs to take his test to become a Jedi Knight.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. Anyways, just thought that was funny. Um,
I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of like it's nitpicky, but like I think George is just basically being like, yeah, these are 2 Jedi Knights.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I
we know
don't.
what Jedi Knights
Like,
are.
I
Like,
just assume that happens because it's the easiest way to distinguish them, is just
right.
Jedi Knights, but whatever. Like, I don't think
Technically, it's
that's.
Jedi Master and Jedi Padawan, so the Knight part isn't even technically relevant. So
It's basically the equivalent of, well, you know what? Fuck it. One's a Master, one's a Padawan. Knights in between. Fuck it. I'll call them 2 Knights. That's fine. Whatever.
yeah. But
Um,
anyway, so yeah, so they land the
yeah.
ship. The 2 Jedi get off the ship. TC-14 escorts them to their like the conference room to wait for Newt Gunray, and then I believe that's the part we got to, and the droid goes
Mm-hmm.
back to Newt Gunray to tell him that they're 2 Jedi Knights instead of
So,
um.
yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just was going to say, so I guess this is a little bit of the meta seeping in, but in episode 4, or Obi-Wan's wearing those robes in the desert. Now here we are in episode 1, and him and Qui-Gon are both wearing those robes. So what this just tells me is that George just forgot that in episode 1 or episode 4, Obi-Wan was wearing desert clothes, not necessarily robes that he would have worn out and about as a Jedi. Especially considering in episode 4 he's in hiding, but
Well, I don't think it's ever said that they're desert clothes, but like it's stupid that George would be like, yeah, and the clothes he wears as he's hiding from the Empire are the same exact clothes that every single Jedi wore.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like by implication, I would assume they have to be just clothes he would wear in the desert. He wouldn't wear Jedi robes if he's in hiding. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
so
yeah,
that's the thing. Like retroactively, by making those normal Jedi clothes, you've now changed the context of that. So now he's in hiding, wearing the clothes of the people that the Empire are hunting. It's like I don't know if that's a great idea, but all right. The other thing is with them wearing Jedi robes while they're going to this talk. It seems really odd that you would do that, considering wouldn't you like? I would imagine you would want them to blend in, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you're being sent there in secret, it seems like wearing Jedi robes is the stupidest option. That's the last thing you'd want to do if you're trying to stay hidden.
Yep.
But then you think at the same time, like if they weren't wearing them, could they really have the same kind of leverage? I guess because I mean, sure they'd have the lightsabers, but I feel it wouldn't be as like. I think that was more for like a dramatic standpoint. Like it's easier to have them in their robes and look like Jedi, so that people know, oh, they're Jedi, because we kind of know what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I do have it in my notes that because they're doing that though, TC-14 immediately goes to them and is like, so yeah, we got two Jedi Knights here. What the fuck are we doing? So I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to go.
What? What did you say?
Yeah. So they have an assassination attempt. I don't even know if you want to call it a consulate ship or the ambassador ship or whatever the hell it is. But the ship that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon came in on is blown up. Do we got anything for that? Or are we good to go?
I think that's kind of fine.
Yeah.
I don't take any issues with it.
The only question I have is just because they're Jedi Knights, they just immediately jump to killing them, and I have to ask how that benefits the Trade Federation, but I don't know, because
I was gonna say the same thing because at that point
Well-
it would kind of be like political assassination.
yeah. Well, and this gets worse because we find out. I think it's not. I don't think it's the next scene, but it's pretty shortly after this. We get confirmation from Palpatine that the two ambassadors arrived at the Trade Federation. Like they went and met with them, and basically the insinuation is, oh, they're dead. It's like, well, okay, so the issue is if Valorum sent them in secret and no one else knew that they were there, that's one thing. But the problem is you having Palpatine mention that they were there, it makes it so that now not only does he know, but now he's informed the political leaders of Naboo. So you now have a bunch of people that now know that there were two people sent to the Trade Federation that were either killed or otherwise. It's like, yeah, that ain't great. Like the second that comes out that you attempted to kill, or I guess in the public eye, I guess did kill two ambassadors, and then you blew up their ship. It's like, yeah, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, their whole plan would be blown at that point. It's like, oh, cover's blown, so we don't really,
Yep.
so.
So they do that. They send TC-14 with drinks, and it was at this point in the rewatch for you and I, Cam. We both kind of came to the conclusion probably the easiest way to kill them would have been to have drugged their drinks, but
Oh, no, because I said this before. The drinks are served to them before they're told to kill them.
I know. I was gonna throw that in there. Calm down. So, the next little note that I've got is they send a bunch of battle droids to go kill them, and this is I guess a little nitpicky issue, but where exactly does Newt Gunray's hologram project from? Because they're in a hallway.
Yeah, and later on we're
it also
shown,
doesn't
like, we
happen
need...
ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and later on when they're talking to Palpatine while walking through the palace on Naboo, they need, like, this little spider thing to carry around the
Yeah.
hologram. And, like, Newt Gunray is apparently just able to project anywhere.
Not even that, though. Going back to them trying to kill them, I mean, they obviously let the poison gas in, and are we just led to like we don't actually show how they survived that? Like
Well, you see, the film has an explanation for that, I guess. And you know what that explanation is?
They
that they
hold
use
their
like a
breath.
force breathing
They
or
they
something.
took a
Yeah,
deep breath as the gas entered the room.
right. Well, it's funny too because by the time Qui-Gon says Dioxis, thus confirming what is going
Mm-hmm.
on in the room, then like the gas is already halfway up the room. So like, what's the point of that?
Yep.
Like he's just like Diox, and then just gets cuts off because he just falls. Like
Dioxys takes a
it is
deep
kind of
breath and dies.
and it's funny because so as we're talking, I'm actually playing the Phantom Menace right now on Disney Plus, so I can like use it as a reference. And you can see Obi-Wan taking a deep breath, but again, by this point, the
Mm-hmm.
gas is already up to his face, so it's kind of too late for a deep breath.
Just took a whole
So,
whiff
but
of Dioxis.
I mean, it's funny because like I feel like George is also trying to push the Jedi are kind of like semi-invincible, so like this is just kind of something they can do. I don't know. Also, there's like when the lightsabers activate, they're standing like right in the gas. It's not like when the doors open,
Mm-hmm.
they immediately jump out and like you know what I mean. Like they just stand in the
Yep.
gas.
Yep.
Like, but then again, I guess they have the rebreathers, but I don't know
Well, I was gonna
enough
say
about them to
they're
be
not
like,
using them when they walk out, so I would imagine they just like, apparently
yeah,
held their breath.
yeah. I mean, that's the best sort of like best like what do you call it, good faith assessment you can make is
Mm-hmm.
that they just held their breath. But yeah, again, like the whole room is engulfed in gas. It's not like it's just like on the floor, like a little
Yeah.
fog machine fog. It's like it's the entire room is covered in it. And
Yeah, it's a
but
little.
anyway,
So yeah,
anyway, let's just keep
again, I
going
was
because
just gonna
we're
say,
getting too deep into this.
looping back to that though, like poison probably would have been the best way to kill them. It's just that order came in right after they got the drinks, which is a shame because we see the gas attack obviously didn't really work. But all right. So, anyways, they walk out and start attacking the battle droids. And there's like I think it's a group of 3 of them that just stands there and doesn't shoot at them.
Yeah.
It's a group of what? Wait,
There's a
what'd you say?
group of
Sorry.
3 battle droids after they walk out of the room full of gas, and they just stand there, so that Obi-Wan, I believe, can push them over with the Force.
Well, yeah. So let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 battle droids when the doors open. And then Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan take out a bunch of them, and then yeah, Obi-Wan kills the last 3 by pushing them over.
Yeah, there's multiple points in this movie where droids will just kind of stand there and
They'll just yeah,
allow
and they'll
them
just
to be
fall
Yeah.
over.
killed.
Yeah,
And it's like,
yeah,
okay, but you have a gun. You could be shooting them, but
yeah.
I
Yep.
guess
There's
not.
plenty of points where they're just like walking towards them with the gun, but they're not doing anything with them, so they can just push them over.
Yep.
It gets really bad on the battle in Naboo.
Well, I was gonna say the next point that I have here is them just not doing anything with the droid until it's ready to attack them, which is Cam. I think you pointed it out. So if you want to take the point on Droidicus, go ahead.
Well, can I just say
Um,
real quick too? I'm watching this part of it, right? And
Yep.
so the whole point of right exactly like there's droids that just stand there with the guns looking at them, and then the last droid they kill before the droidicas get there is a droid that's running at them with the gun shooting them. So clearly they know how to do this. They just chose not to.
Why would he run at them though? You have a gun. You
Well,
don't need to
okay,
run
but
at him.
okay, but they're also battle droids. Like they're kind of meant to be a little stupid. So I can kind of like I don't know. They're meant to just like attack basically. That's like their main directive, right? So like I guess that's like the best way to do it. I guess is just to run at them and hope for the best.
I
Like,
guess,
I
but at
don't
the
know.
same time, like I
But
would think,
it is funny that
I don't know, I would think the
like
droid
I
AI
just
would be better,
it's
but
it's so funny that they just some of them just stand there and then this guy happens to be the hero, right? And he's running at Obi-Wan and he does something like it's like
just hoping it works out.
this guy was the real hero of the story. But anyway,
Just imagine there's
go
an
ahead.
alternate universe where he succeeded and killed Qui-Gon and they won because of that droid.
True. All right, go
But
keep going.
yeah, the droidicas. So when they come out, Obi-Wan sees them. He sees them rolling towards him. He sees them get up and stand, and then he decides to say to Qui-Gon, "Oh hey, there's destroyers here," and then they both wait for the shields to arm, and then they decide to start attacking. Rather than just using the force on the droidicas when they knew they were there, they wait for the droidicas to get fully like armored and set up and ready to fire,
Yep.
and then they attack.
Right, and I guess the argument could be like, well, maybe they don't know what they are, but then Obi-Wan clearly identifies them as destroyers, so obviously they've encountered these or somewhat
Yeah.
like these before.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm watching it right now. Obi-Wan says destroyers as they're running up to them. So Qui-Gon like takes a second to take the lightsaber out,
Even still,
and
Obi-Wan's looking
they
at him
kind of
the
like
whole
get ready to
time.
play
Like,
it. I guess, but he's also a Padawan, so I wouldn't expect him to just like go, I don't know, go running at them, I guess. Also,
I don't
this is the
even want
first
him to
time
go.
I
that
was
we're
gonna say, I wouldn't
watching.
want him to go after him. I would just want him to use the Force, maybe throw the damn
Like,
thing into a wall or something.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is the first time the audience is seeing the Droidicas, so I feel like George is trying to be like just to show what they do. You know what I mean? If they
yes,
just roll up to Obi-Wan, he just forces them. Like that's just like okay, that's all they do is roll.
At
But he
that point,
wanted the audience to
I
know
would
that they're
yes,
advocate
like,
for. I want to see more of them there than where that's not an option.
because that works as an explanation for why George had it that way. But
Mm-hmm.
like, we're still left with the question: why is Obi-Wan not doing this? He's
yeah.
actively putting himself in danger by not doing it.
That's okay.
And it just seems like a really stupid decision on his part.
We have another thing. It's literally the next bullet point that I have of something that George thought was a good idea, and then it comes up later in the film as another decision that Obi-Wan just doesn't make later when it's useful. Uh, Using force speed to escape from the droidicas.
hmm
Yep, that'll become important later.
If only there was like a long hallway that you needed to run down really quick. I don't know.
Well, not only that, but if you go back and watch that part, the Droidicas have their shield generators up, right? They
Yep.
do the force speed, and then they turn to go toward them the other direction, and the shields just drop. Like
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
apparently they just stopped like caring, I guess. Like, and it's funny because like yeah, that's all I'm gonna say is that they literally pivot to go the next direction, and their shields just dropped.
Hmm.
When so yeah, this is interesting.
Um, Cam, do you have anything else, or do you want me to keep going?
Um, this will also be important later. The Droidicas prove that they have the technology to create shields that can be fired through. So, like, the Droidicas have shields and they can fire through the shields on the way out, but the blaster bolts can't come back on the way in. And this technology is not used during the Battle of Naboo, but we'll get to that later. But
Actually,
it's just,
they don't even use droidicas in the Battle of well, at least not the Gungan battle, but
well, I don't even mean Droidicas, I mean the shields that the Gungans use
I know, but
require, like, it. We'll get to it later.
yeah. Um, so tactically speaking, why would Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon need to split up in order to escape the Trade Federation donut ship?
Well, it makes no sense because you're right. Qui-Gon literally does just say to him, "Where is it?" Yeah, stow aboard separate ships and meet them down on the planet.
Which, I mean, if the two of them get into ships that are next to each other, it's like, great, you might end up in the same spot, but there is still a fucking chance that, you know, you end up in the jungle with Jar Jar, whereas Obi-Wan ends up on the other goddamn side of the planet.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for them to split up, especially since now if one of them gets caught, they don't have the other one to back them up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really dumb move, and it happens a lot in this movie and in the next two movies where they just kind of split characters up.
Yep.
And it not only makes no sense in universe, but if it does make sense in universe, it also hurts it like overall because it's just one more instance of we could have had a character moment between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. We could have learned more about their relationship, but instead we split them up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, granted, they don't do anything with them being stowed aboard different ships anyway, or different carriers anyways, however the hell you want to phrase it, but
Yeah.
even still, like you were saying, I do think that's a potentially wasted opportunity. And it doesn't even make them look smart. They just split up for the hell of it. So I don't really get it tactically whatsoever. But all right. So the last note that I have is the quote. It's Queen Amidala herself, as the Nemoidians are getting a transmission from Naboo. So that line is incredibly stupid for the reason that both Newt Gunray and the guy that he's talking with both know that that would be Queen Amidala, because not only would they be familiar with her, but they can literally see her on the door in front of them. And so that was when it hit me. I'm like, oh, so that's a line for the audience then. Cool. Like, you could have just told me her name through conversation. I don't. You didn't need a line to explicitly tell me who this was.
This is also our first glimpse into the absolute just insanity of Queen Amidala's wardrobe.
That's true. But at the same time, I feel like it's to sort of foreshadow the fact that they don't know that this actually isn't Queen Amidala. That this is just like, to them it is, but it's like it's also to kind of set up that twist later on in the movie that it's not actually Queen Amidala. It's just a double for her. So
I guess
I feel like
I
they're
think
kind of setting that up here.
I think you can still do that in their exchange. Like, you can have them name drop who she is and what her role is. You don't necessarily have to have a line that spells out exactly who she is before they even talk.
I mean, they just say who she is. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
We're not saying it's that big a deal. It's just like, that'd be like if Forrest called me on my phone. We both looked down at the phone. It said Forrest's name. We both looked at it. And then I said to you, oh, it's Forrest. And it's like, well, yeah, we both know that. We can both see it. Like, they can both actively see her standing there. And then they still feel the need to explain, oh, yeah, this is Queen Amidala, even though they're both looking at her.
Okay, I guess.
I guess explain where I'm coming from. I just think it's incredibly lazy, because instead of taking the time to just work that into the conversation where we can learn it naturally, that line is specifically designed to just get that information out there as quick as possible. I don't think it's like incredibly major. I just think it's worth noting because it is a lazy line. But we'll keep moving. So we have Palpatine sending a message to Queen Amidala. I guess that is the next scene. So there are two lines in specific that are incredibly stupid, and they're both made by the same character. And I literally just have him in my notes as old man.
His name is Tae Hao. That is never once said in the movie.
Is that really his name?
Yup.
I didn't know he had a name. What?
I didn't either.
The guy who's You're referring to the guy who's with Gunray?
No,
No.
the guy.
Or the old guy? Oh,
the guy who looks
the
like
old
Santa.
guy. Yep.
the old guy who's like incredibly rude to her, even though technically she's in charge of him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, shit.
Who like questions her every decision for some reason. Like,
yep. Before we go too far, Cam, did you have anything else for that section of the film or no?
No.
Okay. And Anthony, I assume you didn't either.
no.
Okay. So yeah, the first line that I highlighted was, a communication disruption can only mean one thing: invasion. So apparently they could just never have blackouts in Naboo, which that sounds ridiculous, but he immediately jumps to, oh, communications went out, so we have to be invaded right now. It's like, that is a hell of a jump.
Well, and Queen Amidala immediately addresses that is too far of a leap of logic.
Yep. Well, and then
So, at least the film recognizes that.
yes, but then here's his response, which is, negotiation. We've lost all communications. It's like, motherfucker, you lost one phone call. What are you talking about?
Also, they say negotiations, but they know that the ambassadors are on the ship doing, like, going through with negotiations. So why?
Yeah,
But then again, Naboo isn't this is okay. This is where it gets kind of confusing because Naboo is a part of the Galactic Republic, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Thus,
Because Palpatine is
or are
Naboo's
they?
senator.
True. Okay. So then you would think that the Jedi I mean, regardless of who the ambassadors are, the ambassadors are going to the Trade Federation specifically to speak on behalf of the Galactic Republic, which in turn means Naboo. So again, this is assuming that the ambassadors are going to speak for them, thus the need to negotiate is eliminated for them. So for him to just say like we need to continue to negotiate, but that's what the ambassadors are for. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, other than those two lines, I have nothing for that scene, so I don't know if you guys want to keep going or if you've got anything else.
I got nothing.
Okay. So
I
then,
do like.
go ahead.
I'm just gonna jump in. I'm just gonna jump
Yeah,
in real
of
quick.
course, of course.
I do love this line, and it's playing right now. He says, "Captain Tanaka, is that his name?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, because it's Captain Tanaka in this film, and then Attack of the Clones is Captain Typho, I think, right? He's the one with the eye patch.
Yep.
Okay, so Captain Tanaka says our security volunteers will be no match against the battle-hardened Federation army. So I love how that's to instigate the fact that Naboo does not have a standing army.
Well, it's funny
They
you
have
say
they
that.
have quote unquote security volunteers. What does that mean?
The film makes this worse because later on they imply that they have a sizable police force.
I'm assuming that's who the security volunteers are.
I'm guessing, but at the same time,
security
like, what
volunteers?
the fuck,
That
guys?
sounds that's even
Yeah.
lower than police. Like it's like so you're telling me these are just random people who volunteered to be your security, and security doesn't usually mean an army. A security usually means like a private detail.
Yeah, they have fucking
So
hall monitors protecting their planet.
well, I think I don't know. It's hard to. I mean, in this context, it's hard to discern whether he's talking about like when he says our security volunteers will be no match against the battle-hardened Federation army. It's like is he talking about against them in terms of them invading a planet or them just attacking the Queen? And you'd like to believe he's talking about invasion, but if that's what he's talking about, then again, that just begs the question: why do you have a small security
I was gonna
detail
say, what use is
to
your
guard the
security
entire
force?
planet?
Your security force
Right.
can't help you against an invasion.
Right.
It's just like,
So,
oh, well, then what fucking use are they?
You'd also think that with a
right.
blockade being right outside the planet for God knows how long, they'd like be preparing for an invasion.
You would think, but no, they just don't care.
All right, I think we can move on.
All right.
I just found that the fact that they have just security volunteers just kind of blew me away. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, again, like, it always baffled me how quickly they take over Naboo. We're going to talk about it here in a little bit, but yeah,
I guess it makes sense
insane.
now, considering they have no standing army technically.
Which just it baffles me, but whatever. So Qui-Gon Jinn lands on Naboo and he meets Jar Jar Binks. So
the real hero of the story.
Yes, everything. Jar Jar's the key to everything.
Yeah, he's the key. He's like poetry. He farts.
Yes. So super lucky that we happen to run into Jar Jar here, since we need him to kickstart a decent amount of this story. So just gonna throw that out there. And at the same time, I should say, would the droids not be instructed to immediately search their crafts for Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, since Gunray and his friend there, I can't remember what the hell his name is, both send communiques to some of the droids, and they're like, hey, so they might have stowed away on your droid shuttles. It's like, oh, what the fuck, guys?
Wait, can I just jump in real quick with this? It's a real quick point, I promise.
Yeah.
I love how little they actually care that the Jedi are down there. Like, there is absolutely no rush to get the Jedi. When, technically speaking, they tried to kill them, and they could very well go back to the Senate. Again, because that was the whole thing we talked about earlier, where If
Mm-hmm.
they try to kill them and they fail, their whole cover is blown. Like, oh crap! Now, if they get away, they can tell the Senate, which I know is basically the rest of the movie is them getting away and getting the Senate and all that. But like, there's absolutely no urgency in their tone when they're talking to the commander droid about like, hey, you need to find these Jedi. Like, they are the only people who know that we tried to kill them. They could tell the Senate. They could literally blow the lid off this entire thing, so you better find them. Like, it's like there's no urgency. He's just like, well, be careful. Don't underestimate them. They're Jedi, they have the Force. It's like there's absolutely no urgency to find these guys when they are the very thing that could blow this entire operation out of the water. And they do, obviously, but like it's just I don't know, it's funny to me that they have absolutely there's no sense of urgency here. It's just like, yeah, well, you find them whenever you can. If you can't, no big deal. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I think this is made even worse, what you just said. It's made even worse by the fact that Qui-Gon has 3 tanks chasing him through the jungle
Yep.
before he tackles Jar Jar, and then he lays down on the ground, and like all of the tanks, I guess, just didn't see him in front of them, and they just keep going.
mhm,
Yep.
Which also begs the question: why has Qui-Gon been running in a straight path away from the tanks? Because if they haven't seen him, he could have just left their path.
right?
Nah.
Like,
It's like a horror movie where the killer
uh,
like chases you in an open field and the only place you can run is straight ahead. It's like, oh, well, fuck, guys. So do you guys have anything else for the meeting of Jar Jar and the initial like invasion of Naboo?
No. Well, other than the fact that there are no droids around the tanks, so again, I mean, it works in universe in the movie, like there's no droids around the tanks, so there's no reason why Qui-Gon should be caught. But it begs the question, why are there no droids around the tanks? Like,
well, also, how are these tanks being piloted? They have to be piloted because they're able to move around trees
also,
I
and
think
stuff.
wait a minute.
So there has to be someone
I'm going,
looking out so they
I'm,
would see Qui-Gon.
I was gonna say I think they tell us because we get that communique between Gunray, his friend, and that one battle droid. I think the implication is the battle droid commanders, the yellow ones there, are the ones driving basically droid shuttles, which is kind of weird if you think about it. You are
mhm,
basically driving a
yeah,
glorified tank
yeah,
that,
the MTTs, yeah.
yeah, it just weird,
Wait,
but
yeah, wait,
whatever.
wait a minute. Wait, if you go back to this, I'm literally in the scene right now with the MTTs, which are the droid tanks that we see almost run over Qui-Gon.
Hmm.
When the droid tanks are leaving the shuttle, there are literally battle droids standing in front of it, walking in front of it.
Yeah,
So again, that's led to for us to believe that they have they have like infantry units right in front of the tanks. So how did none of them see Qui-Gon? Like,
don't worry, shut up, don't
unless
worry about it.
Unless, like, the only implication I can think of is that Qui-Gon stowed away in the very, very back of the ship, and he left with like the last one. But then how did the tanks get behind him? Yeah, it's kind of a leap in logic. I don't
Well,
know.
here's another thing. The droid tanks have guns on them, which means that they themselves can be used as weapons. So you would assume that that means that the person inside piloting it can, like actually see outside. Because if they can't see
Hmm.
outside, then the guns are useless. You would never be able to use them.
Well, the
Which
other
means
thing
that
is, it's
they
kind of
for
funny.
sure should have seen Qui-Gon.
It's kind of funny looking back on this now. Now, obviously, they don't reveal this till the very end of the movie, but those tanks have primarily one goal, which is just for troop transport. I mean, that's literally why they're called multi-troop transports. That's their job, is to just transport droids, right? They're huge,
Mhm.
they're heavy. They're not like the little light tanks that can actually fire with the giant guns and everything. They have these little tiny blasters on them and they're meant just for transportation, right? So in that moment, why wouldn't you just open the tank and let the droids come out and then go after Qui? Like, it's like
Well, I just thought
also
of something else.
Somehow Qui-Gon goes from being behind them to being like miles ahead of them. Like, I don't get
That's
that, but
that's what I was just gonna say is what so he's stowed away on a ship. What chain of events causes him to be in front of one of the tanks? Like how does that physically happen?
the problem is that they don't show him in the ship. They also don't show Obi-Wan in the scene at all. Like,
Yeah, he just
so you're
kind of
telling me that
shows up.
Obi-Wan was smart enough to avoid the tanks, but you, a Jedi Master, an experienced Jedi Master, cannot figure out how to outwit the tanks. Like,
Yeah, it makes no sense. This entire
and then for
situation is
some
like,
reason,
oh,
out of all of the species of things that are around him, he chooses to save Jar Jar out of all of them.
well, I don't remember 100%, but isn't Jar Jar the only one that's like about to get run over?
He is, but at the same time, Qui-Gon tells him to run, and he just stands there.
Yeah, and then Qui-Gon almost gets
Like,
killed trying to save him.
it's almost like it just happened. I remember even watching this as a kid, feeling like that was kind of too quick. Like, he says he sees Jar Jar. He says, "Get out of the way, get out of here," and then like 2 seconds later, just tackles him. Like, I feel like they should have spaced that out a little bit more. Like, Qui Gon's a little bit ahead of them. He's like, "Get out of the way, get out of here." Jar Jar just like freaks out, and then he's like, "Okay, whatever." So he runs and grabs him. Like, I like there's just not enough. Like, it's too
Yeah.
quick. You know
He's
what I
just
mean?
like,
Like,
get out
it's
of the
like,
way, and then when he doesn't like within 0.5 seconds react to what Qui-Gon said, he tackles him.
well, it's because Jar Jar didn't have force speed, so he couldn't just get out of the way.
Yeah. Well, he does have force speed. He just doesn't want to show it because then that would reveal his status as a Sith Lord.
Oh shit!
True,
He needs to
true.
keep it a
But
secret.
also, but also, then I guess going back to the usage of force speed, right? When they use it there, wouldn't that have been a perfect opportunity to use force speed to get Jar Jar out of the way?
No.
Even if you didn't use force speed, when Qui-Gon tries to tackle Jar Jar, Jar Jar like fights it, and they almost get run over because of it. Jar Jar can fight you physically grabbing him. He can't fight you grabbing him with the force. So just pick him up
Right,
with the force and move him. Even if you're, I think
right.
force speed would be better. But even if you're not
Well,
going to be that smart and use force speed, just pick him
yeah.
up.
I mean, I've always hated this little clip. I really have. It's one. It's. I remember even watching as a kid, being like, "This is really weird." Like, that just happened way too quick. So, and I think the issue is compounded by the fact that we don't get to see Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan in the droid ships, which could have very easily been done in like a quick, like maybe 2 to 3 minute scene of them just
Hmm.
walking around the ship, figuring out where they're gonna go. Like, it could have easily been done, and they just kind of chose to avoid it for the sake of introducing Jar Jar quicker. So, I mean, yeah,
Yeah, and like again, I think what Chris said can't be overstated. They are so lucky to meet Jar Jar here because if they don't meet Jar Jar, none of the rest of this movie can happen. Like
yeah.
it will be drastically different, and they will have pretty much no chance of winning.
Oh, and it's funny that I mean, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but it's funny that the the droid speeders catch up to Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon takes them out, but apparently the droid speeders can't catch up to Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just remembered I just saw it happen in the scene, but like, yeah, Obi-Wan's running from the droid speeders, but that is to imply that they did not catch up to Qui-Gon, they only caught up to Obi-Wan. Like,
Oh.
I don't know. Qui-Gon just has this shield that just he can't be affected by anything, but poor Obi-Wan has to be affected by everything.
All right.
Anyway, let's
We
move
got
on.
anything else or?
Really,
This
really hope not, because this is
this line, I don't remember it, but I'm seeing it right now. Obi-Wan saying, "Sorry, master, the water fried my weapon." What water?
Wait, what?
It
I
says
was
here
just
that
saying,
Obi-Wan
is that
says
a real?
that.
Really?
I don't remember it,
I was
but
gonna
it
say I
says it
don't remember
here.
that. That's hmm.
wait. When does he say that?
Pretty much right after Qui-Gon takes out. Yeah, pretty much right after Qui-Gon takes out the two things is where it says he says that.
Hmm. I was gonna say I do not remember that.
Yeah, no, he doesn't say that.
I don't know
I,
what
I
this is
just I
saying
just
then.
watched the scene. It's just Jar Jar saying, "You saved me again." Qui-Gon says, or Obi-Wan says, "Who's this?" Qui-Gon says, "A local. Now let's get out of here before more droids show up," and then they leave.
Yeah,
So he
that's
does
all
not.
I
He
remember
does not say.
too.
Yeah,
I don't know
Yeah,
what this is saying.
he does not say that.
that's weird.
Unless he says that sometime later on in the movie, but he doesn't say it in this particular scene.
Well,
So.
I don't know. As long as you guys are both good, we'll keep going.
Yeah, please,
Yep.
because we are an hour in and we're only 8 minutes or 12 minutes into this movie.
So the heroes swim to Gungan City, and I gotta ask, how does an underwater city that lights up and is transparent, or at least partially transparent, stay hidden?
It just works. Yeah, because Jar Jar describes it as a hidden city.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see that it can't be very deep because Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are able to dive down there without any discomfort or pain. So it's not very deep. It's very, very well lit. Like, the only reason I could think of it being hidden is the fact that there's nothing really around Gunga City. It's just kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird section. Um, so they get into Gunga City, and there's absolutely no security whatsoever. It's
Yeah.
just kind of, it's literally just Captain's Harples and some other dude ride in on horses, or well, the equivalent of a horse, I guess. And actually, I got a different question now that I'm thinking about it. I'm jumping way ahead, but how would you get those down there, and how do you bring them back up to the surface, assuming you took them from the surface?
They have underwater ships down there, so I'm assuming they would have stuff to bring animals.
I guess that's
To
fair.
and
It just
from.
seemed really weird to me now that I was thinking about it.
I really
What's kind
love
of
that
funny
the
to me,
entrance
though,
to the
is
city is just unguarded.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that it's unguarded, it's that Jar Jar returns after being exiled from the place, and it doesn't seem all that hard for him to come back on his own. And yet he comes back with two outsiders, and the two outsiders being there is not a problem for any of them. Which is really weird,
yeah.
but okay. So anyways, we have...
Also, like,
Oh, go ahead.
what's funny though is that they can just walk through the city doors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's to stop any other sea creature from just like popping in there?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good question, too.
Those monsters that eat their ships, why don't they just burst through there and eat all of them?
I mean, other than
I
the
have
fact
no
that they're too
idea.
big to fit through the door, but I mean,
Well, at that point, I would just
yeah,
be
I mean,
worried it
that
would
could.
destroy the whole damn city like a
So,
kaiju.
so their whole thing is like it's a hidden city. That's their only line of defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yet, because you can just walk through the doors. Yet that whole thing is kind of down by the fact that it's pretty easily found. So all they gotta do is swim down. It's not like Jar Jar put in like a special combination or moved a rock a certain way or something. Like they just swam. That's all I did.
Yep.
So.
Well, and again, it's a mostly transparent city that is full of lights. It's like, well, yeah,
Right.
that ain't gonna stick out like a sore thumb in the fucking ocean. But
Right.
alright.
So. Okay. Well, let's just keep going.
Yep.
I think even worse here is the fact that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon have their rebreathers on them. They put them on, and the film never tries to establish any reason why they have rebreathers. They just do. It's like, huh, okay, so you wouldn't be able to get to Gunga City if you didn't have the rebreathers, and you have no reason to have the rebreathers. So, like, I don't know. It seems like they just put it on in like oh, well, just in case we run into something, and they happen to run into something. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to bring stuff along just in case, why not bring other stuff along just in case?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing they brought along with them other than their lightsabers were just so happened to be the one thing they would need.
Well, they also have the communicators too.
Well, the communicator, I would just imagine you would probably use damn near every time you go out.
Yeah,
the
I
rebreather
forgot
is
about
going to be a bit more specific, but I guess that's fair, yeah.
Like, that, and they were sent to negotiate with the Trade Federation on a ship. Like, they had no reason to think that they would ever be in water.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
no situation should have ever arisen during this entire mission they were sent on where they were put in water. So them having rebreathers is completely useless to them. Or at least it should be useless to them. It's not useless, but...
Yep. So we have Boss Nass. He's here to talk to Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon about the droid invasion. And they very clearly are like, listen, so they control the surface. If the surface gets overrun, you are basically fucked. You cannot do much of anything. You kind of need to move quickly. You need to help the Naboo. You guys form, I believe they say, a symbiont circle.
Yep.
What happens to one of you will affect the other. You have to see this. And then Boss Nass is like, yeah, I don't really care, lol. It's like, oh. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, Obi-Wan raises great points where it's like, you can't live without the surface. That's where you get your resources.
I was going
You
to say,
and Naboo
assumedly,
need
their
each
resources,
other.
yeah.
Well, I don't even know about this because why do they need each other, though?
Well, I guess that's
I
the
can
thing. It's like,
understand
theoretically...
Gunga City needing the surface, but I don't understand Naboo needing Gunga City. Like, what does Naboo gain from Gunga City?
more or less the point is not that they need each other to survive. I think it's more or less you guys live on this planet in harmony. If the droids take control of the surface, how long before they come down here?
I guess, but him saying symbiont circle would have implied that
Yeah,
they're gaining.
I know. But I don't know. I'm not sure. So then we have Qui-Gon mind trick Boss Nass like 3 different times. And he ends up getting them a transport and directions on where to go. Now, 2 questions I've got are, you want to get Jar Jar freed, and so, hi Nash. So instead of mind tricking Boss Nass, you start by negotiating with him. Whereas you can literally turn like that. You could even play that for a damn joke. Jar Jar's like, "Oh, can you free me? Can you help me?" And then Qui-Gon goes, just waves his hand and goes, "Yeah, I want him too." And then he just walks away. But yeah, no, we actually go to discuss this with Boss Nass, despite I think it's Obi-Wan at the time says, "Yeah, we don't really have time for this. We need to like leave."
Yeah, and then they take. It's not a significant amount of time, but it's like
no, but at the same time,
they couldn't have known that the negotiations for Jar Jar's life would be that short. So in Qui-Gon's mind, he's about to go waste a bunch of time.
The negotiations were short.
I again, like, you saved yourself probably 30 seconds doing it, but at the same time, like, I don't know why you would even take the risk. Just wave your hand, be done with it.
I also love how Qui-Gon makes the line, "Your gods demand that his life belongs to me now."
Yeah, it's like, you didn't know these people existed.
Like,
it's like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Well,
Right.
Jar Jar does say earlier that his gods...
Right.
He
yeah.
basically says that to Qui-Gon. And
yeah, I guess that's true. I forgot about
given
that.
that Jar
Right.
Jar never specifically mentions life debt, and Qui-Gon does say the words life debt, since that's what it's called, I would assume that Qui-Gon has prior knowledge about this.
So anyways, the other question that I have is, if you can just mind control Boss Nass, basically, why not mind trick him and get him to agree to help combat the droid army that's invading Naboo?
Yeah.
I mean, if mind trick though, how long does mind trick work? Like, if I always assumed it was just an instantaneous thing, that like it was just a quick, there you go, boom, done.
I was gonna say, I'm not entirely
that is a
sure.
long-term equipment. That's a long-term commitment. So in my head at least, I feel like the second Qui-Gon left, he'd be like, wait a minute, no, I don't want to help them. What's going on? And then just stop.
I guess, but at that point, like, it takes them how long to leave the city, and he still doesn't revoke the transport he gives them. So I don't know.
Don't they leave the city immediately after they free
Yeah,
Jar Jar?
they leave pretty quick. Like, that's the next part, is they just leave, so...
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it depends on your own interpretation, since I don't believe it's
Yeah.
specifically stated. Because in every
Well, I guess that's the
instance
thing.
you
It's like
see it,
we're not entirely sure when or if it wears off. So I'm just thinking I'm like maybe that could be a thing you could do, but I think I have to assume you can't. Otherwise, you probably would have done that. Yeah.
I don't know. I always, personally from the times you see it, it only works for a short time and then it wears off. Or I mean, I guess we wouldn't be able to see if it wears off or not. Like
Mm-hmm.
when
Yeah.
obviously the famous scene where it was first introduced in A New Hope with Obi-Wan. It doesn't really matter if it lasts forever or not.
Mm-hmm.
As long as in that moment the stormtrooper let him pass, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Same thing with the guards in, I think it's Empire. The the pig hounds that are like outside Jabba's place.
Hmm.
I don't remember what they're called.
Gamorrean guards.
Yeah, those guys. The pigs. They look like pigs.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't assume that mind tricks would work permanently. So I would assume that like Obi-Wan and them would leave, and then Boss Nash would be like probably in the middle of preparing things, and then he, like Nash said, he'd be like, "Wait, this isn't what I want. Why am I doing this?"
I guess I see again. I was just curious as to whether or not this would be something that would potentially hold up. I'm willing to concede that it very well might not.
Yeah, I see it as an up English, up to an interpretation, kind of however you take it. So either way, it probably should have been defined a bit more, but I think that's not what everyone was thinking about in the moment when it was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Um. So I'm trying to figure out how we should do this. Should we have Nash answer the questions that we answered in the beginning? Do you think?
I would say yes.
Okay.
All
So
right, hit me.
Nash, without getting super detailed, what are your thoughts on Star Wars as a whole?
If we exclude the movies that Disney have made, I love it. I think it's really good. It's obvious. I mean, obviously, it's a huge cultural impact. I really like it. I know there's a lot of problem with the prequels, but honestly, they're my favorites. Um, Revenge of the Sith is my favorite movie by a landslide. Yes, I know it's technically a bad movie. I don't care. The action, the characters, I love it. And it introduces my favorite character, which I'm gonna get backlash for, but is General Grievous. I know. He's it's always been my favorite. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but they do him so dirty in the Clone Wars show that it upsets me. But yeah, I think there's a great series. The Disney stuff sucks ass. Like, I haven't not watched Mando. I've not watched Andor. Sue me, I don't care. Um, I never got the whole Mandalorian thing. Like, it's cool. Mandalorians are cool, but I just I don't really care to fall into that group of people who just like worship the Mandalorians for some reason. But yeah, no, I think it's good. The new movies are like even on their own are just SJW trash that can honestly be forgotten about and they do the world a justice. But yeah, that's my feelings about Star Wars.
Okay. How about your thoughts on the Phantom Menace without getting super deep into that?
I like it. Once again, the prequels are a little iffy and a little shoddy at times, but I don't know. I love Liam Neeson in the movie. I think that he makes such a great Qui-Gon, and it's just Qui-Gon as a character I actually really like as a Jedi who isn't fully kind of like sipping on the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? He's not. He sees that there's some stuff wrong with the Jedi, but he still chooses to follow them, which I think makes him a lot more unique than a lot of the other Jedi who sometimes just seem like cult worshippers. I don't know how you'd put it. They just kind of drink the Kool-Aid and don't really think about it very much. Um, Anakin he's cute. He's I don't. Okay, that sounded wrong. I mean, it's just a kid who's the whole romance between him and Padme is it's cheesy and it's goofy and I kind of love it. Like it's just bad, but it's cheesy, but I like it. But I'm also not a big romance guy. I find romance movies boring. So let's think. Obi-Wan is okay in that movie. Padme's Padme. Yeah, I think of other than Attack of the Clones, it's probably the worst of the George Lucas movies. But I still like it a lot. I just think it's I don't know. I feel like you get to see a lot more of the world in the prequels than you do in the main trilogy. I don't know.
Okay. With that, I think we'll keep going unless you guys got anything. So.
Can you one thing? Is my mic picking up my controller?
A little bit. You're also a little staticky.
Oh, am I? 1 second. Is that better?
Talk a little, and you're still staticky. It's fine. We'll manage.
My apologies. I don't know what the hell the problem with this
That's
headset is.
right.
I don't even know if it's picking up through my headset or through my computer. I genuinely don't know.
I don't know. So
I don't know anything about computers, so.
Using the Gungan transport, they get caught by a fish, and then they get another
Always a bigger
fish.
fish.
Yes, we have that infamous line right after the I think it's a goober fish that attacks them early on. That's the first thing that gets them. We get it that line right after they get freed because a second fish grabs the goober fish and thankfully doesn't.
I don't know.
I was
Sorry,
just going to say, thankfully the second fish does not clamp down on the ship in any way so that they can escape.
Yeah, if it was just
I don't know if
a
you can
little
call
bit
that second.
closer.
I don't think that second thing you can call a fish. That's far more like it's almost salamander-esque. Which I totally forgot about this scene, but I actually should have mentioned it in my little thing. I love this scene. Like I always love seeing the crazy monsters in Star Wars, and that second huge fish, and then the one coming up that's like an eel, crocodile, freaking Suchomimus looking thing. I just love the designs. I think they're awesome, and I really enjoyed this scene.
I think it all looks cool. I think the scene it's kind of horrible because there's like at least 3 different instances where all of them should have died. There's a lot of Qui-Gon kind of just sitting there when he could be fighting off the monsters with the Force, and he's just not. Like,
Yeah, I don't
a lot
know.
of
I feel
people are
like in
making
Star
kind of
Wars,
dumb decisions.
I don't know. In Star Wars, fate is very clearly a thing and like a very important factor. So I feel like the fact that they didn't die in any of those situations, while you could argue that, well, that's stupid because then why is there any tension? I don't know. I feel like it kind of what's the word? How am I trying to phrase this? It's fate is clear to be a thing in this series, so I feel like it's kind of excusable, I guess. But that's just my
By
opinion.
that
I was
virtue,
just saying, I
like,
get what you're saying, but I would disagree.
literally anything happen, and then you could just explain it as fate. Like, couldn't Palpatine being blown up in Empire or in Return of the Jedi, and then just miraculously coming back, even though it makes no sense, couldn't that just be described as fate?
Yes, but I see it as a little different in that situation because in that situation it's a lot more far-fetched than a fish biting a couple inches back farther.
Well, then here's another thing, I guess. Why does Qui-Gon bother fighting Maul instead of just letting Maul go at him? Because
because the characters aren't aware of fate.
No, but my point is Qui-Gon doesn't even try to like fight the fish at all. He could be using the Force to keep these fish away from the ship. He knows they're there, and instead he just lets, like, especially the giant eel, he just lets that giant eel get closer to the ship and does nothing.
I don't see exactly what he's gonna do.
He
I
could
mean,
like
it's also,
force push it, something.
but he's underwater. You'd have to push the water as well. Like, I feel like not. I also, like I said, I've watched all the movies and I enjoy Star Wars, but I'm not like huge into it as much as I think you guys are. But I don't think that's. I have no idea the extent of each person's ability to use the Force. You never see I mean, I off the top of my head can't think of a part where Qui-Gon does very much with the Force other than the basic Jedi stuff that every Jedi does.
Yeah, that's more or less my problem, is that there's a lot of instances where in all three of the prequel movies, really, the Force could be used, and it just isn't, and that makes things a lot worse for the characters. Like in this instance, they almost die because Obi-Wan's busy piloting the ship. I get why he doesn't, but Qui-Gon's just sitting there, and he could at least try something, but instead he chooses to just sit there and be like, okay, I
And
guess
sit
if we
there.
die, we die. He
And
sits
shit
there and
there.
shits there like
Like
good
a good
werewolf
little
boy.
werewolf boy. Yeah, I immediately thought of that when you said that too.
Yeah, no, I guess I wish they made it that George had made it seem like Qui-Gon like gave even a little bit of a shit whether or not he died or not, because he kind of just sits there and is like, oh, I guess the fish is eating the ship now. Too bad I don't have any magical abilities that could help me get the fish off our ship.
That would be pretty cool. That would be rather PogChamp. I don't know. I think that the Force is a little ill-defined at points, but that also may be my novice opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say fate is a excuse to shirk some of the writing responsibilities, but whatever. We'll keep going. So the next question I have is, why are there no weapons on this Gungan transport? And at that point, are there really a ton of advantages of using this specific transport as opposed to just swimming back to the surface the way you came and walking back?
Well, because Naboo is, as it's not explicitly stated this way, Naboo is nowhere near Gunga City. Like, it is on a completely different part of the planet. It's like, I'm guessing at least, since they're using the core of the Earth, it's like at least
I
the
was about to
distance from
say.
Canada to China. If they're willing to travel through the core of the planet just to get there, like, I would assume that they cannot do that on land because it would take way too long.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since they go through the middle of the planet, it must be close to at least half the planet, and like around the world halfway. So going on land and walking may not be the best choice. And for why there's no guns or animal repellent systems or literally anything for a ship that is known to do this, that doesn't make a ton of sense. But I guess at the same time, the Gungans would be used to it, and they probably have certain ways of going that Obi-Wan might not know.
Well,
So,
they have Jar Jar with them, and Jar Jar doesn't do a ton of navigating.
Even though that's his
well, Jar
job.
Jar,
He's literally sitting in the pilot seat.
yeah, but Jar Jar's kind of an idiot. I mean, I don't know if that's 100% an excuse, but Jar Jar is very obviously not very bright. So I don't know.
Sure, but I
And
mean,
he hasn't been
he would
down there in a
still,
while.
assumedly, he would know how to get around. I mean, he brought them there in the first place from wherever he was in the woods.
I don't know. I don't find it the most unbelievable thing that Jar Jar doesn't know his way around the core. But I
I
don't know.
mean, yeah, he didn't either. I don't know.
I find it believable that maybe Jar Jar just isn't familiar with the core. Because what reason would he
I
have
mean,
to
they
be
mention
down
how
there all that
dangerous it
much?
is.
Well, I was going to say that, but Nash, do you know who mentions how dangerous the core is? It's Jar Jar.
Well, it might just be one of those things like, what would be a human equivalent, I guess. I don't know, but maybe they don't go down there very much at all because it's so dangerous. But they're like, you can go that way if you want, but it's like it's deadly. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that's a common thing, so they don't have designed ships for it. or they at least didn't give them one designed
I
for
feel
it.
like I feel like the biggest problem here is that Qui-Gon specifically wants Jar Jar to come with them because he can navigate them, thus implying that he does know his way around the core. But at the same time, he wouldn't know where the fish are specifically.
Yeah,
I
no.
guess.
Like, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. But then again, I do think Nash's point that Jar Jar is an idiot. I do kind of think that plays into this too. Like he knows his way around, but he has no clue how to stop the fish. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he probably hasn't been in that kind of situation before, so he's probably unfamiliar with how to like some fish you can electrocute, some of them you have to just kill. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like he is just, I don't know. Does that make sense? Like,
It could be it could be a situation like our own Earth. Imagine if we were to just go tunnel through the bottom of the ocean. People would know. People know it's dangerous. Like it's very clearly dangerous. But it's not like we have like roads down there or even systems really built for that. But that's not the best analogy, but you kind of get what I'm going for, right?
the only excuse that I could come up with is that like Boss Nass sent them to go through the core because he wanted to kill them, but then again,
Which, I mean, Jar
will
Jar
he gain
does
from
say
that?
that. Jar Jar
I was
says
say,
that Boss
yeah.
Nass is pretty much setting them up.
Which I would assume Jar Jar would know that because he's been through there. I mean, they did exile him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't
who's
know.
to
Yeah,
say
The
they
way
there's a
I
didn't
lot
see
send
of.
it,
him through that way? Either way, I don't think
I
it
definitely.
particularly matters. Because this was
I'm
all
just gonna.
sparked
Yeah,
by
I'm just gonna
it's
the
keep.
irrelevant.
this was all sparked by the weapons on the ship, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
that's the point I have contention with. So if Boss Nass is attempting to kill them, I can maybe understand why he gives them a transport with no weapons, but that still like just doesn't really answer the question because it's like why the fuck would you have a transport that has no weapons?
Well, there's it could just be like an equivalent of a car to them. Doesn't have to be like some tank. The equivalent of a tank
I
underwater for them, I
guess,
guess.
but
You know
like
what I
from
mean?
what we're shown, them being attacked by other things down there seems relatively common.
You
I
don't see
mean,
anything outside like
do
a kingdom or anything. It's just in the deep is where you see the monsters.
yeah, are we ever
So
shown that it's common that they're attacked by anything?
I
I mean, we
No,
only
but
really
Jar Jar also makes the comment that it's not a good idea to go through the core, so it's obvious that they know that there's something around them that's dangerous. Like, I don't think there's any way, shape, or form that they believe that they're just like completely safe. There's nothing out there. Like, I 100% believe that the Gungans knew that there's dangerous fish out there. I mean, that's just
Oh yeah,
clear.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, how often would they go? What reason would they ever have to go through the core? So I don't think they would have ships
and
dedicated to going through the core, because mostly they're just going up
But they
and down from
obviously
the
know that it's a
surface.
path to go through there, so you would assume that they
I
would
was gonna
have
say
gone
I
through
would
that
assume they would
before.
have made the
Yeah, they
trip.
have been through there. No, you're right.
yeah, but also it's clear that Boss doesn't really trust Qui-Gon and them. So why would he give them a ship with weapons on it?
Well, yeah, I
At
said
the
that.
same
It's
time, I
the
feel.
idea that if he is trying to kill them, I guess. Sure, maybe you don't give them a ship with weapons, but at the same time, my issue with that is I don't know as though you would have a ship with no weapons on it whatsoever.
If like there's no danger with going from Gunga City to the surface directly above it, so why would they bother
We
wasting
see plenty of
resources
other.
to make weapons on ships that don't require weapons?
I guess. I'm just willing to concede
Yeah,
it at
that's
this
kind
point. It's not a big deal.
of. Yeah, this is kind of like the most pointless. It's one scene in a movie that it's got some pretty janky stuff in it already.
There's worse stuff than this. I'm not really concerned about
Yeah.
it. So moving on, as long as you guys are good with that, because
Oh,
we cut away, then we cut back to this
No,
scene.
we have to talk.
Hmm.
We have to continue talking about the fish and that there's always bigger fish. I will not concede. We must continue to talk about this for
I'm gonna move
multiple
on.
hours.
You can keep
Gives
talking
it
about
time.
that if you want. So Palpy
Okay.
calls Gunray and he's like, "Hey, so listen, um, I need to figure out what we're doing. You sent your army to Naboo, right?" And he goes, "Yeah, we did that totally." And then he hangs up. And then the friend of Gunray there is like, so
Did you just call Palpatine Pelpy?
I did
What? Why would you do that?
because I wanted to.
Why? Why would you do that?
Before we get too far, I do have a problem with Newt Gunray and Sidious's exchange.
It might be what I'm gonna get to, but if you want to go ahead, take it.
This line from Palpatine: "I have the Senate bogged down in procedures." He has just revealed to Newt Gunray that he has power over the Senate and like is involved with the Senate.
That's a good point.
In and of itself doesn't give away his identity, but it severely limits the possibilities of who Darth Sidious could be. Like, I don't know, saying that
Does it imply that he doesn't know who Darth Sidious is?
The only people I would assume, I don't know, Newt Gunray isn't really the trustworthy type as we can see, and Palpatine doesn't really have any motivation to reveal his identity to Sidious. So I would assume that he hasn't.
Also, that line just kind of stupid. Like, they're bogged down with procedures. They'll have no choice. No. But them having no choice but to allow you to have control of the system, that would insinuate that you have some kind of leverage against them. But the leverage you presented is that, well, they're just bogged down with procedures.
Yeah,
that has nothing to do with the Trade Federation.
That doesn't stop them from having choice in this situation.
It's basically like saying they have too much paperwork to do, so they're just going to let you do whatever you want. It's like, no, that's not going to stop them. Like, what?
It's also like of all their issues, I'm sure the invasion of a planet would be high priority. Like, I'm sure they would take their time with something as big as this.
Right, but like again, this whole line that the whole point that like Palpatine says, like, well, they're bogged down with procedures, so I've got them doing busy work, so they'll have no choice but to.
Unless
that doesn't make any sense. Like,
is he saying that he's keeping them bogged down in procedures so that it takes forever for them to get to this incident? So that by the time they get to this incident, so by the time they get to this incident, he'll have engineered it to where they will have no choice but to control the system. Like that's not how it is now. Like he's padding time until it is.
You say that's not super explicit at all. That he says it as if it's like that it's like, you know, because they're bogged down with paperwork, they will have no choice but to let you do this. And it's like that in and of itself doesn't make any sense. Like,
yeah, I think it's him padding for time because he says by the time this incident comes up for a vote, which means that he doesn't currently have a way to ensure they will accept the control of Naboo, but by the time that they're forced to act on it, he will have a control over that. If you know what I mean, like he's keeping them tied up so that he can get it ready so that they won't have a choice.
No, I don't disagree with you. That's what he's implying. But again, just saying, like,
yeah, it's really it's worded
the
bad.
line in of itself is really weird. Yeah,
it's not well worded at all.
So, is that all we're gonna say about this particular line?
Well, I'm trying to figure this out. So we're talking about we're still on Palpatine calling Gunray, right?
Yeah.
So the only question that I had was Palpatine theoretically sent Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon surviving the attack, but I guess overall in the grand scheme of things it doesn't matter a ton. It is kind of weird that Gunray doesn't tell him that anyways, but I would assume Palpatine would already know to begin with. I mean,
but again, this is so conflicting because they don't want anyone to know about the Jedi, but then they treat it like it's not a big deal. The Trade Federation, I mean.
Yeah.
Like, this is just, like, the confliction here. Like, okay, so are they a big deal or are they not? Like, he's like, obviously they're a big enough deal that he won't tell Palpatine that they haven't captured them yet. Because he's scared to. But at the same time, they're not. It's not a big enough deal for you to actually do anything about it. Like,
yeah. Well, and again, I would think Palpatine would potentially be the person you would want to tell. It's like, yes, you've pissed him off, you've upset him. Fine. That's better than lying to him and then being like, it's okay, though, I fixed it later. It's like, what the fuck, guys?
What's even worse is the fact that they don't fix it later. And as far as we can see, Newt Gunray never faces repercussions from Palpatine for this.
Nope.
I mean, Palpatine does end up killing him, so...
I was gonna say,
yes, but that's
not a repercussion of this action, though.
Yeah, that's like 15 years later he kills him,
But at the
and it's
same
in a
time, like
completely unrelated.
he
As I say,
kind of he kind of gets what he deserves. Like, I'm not gonna
He does,
lie.
but I'm
Sure, but
saying
yeah,
for this
that's not.
particular for lying to Sidious, Newt Gunray never gets punished.
I mean, true, but I mean at the same time, I don't know, we've seen that happen in Star Wars before, where like they wait until way after the incident to actually do something about it. So I'm not. I don't know. I think in the grand scheme of things, Newt kind of gets away with it, but then he gets what's coming to him anyway. So
Yeah, well,
I
another
think.
thing I didn't consider is Newt Gunray's position is a major position of power. Palpatine might be mad, but he probably wouldn't want to throw that away.
I
That
guess he's
resource he
someone
Yeah.
he can
has.
control. Yeah.
I was about to say he kind of needs him. Maybe not needs him, but he's greatly advantageous to have. So that's what keeps him alive
Yeah.
for as long as that it does.
Right,
I mean,
until
he
the
uses
very
Newt
end, where
Gunray in the
he.
next two movies, so like obviously he was important to his plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I don't have
All
a
right.
problem with it.
All right. So
So are we?
let's keep
Are
going.
we good? All right.
Go back to the funny fish.
Yes.
Back to the
So
funny
we're
fish.
back on the funny fish.
Always
Now,
a bigger fish. Always a bigger
what
fish.
Shut up. Now, what irritated me with this was they break down. They only lose electricity like several yards, meters, however you want to phrase it. Doesn't matter. Whatever distance of measurement, unit of measurement you want to use, that's fine. Doesn't matter. They break down a significant amount of time after their power theoretically should have gone out, because I'm guessing the damage was caused by the gooberfish biting them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just goes out. Obi-Wan fucks with the wire. And then horror, there is a crocodile eel motherfucker right in front of them, and he wakes up and starts going after them. Now,
But he didn't. He didn't wake up from the ship approaching them. He only woke
yeah,
up once the ship turns back on.
he wakes up right at the moment where they can run from him. And it like
Yeah, if
it
he had woken up like 10 seconds earlier, they wouldn't have been able to escape.
it strikes me a lot like a video game where it's like, that this, if you take another step, it's the boss's loading zone. And so you just kind of chill out in the hallway and you're like, man,
That's exactly what it
I'm just gonna take in the aesthetic of what's going on here in the background. And then, you boot the ship back up and then you take that step and then the boss loads in and then you're in the battle. It's like, oh. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck, guys?
That is
it's like
like
they
the
were sitting
perfect
outside
analogy.
the loading. They were sitting outside the loading zone, crafting more materials so that they could have a better chance.
Well, not even. They sat outside the loading zone to fix their shit. It's like, oh, okay. So, anyways, that's the last note I have for that. Unless you guys have anything,
Among Us.
I'm gonna take that as we're good to go. So
I
we
got-
we're back at the invasion of Naboo, so to speak. So we talked about this a little bit earlier, but apparently Naboo just doesn't have a military, so the Trade Federation literally land and then just take the palace by storm.
So I'm
Yep.
guessing, because of how we know the movie ends, the security volunteers that the captain was referring to are the small group of people that Padme has with her during her portion of the end of the story. You know what I mean? So I guess
I'm guessing
that's
so. Well, and then I was going to say
thinking about it. That's
Go ahead.
like the couple pilots, the couple captains,
Yeah.
like the ragtag group of people she has protecting her during her third of the ending. Like that's her army basically. Which
Your army is like 12 volunteer pilots and Captain
why
Panaka. It's
why
like,
would you
oh.
not have why would this planet not have an army?
Well, I don't know, but I can tell you for sure that this place would absolutely have an army after what happens in this episode.
Granted, let's be real. This is a planet that elected a 14-year-old to be their queen. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not
that-
saying
Yeah.
that's defense. I'm saying it's consistent characterization of the planet of Naboo being completely retarded.
Yep. Well, I still don't understand how you elect a queen, but we'll get to that.
I mean, it does happen.
I guess, but
I'm more caught up on electing a 14-year-old.
well, yeah.
I kind of see it as, first off, Queen Padme or whatever, is very clearly anti-war, and people these days, they think war equals gun and gun defense still gun war. So I could see someone today, a country today, doing this. So honestly, I don't think it's that believable personally.
You mean unbelievable, or
That's what I meant. Yeah.
yeah?
I immediately was like, wait,
I
did
don't know.
I say
I feel like
believable?
there's got to be somebody on Naboo that has the same like values as Padme, but isn't a 14-year-old girl.
It reminds me a lot of the Family Guy Star Wars clip where it's like, "Hi, can we get some solid military strategy? Maybe from a man, perhaps."
That's not what I was trying to say. I was saying don't elect a literal child.
Yeah, I know.
but-
Wait, I think I
Do they
got it.
actually talk about electing her, or does that ever come up?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
they say that she was elected. Palpatine says that when they're about to vote or call for Chancellor Valorum to be taken out and replaced.
Yep.
He says that she is the recently elected Queen of Naboo.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I think this is just an amazing allegory for what happens when you take away a country slash well, I'll say country because it's very clear that countries and planets are kind of the same in this in Star Wars. They're kind of
Mhm.
parallels to countries. This is what happens when you take away all their guns. And so this is what happens. This is an allegory of what gun control does. So what's his name? Not Mark Hamill, the director.
George Lucas.
George Lucas is just an avid gun control hater, as he should be. I think that's what this is really all in an allegory for.
Yes.
My own headcanon.
So, Cam, I think it was you. Yeah, it was you. When we were rewatching it, you pointed out something. So, we have Queen Amidala looking through the window. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Oh, I know where you're going
Alright.
with this.
Go ahead, take it away.
So Queen Amidala stands in the window and she watches as Newt Gunray and Rune, that's the other green guy, enter her palace. And then it immediately cuts in the next shot. Well, not the next shot, but when we see her and Newt Gunray walking together later after they've captured her, she is in a entirely different wardrobe, has a completely different hairstyle, and has completely different makeup. And it's like, so why are you changing? You have more important things to do right now than change your outfit. Like,
I
get
legitimately,
your priorities straight.
I legitimately think the reason they can't have an army is 'cause she's using the fucking tax money on her goddamn outfits.
She's literally, what is her name? The Let Her Eat Cake.
Marie Antoinette.
Yeah.
Marie
Yeah, she's
Antoinette.
literally Marie Antoinette. I think it's actually, a social commentary on materialism. Because clearly George Lucas is a very deep philosopher so far. So.
Yes, obviously. Now.
Oh wait, no, I know the joke I was gonna make. I was gonna say, when she was just a little girl, her father said, "Drip or die," and she chose drip.
Fuck.
Well, she ain't dead yet, is she?
She
Well,
will
she
be.
didn't die. Actually, no, she died. She didn't die for a couple more movies. So
Yeah, notice that her
Spoilers,
drip started to
jeez.
fall off in
I was
Attack
about
of
to
the
say
Clones.
spoiler, but
Oh.
if you don't know that Padme dies, then oof.
Yeah, in a 18-year-old movie. Is it 18 now? 2005?
It's been a while, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm 17, and that was a year after. I'm
Let me-
17.
Yeah,
What?
you're not 17,
I'm
dumbass.
not 17 anymore. I'm 18. Sorry. Actually closer to 19 than 17. so
Phantom
wow.
Menace released it. No, May 19th, 1999. Damn, this
Yeah,
movie's
I'm saying Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Revenge of the Sith, I'm
I
pretty
think
sure was
Revenge of the Sith
2005.
is 2005, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, if we have to
movie
put a
my
spoiler
age,
warning in front of
you
an
should not
18-year-old
spoil.
movie, like, just
What?
there's something wrong with you. If you really
Oh.
are angry about spoilers for an 18-year-old movie.
Yeah. Why would you click on an analysis of one of them?
Yeah, why would you watch a multi-hour
Yeah.
breakdown of whatever? Moving on. So the last note that I have for the invasion of Naboo is that Obi-Wan kicks 2 droids and that kills them.
Oh, yeah. He jumps up, fucking kicks him in the chest, and they die. Like, I don't even have a
That's
huge
battle
problem
droids
with it.
for
It's
ya.
just goofy.
It's just a little bit goofy, yeah.
I love battle droids.
Not to mention the fact that Jar Jar fucking hangs off the side of the ledge like an idiot.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
none of them shoot him.
Honestly,
Mhm.
if I were
Shoot her,
Qui-Gon, I would take a
shoot her.
blaster and shoot Jar Jar. I don't care if he's on my team.
Boys, it's time to check if friendly fire's on.
I was gonna say, wait, is friendly fire on? Cam, do you have anything left for that scene, note-wise?
This is where the idea of signing a treaty first gets introduced, isn't
Oh
it?
no.
I have a big issue with the fact that apparently a treaty will make them hostily taking over an entire planet legal. Like, Hitler couldn't sign a treaty with Poland after he invaded Poland, and that would make it legal. Like, that's not how that works. I can't come into your house with armed weapons, take it from you and your family, and then have you sign the land deed over to me, and suddenly that makes me kicking you out of your own house illegal. Like, no, everything you did up to that treaty is still illegal. The treaty doesn't fix any of what you did. It just makes what you do going forward legal.
I will make it legal.
And so, I guess it's at this point that we should probably throw it out there. What the hell is the Fade Federation? Trade Federation's plans. What are they trying to do? Because I've seen the movie twice in the last 24 hours at least, and I have no fucking clue.
They kind of strike me as the U.S.
I mean, they say it right here. They need her to sign a treaty to make this invasion legal. They can't afford to kill her. Like, their whole point is just to capture her so that they can. But yeah,
right. But do you go what I'm asking? Because I get that that's what they're doing, but why are they doing that?
Why are they invading Naboo in the first place? What is their goal? This?
Yeah, because if the goal is quite literally Palpatine asked us to do this, it's like, well, at that point, you're not doing this for your own gain. I don't understand what it is that you are gaining or trying to obtain from this at all.
It's very clear that Palpatine serves to gain from this in pretty much every way. But, they don't know that Palpatine is Sidious, so they don't really know that. And, the Trade Federation itself, the only thing I can think of is, well, maybe Sidious promised them money. But at that point, how much money is worth committing an actual, war crime and potentially having your entire position within the Republic revoked?
About $69, I'd say. That's how much it would. That's how much you got to pay me to.
I do it for 2 Republic credits and a little sloppy.
I was just about to say a little sloppy.
That 99 Republic credit sloppy.
Oh no.
Credits are no good out here. I need you to blow me.
I need you to blow me.
Oh, that's how Qui-Gon could have gotten the new hyperdrive.
Just the
that is one way, I guess.
It's the most ungodly sloppy.
God.
But how do you say his name? Waldo? He's like
Watto.
Watto.
Where's Watto?
Where's Watto? Watto doesn't wear pants.
He needs to let his thing be out. As Samuel L. Jackson said in The Hitman's Bodyguard, they're called swinging dicks for a reason. I'm just saying.
Can we move on?
Yeah, what the fuck is happening? So Cam, is that the only thing you had left for that note?
I think so. Okay. I think that's all I have for this. Is the treaty is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I legit just do not understand what the Trade Federation wants, but all right. So anyways, unless you guys have anything, we'll keep going. So the droids. I'm sorry, let me back up. So Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan lead everyone to the hangar, and they basically come up with a plan. Some of them will stay behind for reasons, I guess, and the rest of them will leave because that's pretty much their only shot at telling the Republic about what's happened.
Wait, can I just point something out real quick, going back to what we just said?
Yeah, yep.
So you question what the Trade Federation's goal is here?
Yep.
Okay. So there's a funny little line from Qui-Gon here where he says, "There's something else behind all this, Your Highness. There's no logic in the Federation's move here." So even the movie doesn't know what they're planning.
Oh fucking god!
So is it literally just Palpatine was like, "Hey, you should do this for me"?
Okay, my only thought is that they're getting money.
Yeah, whatever the motivation was, they just never explain it.
I do not understand this, but
It's like,
Yep. So
we're
even
not
Qui-Gon
saying-
admits there's no logic to this. Like
Yeah.
they're just here to be the villain basically.
Okay.
and like none of us are saying that it's impossible for the Trade Federation to have a motivation, but like that's something we need to know. That is crucial to
Yep.
the plot. For right now, we know that the main villain, as far as we know, there is no motivation. They're just doing this.
Yep. Whatever. So, okay. Going back to what we were talking about, well, what I was talking about. So the droids have taken over the hangar. There's a bunch of pilots that are literally just sitting there on the ground. They're not like cuffed or anything. They're not tied up. They're just sitting there with a couple. I think it's like 5.
They're about to be.
Go ahead.
They're about to be the classic execution, but it's a hangar, so they didn't get to bury their own graves, so they just right to the back of the head.
Yeah, no. My only thing is, I don't know if they would be able to kill all of the droids. So, like, what could they realistically do to the droids where they could take all of them out?
they
in this
could-
game?
Oh, no, I'm not raising that
Oh,
point.
I could
I'm
do
just,
some serious things to those droids.
I'm just setting the scene. So there's a couple droids guarding them. I think there's like 2 clusters of people. There's a couple ships there. And the droids do not stop Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Padme, any of the fucking people that are walking in. Enough so that they get far enough into the hangar that they can get to the ship that is like right next to the hangar entrance. Before a droid finally stops them and is like, so what the hell are you guys doing here?
And I don't like this. Qui-Gon tries to like explain to the droids what he's doing, even though he can see that the droids have multiple innocent people being held captive.
Yep.
Like, shouldn't Qui-Gon's first move have been to just kill the droids and free all those people?
Well, no,
What makes
because
them
I
innocent?
wanna.
All right, someone go.
You don't know what they've done. Those could have
I'm
been
just gonna
people.
point out. I'm gonna.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm gonna point out 2 things really quick. Number 1, I have always hated the way he says Coruscant in this scene.
Coruscant.
Coruscant.
He pronounces it like Coruscant, like with a hard G for some reason. I've never, and I think part of the reason is it's Liam Neeson's like natural accent, but at
Yeah.
the same time, like it's Coruscant, like it's with a C, not with a G, and he's always said it like with a heart, like
Almost not.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
Yeah.
next time, like go back and like listen to how he says it. Because I swear to God, he says Coruscant, and I like even as a kid, I was like where are they going? Like that always confused me. So I always hated
Well, the
that.
droid got confused
Number
too. That's
2.
why he asked again.
Right.
Yeah, that's weird. Where are
I'm
you
sorry.
taking them?
He says it
Coruscant.
wrong twice though.
We're taking them to Coruscant. Where are you taking them? To Coruscant. It's like, why did we have to do that? It's just goofy.
I think there's. Yeah, never mind.
That's,
Don't worry about it.
so that's my number 1. Number 2, all of the droids know who Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are. And the reason I say that is because if, again, this is going back to the whole, are the Jedi a problem or aren't they a problem? If Newt Gunray was really smart, he would have sent out to all the droids, like, hey, these are the 2 Jedi we're looking for. If you see them, kill them.
Well, he
That's very easy to do.
actually that gets worse.
He
'cause
even checks in with his commanders.
I was gonna
at
say
various
he told
points
the
to
commanders,
ask them.
"Hey, so there's 2 Jedi out on the loose." So I
Right,
guess he just
and one
didn't
could
tell
argue that
any of these guys.
this isn't right, and one could argue that this isn't the same commander. But again, then that's just stupid tactically.
You told
Because why would you not
you
tell
told
your
one
entire
of several
droid army?
commanders, and you're just like, "Fuck it, that's good enough."
Right.
Yeah.
That-
My only
also,
thought is that
want,
they
they
don't
want to arrest.
fire.
Okay, here's my third thing. Right, they want to arrest them.
Yep.
They do not want to shoot them. They want to arrest them. What are they going to do with that? Like, what?
Well, and then
My
the-
only thought is that they need Padme alive, so they might not want to risk shooting at them.
yeah,
The thing that destroys that, though, is that the droids don't like hold guns up and threaten them at all. They don't seem to know who they are.
I'm pretty sure the line is, "Where are you taking them?" He explains, and then they're like, that doesn't compute." Actually, no, they try to arrest them. You're right. Never mind. I thought they started
Yeah,
shooting.
you're under arrest. And then they just start hitting like.
I just
You
again
couldn't have just done that before?
I'm still baffled they made it that far into the hangar before anyone stopped them, despite the fact that droids are fucking looking in their direction as they walk in.
Right.
Like, I don't, whatever.
Oh god, we're getting to the scene where it goes, power's back.
Oh
I
god.
forgot about that. Remember in the YouTube poop where it's
Yeah,
like, the power's
there
back.
are so
The
many
shields are
Power's
down.
back.
so
Power's
many
down.
of these
Shields are down.
scenes that
Shields are
going back
down.
through because of the different edits I've seen. It's like, oh no.
Right. So those
That
are
is
those
like-
are all of my things for that scene.
So-
Just those three things.
Okay.
The biggest one though is how he pronounces Coruscant. That has always bothered me. Like I don't know why.
Coruscant.
It just
The way
when
he
everyone
does it's
when
really
everyone else
weird.
calls it Coruscant, he goes to Gurusant. Like, shut up, bro.
Bruh.
All right.
Qui-Gon.
Is there...
What are you saying?
Cam, do you have anything? Nash, do you have anything?
YouTube poops are funny, and I like them.
Thank you. That was some great
Mm.
insight.
Some people don't. I talk to people sometimes. They don't know what a YouTube poop is. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what a YouTube poop is? You
Oh,
haven't
God.
lived, my friend.
Yeah, no,
Always
I
a
got
bigger
nothing.
fish.
Okay, so I have a bit of a note here. So they free the pilots and they start to kill all the droids and escape. Now, I pointed this out to Cam while we were rewatching. Several of the people climb onto the ship, and you'll notice if you watch, it looks like,
Like
about
at least 15.
I was gonna say it looks like at least a dozen people get on that ship. Now, when we cut back, it is Keira Knightley, Natalie Portman, the rest of the handmaidens or whatever you want to call them, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and a handful of pilots. I think it's like 3 of them, and then Jar Jar and the droids. And it's like, yeah, that is not what we saw in that last scene. So that's an issue. We have pilots just disappear.
Well, I have a solution.
And what would that
You
be?
got to eat something.
Oh,
Qui-Gon got hungry.
Qui-Gon got hungry, dude. A thick man like
Also,
him.
where do all the pilots go?
Hell.
I think
Yeah,
some
all
of them.
That they
some of them-
literally
I was gonna say some of them take off, but they don't. They just
yeah
leave.
they take off.
They
Well,
either-
no, some of them. I'm pretty sure some of them do take off, but where are they going? Like
Yeah, like,
worry about it.
what's their
they're
plan?
Naboo
Just fly
pilots.
away?
Like
Actually, thinking about it,
The
that's kind of
Into
dark
the
because
Twin Towers?
Newt Gunray has the line coming up where he's like, "Yeah, there was one cruiser that got away, so if any of them took off, they died."
Oof.
Yeah.
bottom.
Anyways, so yeah, that I have an issue with. But the other thing is, as these people are getting on the ship, Liam Neeson, or I'm sorry, Qui-Gon, I don't know why I call him the actor's name, but whatever. Qui-Gon just
Joe
stands in front of the hangar bay, like the hangar door on the ship, as people are going up it, and you can see there's laser bolts that he has to deflect so that none of those people get shot or killed. And I'm like, you might want to just move away from that so that you're not directly in the firing line for these people.
Yes, but if he's not there, they'll just be shooting at those people with nothing to deflect those bolts.
I guess that's fair. I don't know.
I think it's amazing that not a
Also
single
Obi-Wan,
person
who's super
manages to
kicking
get
people.
shot.
Well, I was going to say that's the next point I have is not a single person, not any of the unarmed pilots that are fleeing, not any of the blaster bolts that are shot at Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan miss and hit anybody. Like, everyone gets out fine.
It's a bit strange that in the same trilogy, even of this is the same, same trilogy as the Revenge of the Sith. No one's dying. Like we literally watch someone kill children, but it's too dark to shoot a random
Pilot, yeah.
random pilot we don't know anything about. So I don't know.
Yep.
Not
So-
just the women, but the children.
Do we have anything else,
I
or are
slaughtered
we good to
them
go?
like that.
I have something
I
as
hope
soon
not,
as
because we
they
are
take
barely a
off.
half hour in this fucking
Okay.
movie.
So we're gonna take off then. Cam, go ahead.
All right, so when they take off in the ship, they decide to head straight up, and they get intercepted by the blockade, because apparently none of them realized that if they had just exited the planet in pretty much any other location, the blockade would be nowhere near them, and they could just leave without trouble. Like, all they had to do was get in the ship, fly halfway across Naboo, and then leave the planet. And suddenly the blockade has no clue where they are, and they can just escape. But instead, they decide to drive straight into the blockade, which they know is trying to kill them, and they see no problem with that plan.
Yep.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Makes total sense to me.
I, too, like to drive into an active war zone.
Yeah, have you ever been to the Middle East?
That's where they're going, Tatooine. I don't
But
know,
yeah,
a lot of guys there.
basically.
To be,
A lot of guys
I mean,
there.
to be fair though, the blockade is surrounding the entire planet, so I don't think they could really fly out of it without running into them at
Well,
some
the
point.
the blockade is literally like 3 ships in a single area, though.
Even if it's more than that, it's not enough that
I
it covers a significant distance.
Like, they could find somewhere on the planet where there isn't a blockade. Like, I don't believe that the Trade Federation has enough ships to completely surround a planet. I don't know,
Then
it's
how would it
really
be a
weird.
successful blockade? I guess.
I see, and that's
That's
the thing.
another major issue.
That's the thing.
We were
think
talking about this
it's-
earlier.
Yeah, I think it's more than 3 ships, but it's not more than that by much.
Like, this would not be a successful blockade at all. The blockade being in space makes no sense. The blockade being on the ground maybe would work, because then you could disrupt the actual trade routes, but being in space does nothing, because people can just fly around you.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, at that point, you would basically have to invade the planet, which is what they fucking do. So it's like the blockade really doesn't work because you have it in space.
Maybe that's why trade blockades are legal in Star Wars, because they don't fucking work.
Well, apparently this one's been effective and it's legal, so don't worry about it.
True.
Anyways, yes, we are on the, I believe they call it a Nubian, and they are now in space. The shield generator on the ship is shot. And so it was at this point that I had the question, why the fuck wasn't the shield generator protected by the goddamn shield that it generates?
It makes sense. Even if it wasn't protected by the shield, shouldn't the shield generator have armor around it?
In Chile.
Nah.
That makes no sense.
It's so dumb. Like, did the people who designed the ships in Star Wars know anything about, like, wartime military vehicles having to protect your assets?
No. So, this brings me to the next little thing, which this isn't a flaw, I just think it's funny. So, the line, if we don't fix that shield generator, we're sitting ducks, implies that ducks exist in Star Wars.
Anakin owned a pet duck. Do you think 3PO can communicate with ducks? He does speak over 3,000 languages.
That implies that duck is a language.
Duck is a language, you racist.
I can't remember exactly. Does the Trade Federation do anything to attack them while their shields are down? Or do they just kind of wait for them to fix the shield generator?
As far as I'm aware, they are still shooting at them because we lose all but R2-D2 as far as astromechs, but I guess they shot the droids, they just didn't shoot the fucking ship.
They didn't shoot the ship. They shot the droids.
Yep.
And then we know that they have...
No, go ahead.
Well, they were probably shooting at the ship. I'm pretty sure they're shooting at the ship and their just aim is bad. So they're hitting the droids instead.
Wait, what's
Well,
even
the other
funnier
thing
about all
is-
this?
So it's weird that they hit them multiple times.
I'm just gonna jump in real quick. Back to
go
the
ahead.
treaty thing, just real quick, because this is coming up in the next scene with Palpatine. So, what was their plan with the treaty? They were gonna have her. They were gonna have the droids escort her somewhere to then sign the treaty.
I don't know why
Like,
you
why
didn't...
would they have
so.
Apparently they didn't have it written up. They were like in the... They were, revising it while they had her in custody.
Why wouldn't Why wouldn't they just have her sign it right then and there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were
And
revising
then
it.
write
They
it.
they couldn't have
Right.
her sign it. You know, they were trying to make sure that the legal jargon was where it needed to be. Obviously.
But you're invading a planet. You're already doing something illegal. Who cares at this point?
I love the idea that it's like the one time they capture her, they're just like, you know what? We'll have you sign that treaty someday. Someday.
Also, if this was Palpatine's plan all along to eventually invade Naboo, why wouldn't he have the treaty already made? Like, that seems like the bare minimum of planning he could do.
No.
That's a really good point, though.
Yep.
I did have another problem with them escaping the planet. That little donut hole ship is shooting at them with its cannons, and we see later in the movie that that ship has multiple fighter droids on it,
Yep.
and they never use those against Padme's ship.
Mm-hmm. So the other thing, it's kind of convenient that R2D2 is on this ship, and not only that, but he is the only one that survives.
I wouldn't say that's convenient, though, only because the reason he's so important in later movies is because he survives. It's not he survives
Yes,
because
that's
he's
not
important
my point.
later.
My point is it's convenient he is on this ship.
Oh, yeah. Like, he's just kind of been there.
Like, they happen to pick a single ship in a ship, it literally a hangar full of spaceships, and they pick the one that he is on.
Well, no, isn't this her personal her personal ship?
Is it?
What do you mean?
This is
what-
Padme's
I'm
personal
pretty sure
ship.
this is her.
Well, then
This is
that
Padme's
creates
personal cruiser.
that creates a different problem then, because her personal ship is an identifiable brand that Watto is aware of.
Well, the car that JFK got shot in was his personal car, but, like, that's still an
I guess.
identifiable brand. It's like, I don't know. I don't find it unreasonable that she would have a
But this is
brand
the-
name car or ship
Yeah,
and
but-
not a custom made one.
But this is the first time R2D2 is shown, isn't it?
Yep.
So, why does it matter? I'm confused.
Well, he was more saying it was convenient that they picked a ship that had R2 units on it. Not necessarily R2D2 in specific.
Okay. I'm like, what do you mean?
Either way, I
This
think
the
it
first
is still
time
kind of incidental that the ship that they happen to pick is, well, not even the ship that they happen to pick. It's they happen to have R2 on this ship. It's like I think it's convenient. I don't necessarily think it's like a gaping plot hole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's like, why do you have 3 different R2 units on a ship just sitting there?
Yeah.
because it's Queen Amidala's ship.
Well, it's obviously to fix the things they need to fix. That's why they sent them up in
It's
the first
because
place.
the shield.
Well,
whoever did
yeah,
the shield
I guess-
generator's a fucking moron.
Yeah, I guess that's true. She probably did just have them on there to repair in case the ship got damaged out in space.
I guess.
That's exactly. I mean, that's
Yeah, that's the
what
point
we
of
have to
R2
believe,
units.
'cause
That's
'cause
what we
that's
see
what they do.
doing
Like,
in Revenge of the Sith. That's what he does with Anakin's ship too. So I'm assuming that's like a major function of R2 units then.
Yeah, I'm not contesting why they're there. I'm just contesting. I guess not even contesting. I'm just saying like
R2D2 specifically
it's
is there.
kind of convenient that it's R2D2 specifically, considering his importance. I don't think it's like a huge issue.
I don't know because isn't this what would technically cause his importance? So this would be kind of a logical progression because his actions in this movie cause him to be well liked by Queen Amidala and those people, and that's what gets him where he is in the next few movies, and then that's what propels him to be important in the OT.
I guess so. Yeah. I was gonna say I'm good with that, so I don't have a ton else on that. Cam, you have any other notes?
Not until they fix the shield and are like just talking.
Okay, well, go for it.
We learn from Keira Knightley calling Padme that her idea of laying low is using her real name. Even though I'm pretty sure since she was elected, call me crazy, but most voters probably wouldn't vote for someone whose first name they don't even know. Like, because if if people know that Queen Amidala's first name is Padme, then why would Padme want to go by her own name when pretending to be someone that's not the queen?
Yep.
So it's like either the election system on Naboo is really, really fucking stupid, or Padme's really stupid and is using her own name
Her first name was Queen.
for no
You just
reason.
don't get it.
Oh, I forgot about that. She's
Like
Freddie
Obama's
Mercury.
Obama's first name is president.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Well, now it's
Obviously.
former. Now
Yeah.
it's former, and his middle name is president.
I don't know. When he changed it to that, I thought that was really weird, but whatever.
It was forced. He was forcing it on the American people, and I didn't like it.
So the one thing I did find kind of funny about this scene was Keira Knightley is basically like, "Hey Padme, how about you go scrub that droid, bitch?"
Oh yeah.
Which is basically the equivalent of you go to your boss, you're just like, "Hey, how about you do my work? How about that?"
Well, yeah, but at the same time, she's undercover. But yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's kind of like a,
I guess.
haha, you're undercover, do my work, bitch.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you have three other
Slave.
decoys, whatever the hell you want to call them, that you could
Slaves.
potentially use. Like,
They're
it seems really, really weird, but alright.
The other thing with that is her sending Padme to go wash R2 means that Padme is now nowhere near Qui-Gon and them as they discuss very important details.
Yep.
And it's like, if there's one person who should be hearing those details, it's the Queen.
Yeah,
Like, the actual
14-year-old
queen. Like, Padme should be privy to all the details that, pertain to whether or not her planet will survive. But Keira Knightley's kind of just like, nah, fuck you, go watch this droid.
Yep. Well, that just makes more work for her, too, because now you're going to have to fill her in on everything
Yup.
that happened. But whatever.
And you're going to have to put in the work to make sure you fill her in when you're alone so that nobody
I was going to
figures
say,
out
you're going
that
to
she's
have
the
to...
real queen.
Yep.
Like, it's a lot more work.
So I guess we skipped a scene. So Palpy calls Gunray for a second time and goes, "Hey, so
Second time. This is like a third time he's talking to him in the
calling
movie.
it
Yeah.
Palpy. It's gonna kill me.
One of these times it's going to be a booty call, and we're going to get the greatest scene in Star Wars history.
so as far as I'm aware, it
Coke
happens
Daddy?
4 times. This is only time number 2, but maybe I miscounted. Either way, he basically is like, "Yeah, so I know you fucked up. I have someone here to clean it up for you. Here's Darth Maul," and then Darth Maul, I guess, steps into the hologram recording booth. And then appears in the call.
He just lifts his head from giving the most
Mhm.
goddamn
I
serious.
just
Can you
Sloppy.
fucking imagine that? My apprentice, Darth Maul. And Maul just appears from Palpatine's
under the
crotch.
desk. Oh no.
You just see Palpatine's robes get lowered back over.
Oh. Why?
Christ, you guys.
Why?
It's getting that 99-cent Dathomir and sloppy.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's why they
bro.
have the rule of 2, because Palpatine's too much for multiple men to handle.
Oh my god, don't you guys love it? That episode of the Clone Wars where the entire planet gets genocided. That's actually unironically my favorite episode of the entire show. You
I'm
know,
trying to remember that one. Is that the one where they
It-
go to Dathomir, or is that a different one?
I think that's Dathomir. I don't remember the name of the planet, but that's my favorite because it's one of the few that General Grievous is actually like a total badass the entire episode.
Are we're gonna keep moving.
No.
So Tatooine, they show up there because they think that is the best option for them, since the Hutts control it, and they
That means
can
the Trade
theoretically
Federation won't be there.
lay low. Yes, and the Trade Federation won't be there. Now, I have 2 points of praise.
How about you trade yourself some bitches?
I have
Get
2 points of
fucked,
praise.
Gunray.
One of them, this movie fucks up later, but we'll get to that. So, point of praise number 1. They deliberately land in the outskirts. They're planning ahead. They want to send a couple people into town, and they are deliberately going to the outskirts to avoid drawing attention to themselves. I'm like, okay, cool. We have the characters making smart decisions. Thank you. Now,
Palpatine's getting ahead, if you know what I mean.
Nash, shut the fuck Now, the second point of praise that I have is Qui-Gon tells Obi-Wan, hey, so they might be trying to find us, so do not let them accept any communications whatsoever. Do not
Well,
send anything. Do not
he
send, I
says
should
don't
say.
let them send any,
Which is
which we
important.
learn later
I was
is
gonna say,
completely useless.
which is
but
important to distinguish, but it's useless, as we'll see. So, several people who got on the Nubian, as we see them leave the hangar in Naboo, have completely disappeared now that we're on Tatooine. I like to think that they were just like, yeah, we're a few people over, so some of you guys are going to have to just jump out and kind of take your chances in space.
I
Yeah,
prefer
pretty
the
much.
cannibal theory. Thank you.
The cannibal theory could work too, yeah.
It's very valid. We got to get Matt Pat on that right away.
So,
Jesus.
oh god. So
Oh,
I
God.
have 4 points
Dude,
in a row.
You're already stirring up drama on the channel. Sorry, continue.
I have 4 points. 3 of them are all tied to each other. So before I get into that, Cam, do you have anything? Do any of you have anything actually,
I have autism.
other than that?
That's true. Kind of. I'm confused on why, as they leave the ship, Qui-Gon decides it's a good idea to bring Jar Jar and R2 with him.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to get at. So I guess I'll just jump in. So,
Because for some reason, Qui-Gon thinks that Jar Jar is so useful, but he's not.
well, I'm
Jar
gonna.
Jar almost gets them
We've
into deep trouble while they're out
we've seen
multiple
Yes.
we've seen
times.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw that when they were underwater in the what do you call it, the Bonga or whatever.
Yep.
Bongo.
Una Bonga or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
We see
So-
it again with
So
Boba,
for
too.
some reason, Qui-Gon just thinks that Jar Jar is like this very intelligent creature, but he's not.
Well, there's a line
Even though he
that makes
says
this
before.
worse. I believe it wasn't in the version that you and I watched, Cam, but Jar Jar immediately after walking however far it is away from the Nubian makes a comment. He's like, yeah, the sun is murdering my skin. Just like, oh, well, you're not very far. You probably should not go
Yeah.
with them.
Right.
Like, he could be
So-
exaggerating, but
You
either
mean,
way, his
Either way,
species isn't built for this.
Exactly, which
Don't,
is why
don't bother.
him being a bungling moron aside, like, you shouldn't bring him to begin with. It's it's
almost
potentially
like his species is
life-threatening to bring him. Like, don't do it.
Honestly, at that point, fucking bring him. Keep him out in the sun for a few hours. See what happens.
get him nice
He's gonna
and
look like
crispy.
shrimp after he gets the fucking suntan and smiling
Oh
friends.
my god.
And he's cooked.
Oh, he's cooked all right, but I think in a different way than you mean.
God.
The whole show is cooked.
So the next question I have is, why does R2-D2 come with them? Because he can't really translate anything. And he's kind of just there to be there. And then I realized he is literally there to meet C-3PO, and that's it.
Yeah, there's no in-universe explanation. He just kind of goes with them.
Yeah, he's basically there for the meta. Now the last bullet point.
It's called Mad Boy.
How do we feel about Padme going with him?
I think that's
Well, the
one of
only
few
excuse
things in this
that the
movie.
Queen
You
the
go.
only thing the Queen like says is that she's interested in the planet. So she sends the Queen. They don't know it, but she sends the Queen, the most important person in the ship,
Mm-hmm.
to go investigate a planet she is possibly quote unquote interested in. After learning that the whole planet is controlled by ruthless gangsters who, as Captain Panaka says, will literally kill her if they know who she is. So, all in all, it's not very smart. But again, it's kind of like R2-D2. She's kind of just there to meet Anakin. So,
Well, I do have a thing.
Well,
You go first, Nash.
first off, she's a 14. Was she 14?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, like obviously a child is going to be curious. Children are curious. And she's a queen. She's a child, but basically she can get away with whatever she wants because she's the queen. So it's like if your toddler had authority over you. And second of all, once again, she's a queen, so like, who's gonna tell her no? So I don't know.
So here's my thing. If the Trade Federation manages to track them to Tatooine, what's the first thing they're going to find? Padme's ship. So being there would not be very safe for Padme at all. Being near the actual Jedi Master with, I'm assuming, decades of training and experience, far away from anyone from the Trade Federation, is probably the safest bet for them in terms of if somehow the Trade Federation does track them, which does happen, they find the ship, Padme is nowhere near there. She's safe from the Trade Federation. And basically all she has to do is not tell everyone that she's the queen, and she'll be safe in town too.
Quote unquote safe.
Yep.
As safe as one can be in Mos Eisley.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's like, I don't know, given the circumstances, the safest place for Padme is as far from the ship as possible. Mm-hmm. Since that's the first thing the Trade Federation would find. Like, that's the first thing Maul finds when he gets there, is where their ship is located.
Yep. I guess I'm in the interesting camp. I see the merits of her going and her staying, so I'm kind of just indifferent to this. It doesn't really matter. So unless you guys have anything else, we'll keep going. So, they get to Mos Eisley. Qui-Gon says, "Hey, let's try this small shop over here." And in doing
I think
so,
we skipped that.
did we?
Obi-Wan does tell Qui-Gon that, yeah, the hyperdrive's fucked. We can't really get anywhere fast enough without it.
Yep.
So that's what they're looking for.
Yep. So yeah, they're just wandering Mos Eisley now. They're looking for parts to replace on the Nubian, so that they can fix it up and get the hell off the planet. And so Qui-Gon says, "Hey, let's try this shop. It's this quaint little thing." And they go in and happen to bump into the Chosen One.
I am the Chosen. Well, it's fate.
Please don't appeal to fate.
That would literally, that argument would work for anything though, which is why it doesn't really work.
Come.
I mean, wait, so do you have a problem with them bumping into Anakin?
It's extremely convenient that they bump into him here, yes.
Okay.
So, like, I think what Chris is saying is the one place where they can find the thing that they need to fix their ship also happens to be the place where they find the Chosen One, who has an entire prophecy around him and has been sought after by the Jedi for God knows how long. Those two places just happen to be the same thing.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't have a huge problem with it, but it's like it is a bit confusing.
Yeah, I don't.
If you believe he's the Chosen One, and there's a prophecy, then wouldn't that be considered fate itself, anyways?
Yes, and I take big issue with the existence of the prophecy to begin with. I think it's a really stupid thing to include in a story like Star Wars.
So I guess to explain my stance, the film does say, they have Qui-Gon say at one point, they're like, yeah, us meeting, it wasn't chance, it was fate. It's like, okay. So you were destined to come to Tatooine because of these very specific circumstances to find Anakin, in which you needed him to complete a race for you, in which you could then convince his slave owner to bargain with you so that you could barter for his freedom. It's like, that is extremely convoluted to the point that it's like, if they are in a different section of the galaxy or there is a different planet available, they would probably go there. The odds that this happens and he happens to be here and he can do the thing that they need him to do is just astronomical.
The problem with that, though, is the movie does explain it as it's the will of the Force. It's pretty much its fate is the in-universe explanation, which creates a whole bunch of problems.
Again, that's what I'm saying.
Now they have a get-out-of-jail-free card for any bad writing.
The explanation
this was
really
fated
weak.
to happen.
Yeah.
And it's just... like that explanation can make the majority of the sequel trilogy work now, which is why George Lucas introducing the idea of fate and there being a prophecy. It really weakens any stakes.
So moving on, they yell at Jar Jar for touching stuff, and so again I have to ask, why did you bring him?
He's literally like my dad when I was like 10. My dad would always say, "Don't touch stuff," and I'd be like, "Dad, but look at this." He'd go, "I just told you not to touch stuff." That's literally Jar Jar in this scene,
Yep.
and it gives me PTSD.
We then have the "Are you an angel?" conversation, and I just want to say, George Lucas, please shut the fuck up. Anakin, please shut
Come
the
on,
fuck
that's
up.
so cute. Just kidding, no, it's not.
I don't know. I don't really have any problem with that conversation. I mean, is
Not
it corny?
funny.
Yes.
As I say, I just think the dialogue's cringe.
Okay. Well, it's a little kid trying to flirt, I guess. I don't know.
Dude, bro's
Yeah,
got
my flirting
he's
skills are
cooking.
so
Let him
much better.
cook.
Oh, God.
Bro's got Riz.
Bro's
even-
got that
don't
white
even
boy
deny
Riz,
him.
dude.
Anakin's got that light
He
skin
does.
stare, and he's trying to get in there.
He's just got Riz. Leave him alone.
I mean, can you blame it? It's Natalie
He's got
Portman.
that
I don't
chosen
blame
one
him.
Riz.
What do you mean?
Natalie Portman's kind of mid.
What?
Natalie Portman's kind of mid.
No.
Nash, you said Margot Robbie was
One-
mid.
yeah,
you don't
100%.
get to say
Yeah,
anything.
you have
Oh,
no
God.
right.
Natalie
You have no
Portman,
right to
dude. What
judge
do you
anybody
mean?
when you have the opinion that Margot Robbie is mid. So shut up.
I
Your
will.
opinion is invalid.
Guys, can I tell you something quick?
No.
I second Anthony's motion that Natalie Portman
Thank
is
you.
mid.
She is
I
not.
love how
mid.
she was
She
actually
is,
like
though.
20 in the movie, but she actually looks 14, even though she's not actually 14.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Natalie Portman is definitely mid, 100%.
What the fuck?
That's
Oh.
Y'all are tripping.
that's the
on
biggest
serious
problem with this
shit.
movie is they picked the most mid actress to play Queen Amidala.
Okay, she's not Lisa. Don't get me wrong. She's not Lisa, but she's definitely
She's
not
not
mid.
Lisa.
Lisa
Dude,
from The
fucking
Room.
Lisa.
God damn it.
Dude,
What do you
she's
mean,
no
who is
Tommy
Lisa?
Wiseau, but she's kind of hot.
What
A
the
little
fuck,
bit.
guys. I do want to point out I did this last time when we covered The Prestige. We have officially done a bad. We're now talking about the film for longer than the film.
Oh no. Well, I haven't, so I haven't sinned.
You will definitely
we'll get you to
sin
that
by the
point.
time we're
It's
done.
fine.
Not only have we done it longer than the film, we've spent 3 hours talking about half hour of the movie.
Listen, we're getting there. That's not a bad ratio, really.
That's a really good.
It's a pretty
ratio.
that's
Yeah.
a pretty bad ratio.
Yeah, but it's not like this movie is The Prestige. The Prestige is like a gospel, like one of the greatest movies ever.
I was gonna say
Let's
we
talk
got a
about
lot more
Phantom
to.
Menace.
If you
We're
like I
talking
said,
about
if you guys have to
always
bow out at
stupid.
any point, just let me know.
That means that we've spent 10 minutes every hour. Every hour we spent talking about 10 minutes of the movie.
Listen,
And
we
that's a really good
That's
ratio.
not
That
a good
means
ratio.
That means we're having an actual discussion, though.
Plus ratio.
Yes. Well,
plus
here's the other
amazing
thing.
work.
I'm gonna throw this out here. So I had, I think, 11 pages of notes. We are now at 6.5 technically. We're getting there.
Yeah,
Slowly.
the first
Okay.
part of the movie has a lot more problems than the latter parts.
Okay.
Mannequin.
Yeah. So.
All right, then let's just keep going. I'd like to get this done tonight.
All right. So we have the line, "I'm a person and my name is Anakin," which does not refute the fact that what Natalie Portman said before that is right, which is that Anakin is a slave.
Well, real quick, just remember this for later. Qui-Gon tells Watto,
Oh, fuck,
I need
yeah.
parts for a J-type 327 Nubian. He says that it's a Nubian. Just remember that
I
for
was
later.
gonna say I have that written down here. Just keep that in mind for later. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Never mind. While we're on that subject, Watto says that he is the only store on Tatooine that has the parts that our heroes need. Meaning, apparently, first off, he isn't lying, or Qui-Gon is extremely naive and just believes him, and they never check another store. And that also means that our heroes happen to pick the first store that they picked happened to be the only one that had the thing that they needed.
I don't know. I think it's a lot more likely that Watto's just lying to try and make sure that they don't go anywhere else.
That's my assumption, but at the same time, it's like, if his words are truthful, like, goddamn.
Yeah, it's just we have no reason to believe his words, considering he does like pretty much nothing
Yeah.
but lie.
I know. I will say best faith is he's lying, but I just figured I'd throw it out there in case he ain't. So the next question I've got: did Qui-Gon really not know that mind tricks didn't work on Toydarians?
Here's the thing. This doesn't exact account now. There are other examples. Well, no, because that would be appealing to stuff that's not in the movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but we do see throughout the Star Wars universe that just it takes more than being a certain species to be susceptible or non-susceptible to mind tricks.
Yep.
Like some humans are too smart to have mind tricks used on them, but others are dumb enough to have it used on them. Like it more or less depends.
Mm-hmm. And the last little note I've got here is, why do they never consider stealing the parts, stealing a ship, or threatening Watto at any point? You are on a significant time crunch. You need to get back and tell people about what's happening. You don't, like, if there was ever an ideal time to break the rules, it's here. You are on the planet that is known for that.
See, if Obi-Wan was the one that did this, the guy who said, we don't have time for this would have been done a lot quicker.
Yeah. There's also
Obi-Wan's just the more efficient.
Why aren't they contacting the Jedi Council? They're not having their communications disrupted anymore. Like, why don't they just contact the Council?
Rip Nash.
Yo, he's fucking dead, bro.
Alright, I guess we'll keep going.
Oh.
Cam, you were saying something. Sorry.
So on their communications were disrupted by the Trade Federation on Naboo, but they're on Tatooine now. So why are they not just communicating with the Senate or the Jedi Council, telling them what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are very loud.
How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. I guess my laptop died,
Oh,
so that's why I left.
nah,
Your dad left because you're a disappointment.
he's coming back with the milk. He'll be back next week. He told me.
Sugama. Sugama balls. What did I miss?
I'm trying to figure out why they're not contacting the Jedi Council or the Senate now that they're on Tatooine, which means that their communications are no longer being disrupted.
Because
And all of
Palpatine is
them,
the Senate.
that's true,
So if they
Didn't they
contact the Senate, they're just going to contact Palpatine.
but they don't know that.
That's true. He's too big.
He's too big. They had to widen the Senate chamber so that he could fit down the hallway because he's too muscular.
Jesus.
I thought they weren't supposed to send communications so they couldn't get tracked.
Oh shit, are we already at that?
No, I'm asking why they aren't communicating with the Jedi Council.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I guess that could work, that they can get tracked that way.
I would assume that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense now.
Idiot. God.
Idiot? You think I'm an idiot? Wait till we get back to that communications thing, because that gets really bad in a minute.
It gets really bad, back to back, actually. But we'll get to that in a second. So, as long as you guys are good, the next scene is them meeting Sebulba. And all I have here is that it's a good thing Anakin passes through at the same time as them, so that he can help save Jar Jar from Sebulba.
Yeah, Jar Jar would have gotten his shit rocked.
Like, if Anakin's house is on the other side of town, then Jar Jar just dies, I guess.
Not gonna lie, I prefer the universe where Anakin's house is on the other side of town. Then, you know,
I think we all.
in that universe, Jar Jar never helps Palpatine get into office, so he never becomes Emperor.
True.
It's a net positive.
So Sebulba could have. So Anakin screwed the universe more than once.
Oh yeah,
If Anakin hadn't stopped Sebulba, Sebulba would have killed Jar Jar, and then Jar Jar wouldn't have been around to give Palpatine emergency powers. He wouldn't have had the power to start the Clone Wars, and yeah, this whole thing wouldn't have happened. So
Oh, actually,
the whole thing is Anakin's fault.
Shit. I do have a problem then, because I just realized the only reason Anakin is there is because Watto lets him
Watto?
go home early.
well yeah. There's a lot that goes into. I don't think Sebulba would have killed Jar Jar,
Probably not, but
he would have beat the shit
still,
out of him.
yeah.
It wouldn't have changed things that much, considering Qui-Gon was right there.
Jar Jar would have been like T-Pigs
Well-
in a rap battle, man. He would have just gotten absolutely destroyed.
I don't think it would have changed
You're
much.
gay. While that may be true, fucking worst comeback in a rap battle I've ever heard.
You're gay. Well, that may be true.
True. That man died on the spot.
Alright, guys, we gotta keep moving.
No.
So never mind, I don't even remember what the fuck my point was.
I don't know. I think even if Anakin doesn't save Jar Jar,
Oh, never mind.
Qui-Gon does. So
Yeah, no,
not a lot.
my problem
Nothing changes.
my problem wouldn't be that. I don't care about that. It's the fact that if Anakin isn't out at that time, he does not offer them shelter, which is what they need in 2 scenes from now.
Yeah. Yeah, so if Watto isn't feeling especially generous that day and
Yep.
offers to let Anakin go home early, then all of a sudden they have no shelter, and they never get to
Talking
meet
ball
Anakin's
towards
mom.
her.
And
Also
then
known as
they never have a
CBT.
reason to, recruit Anakin and do any of the rest of this trilogy.
Mm-hmm. So back on the ship, Obi-Wan is told by Qui-Gon before he leaves to not allow them to communicate with the others, specifically not to send any communications. Yet he allows them to accept a transmission from the old man that looks like Santa, who stayed behind on Naboo. After that communique finishes, he basically says, "Don't answer, it's a trick. They're trying to establish a trace." Anything else with that scene?
No, I think I agree with what you're saying. I think that's
Okay.
a little weird.
So Anakin brings the others to his house. I'm going to skip over him dealing with that old lady and getting the whatever thing so that he can see Qui-Gon's lightsaber. That's not a euphemism, by the way.
Hurry back, Annie.
Um,
Storm's coming.
I'm coming, Annie.
oh no.
The storm may be dry, but I'm wet. Annie.
Oh, stop.
Oh God.
So
Jar.
So Anakin brings all of these people back to his house, and his mom is there, and she's just like, "Oh, hi." Like, she's just okay with these random-ass people.
Hello there.
She's just okay with these random-ass people in a droid just chilling out in her house, I guess.
Well, I said to Chris, this is also a
warm
huge
and
dick
welcoming
move.
person.
This is just a huge dick move because they're now forcing a slave to feed 4 people. It's like, her salary can't be good. Now she has to feed 3 more people. Like, you guys are assholes.
I'm not sure if you you understand the definition of slave. I don't think. Do they have salaries? Because that's not what it means to be a slave.
Slaves can be paid.
I would. They
I'm
have to be.
assuming
In this
they're
case, they have
considering
to be able to make a
the
living.
resources that they have.
Yeah.
Like, Anakin wouldn't have any of the stuff he has to make C-3PO or his pod or stuff if they weren't getting paid in some way.
He could have just stolen those pieces from the scrapyard, shoved them up his ass. I don't know.
I guess, but that's a lot of pieces to steal.
It's a lot of pieces to shove up your ass, too.
Nah,
But he wouldn't do it all at
Well,
once.
Yes.
maybe
He's a
for
dark
some
side.
people.
Well,
on
no
his side.
shit, but I'm just saying a kid stealing all the stuff he steals. It's like, I don't know, man.
Dude, I think if you use the Force a little bit, you could get a pod racer up your ass. Like,
What the fuck?
let's be realistic here.
Well, clearly, I don't know. I wouldn't say clearly, but probably Boba uses him for the pod racing thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
What?
It's better to come in the sink than to sink in the cum, you know?
That's a classic.
What the fuck,
Classic
guys?
line.
Okay. So Anakin building C-3PO makes it a issue that in the OT he just never recognizes the fucking droid he built.
I mean,
What?
in the OT, is there really an not even an opportunity, is there ever a reason why he would bring up that he built C-3PO?
I guess not, but at the same time, like, it's kind of weird if you look at like episode 5 where he openly sees a giant teddy bear carrying the droid that he built. It's like, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. I don't know. I guess it doesn't change much. It's just, I don't know. I think it's fucking bizarre.
I think it's very unnecessary to make.
You there, Cam? I think you
Void.
cut out.
Just from scratch.
Yeah, you cut out.
I did.
Yep.
I said,
I think you cut out again.
Anakin built C-3PO in a
in a
cave
cave with
with a
box
bunch of
scrap.
scrap. It's literally like that.
Obadiah Stain's the Emperor.
Where he's yelling at Sebulba for losing the race to Anakin.
Anakin built his pod.
Yeah, what the hell is happening? Everyone keeps cutting out.
Power.
Can you guys hear me?
Anyway.
No.
Alright, I think I gotta leave the call quick and then rejoin. Hang on. Alright, I'm back.
Alright, I heard that.
Okay. Yeah, because you guys, that happened like 3 or 4 times where Cam, you just started talking and then it cut out for like 10 seconds and then I got nothing. So. Are we good to continue?
Oh, butt cock smock.
Hello? Hello? Jesus.
Are you there, Chris?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I
Hello?
can hear you now.
What the fuck is happening? Okay. Are we ready to keep going?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Anakin happens to be building a pod racer, which is incredibly helpful, given that he needs it to help help everyone with what they're doing. That's not to mention the fact that he's apparently the only human who can do this to begin with, and that's on top of the fact that Anakin, a born slave raised by a single mother on a planet that is known for crime and gambling, is incredibly selfless and wants to help them. Did anybody get that?
Well, also, isn't he like part of the reason he helps him is because he kind of.
All right, we gotta end the call because you guys keep cutting out.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
think there's something wrong with your computer, Chris, because I can hear Anthony and Nash fine.
I can hear these two goobers fine.
Okay, well, I guess I'm resetting the PC. Awesome.
Alright. Love you, bye.
Deserves to be on the channel.
Okay, well, it's good that I hit record after that, so no one will ever know what was said. And with that, we're gonna move on. Don't know why my computer was acting up, but it's all good. We'll keep going, chaps. So,
You did not just say chaps unironically.
I did, for the
he's
hell
a
of it.
filthy
Yeah.
Brit.
You freaking Brit.
We should be hung.
Okay. I am
It's a
hung.
British thing to say.
I am.
Oh.
I am
I
hung,
know.
but we'll talk about that a different time.
Oh. Oh.
Anyways, so what I was saying before the computer rudely interrupted me was Anakin happens to be building a pod racer, which is incredibly helpful given that the heroes need him to enter a pod race in order to win the money that they need. And at the same time, he happens to be one of the only people that can do that. I'm sorry, the only human that can do it. And at the same time, Anakin, a born slave raised by a single mother on a planet that is known for crime and gambling, is incredibly selfless and wants to help them.
Well, he wants his own freedom.
He doesn't know he's
He
getting
doesn't.
freedom.
I was gonna say that's not part of their initial deal.
He's
they're-
surprised when Qui-Gon tells him that he's not a slave anymore.
Yep.
Congrats. I can't say that on. Never mind. you know.
My lawyer has advised me not to finish the joke.
My lawyer has advised me not to finish the joke. Yes. Chris has advised me not to finish the joke, as he would like to post this and not have to do his job of editing.
Yes. I don't know what joke you're referring to, so.
It was just some racist joke, not any joke in particular.
I see. So anyways, Qui-Gon makes contact with Obi-Wan, and the two of them talk about the only reason behind why a message would be sent from Naboo.
Oh, I love this.
And they...
I actually have the script pulled up for this part.
I was going to
get
say,
to it.
so they... Basically, the discussion between the two of them is that, well, you know, if you send a message... If you get a message and send a message back, they could establish what they call a connection trace. So...
Do you want me to just read it out? Because I
you
have
might
it
as
right
well
here.
at this point. Fuck it.
So, Obi-Wan, the Queen is upset, but absolutely no reply was sent. Qui-Gon, sounds like bait to establish a connection trace. Obi-Wan, what if it is true and the people are dying? Qui-Gon, either way, we're running out of time. Now here, it cuts to the scene of Darth Maul and Darth Sidious on a balcony, talking.
I just farted.
And just take a... Don't even take a
Why?
guess. You will never believe what Darth Maul's first line in this scene is. Remember that Qui-Gon just established that they can only get a connection trace if you send a signal back, or a message back. So Darth Maul's first line is, Tatooine is sparsely populated. If the trace was correct, I will find them quickly, Master. So Qui-Gon literally explains to Obi-Wan, don't send a message back because that will allow them to trace your call. And then Darth Maul says that even though they didn't do that, he was able to trace their call.
So...
The call that they didn't make.
So absolute best faith, I am gonna, pull out all the stops and even make potentially shit up to help the film, is the connection from Naboo to the ship was the one way, which is like, yep, that's the one we figured anyways. The other one that helps them connect that trace, which I do not think works whatsoever, is the communication we just saw between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, which it's on a private comm link. There is absolutely no way that is the other connection. But that is the only other way I can see that working.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I guess you can do one-way connection traces, which neither Obi-Wan nor Qui-Gon pose as a possibility.
Well, Qui-Gon even goes out of his way to say don't message back because that will allow them to do a connection trace, which very heavily, I don't even know if you could say implies, it pretty much outright states, yeah, it's only possible to trace it if the call goes both ways.
Yep. So then, you might as well pull the script up, because the next part is another retarded line, so...
Well, what part in particular? Because there's a lot that's said here. Reading all of it out is
a
not...
specific point where you need to bring someone to a specific location.
Well, I don't even know if I have to read it for that. Palpatine saying... Alright, here it is. You will have no difficulty taking the Queen back to Naboo. So Palpatine apparently thinks that to get her to sign the treaty, yeah, you will have no difficulty taking the Queen back to Naboo, where she will sign the treaty. So instead of just giving the treaty to Darth Maul and having him take it to Queen Amidala and having him make her sign it, Palpatine's plan is to have Maul get Queen Amidala, bring her back to Naboo, and then sign the treaty, even though that leaves this entire gap of time where something could go wrong.
Just while Maul is flying to Tatooine, just have the fucking ship on autopilot, write up a goddamn treaty for invasion, and have her sign it when he captures her.
Just send him the fucking treaty through, like, Gmail or
I was gonna
something.
say.
I don't know.
You need to
makes no
fly her
sense.
across the galaxy to this other planet, Lamau. It's like
They're
what?
acting like this is like fucking Game of Thrones and they have to physically travel to places to do things. It's like, no. You have actual space travel. I do not believe that you can't set up like a fucking email to just send the treaty to him, have him print it out and show it to her.
I don't. Well, he goes with droids too, so like get a fucking PDF file of the goddamn treaty.
It's not hard.
Whatever. So yeah, at this point, Maul is sent there with the express intent of tracking them down and killing them, using information he should not have.
Yep.
And he now has to cart Padme, if he succeeds, he has to cart Padme from Tatooine all the way to Naboo to sign a fucking piece of paper.
Because he can't just bring the piece of paper with him.
That's all I've got for that, so I guess we'll keep going. Back at the Skywalker house, we have that exchange of no one can kill a Jedi, which it's a small thing. It's like kind of neat because you have Anakin, the killer of most of the Jedi, saying that to Qui-Gon, the Jedi that dies in this movie. It's like, all right.
That's always been that's a great like a YouTube poop moment is when he says that, and then they clip later to him, slaughtering people. I love that. It's funny. Murder is funny, kids, and you should laugh.
Yes. So to recap, their plan as of right now is to use a pod Anakin built himself to enter a race where several of their participants die horribly, while betting against his owner that Anakin can win this race, so they can use the winnings to buy the ship parts that they need in order to leave Tatooine and inform the Republic that Naboo has been invaded.
It's perfectly reasonable
At that
to me.
point, why not just bid the parts?
That was what I said earlier. Like,
What?
you're better off either stealing a different ship or taking the parts. Like,
Well,
Why wouldn't you just
No, I said
steal Anakin?
They do explain why you can't do that. They say that all slaves have chips in them, and that basically the owner can blow those chips up and just kill the slave whenever they want.
are you
When
talking?
Why do you need
they say
Anakin?
that?
Oh, hang on. Are you talking to me, Cam, or?
No, I'm addressing what Nash said. He was asking why don't they just
okay.
take Anakin?
Yeah, there is a line that explains that, because I had the same question. I'm like, why wouldn't you just take Shmi with you anyways? But that raises a different question, so we have to best faith interpretation.
When do they
Assume
say that?
They say it
It's
when they're
while
talking
they're at the
during
house.
the lunch.
Yeah.
It's like right before Anakin starts talking about pod racing.
Yep. Every slave has a chip inside them somewhere, and if you try to leave the planet, boom. It's like, oh, okay.
I have one stuck up my urethra.
That's just a horrible kidney stone.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, their plan is incredibly convoluted, and
Well, there's an extra layer to it. So the way Qui-Gon words it is he wants to split the earnings, or Watto wants to split the earnings 50-50 if they win. And so Qui-Gon says, if it's going to be 50-50, I suggest you front the cash for the entry. And then he says this: if we win, you keep all the winnings minus the cost of the parts I need. Which means that Qui-Gon, if they win, expects Watto to take the money, give Qui-Gon the cost for the parts, and then Qui-Gon will buy the parts instead of just giving Watto all of the money and taking the parts. He wants to give Watto the money, have Watto give him the money for the parts, just so that he can give Watto the money for the parts back. Like, Qui-Gon is the master of negotiation.
You're right about one thing, Master. The negotiations were short.
So yeah, this is even more risky when you consider the stakes of their initial bet. If Anakin wins, they get the money for the parts they need. If Anakin loses, they lose the ship, and then they have to resort to what I was talking about earlier, which is you have to steal the parts or steal a ship. And this gets even worse when you consider the fact that Anakin lost the last race he was in and barely salvaged the pod that he used. And this gets even worse when you realize that Anakin has never actually finished a pod race before.
Yeah, not only has he never won, he's never even finished a race.
Yep. Yeah, like
I finished a race.
At this point, just steal the goddamn ship. You are so much better off.
There's no point in not doing it. There's also the fact that here, when Qui-Gon proposes the bet, he offers his ship up, and he shows Watto a hologram of the ship.
Yeah.
And Watto looks at it, and he's surprised that it's a Nubian. Despite
Nubian,
Qui-Gon having
Nubian.
Qui-Gon had already told him it was a Nubian. And he acts like this is some big revelation that changes the stakes.
I got a different point. So Watto sees the projection of the ship and accepts. He's like, oh yeah, okay, so you guys have that ship. He never confirms that they have the ship.
That's a really good point.
He just sees the projection. It's like, oh, okay.
Dude, I'll just take a screenshot of my bank account when it's at like $60,000, and then I'll make a bet with somebody and I'll show them that screenshot, regardless of how much money is in my account, and they'll believe me.
Yeah.
Because I showed them that I have that much money, but I didn't.
It's literally the equivalent of telling the bank, like, not even showing them. You're just like, I have the money to pay you back. Don't worry about it. I need $1 million loan.
Yeah,
Like,
and then the bank
$1 million.
supplies it. Yeah, I never realized that. Watto really doesn't even try to confirm that they have what they're betting.
And it gets worse because he again, they raise the stakes later. This gets worse. So I had thought about this earlier. Cam and I talked about it a little bit. I'll still bring it up. I think it's mostly solved, but I figure we'll address it anyways. So something I had thought about was Watto could theoretically just bribe Anakin to lose so that he gets all of their shit. Because, I mean, as we see, Watto is not above cheating by any stretch. So, am I coming through? No one's saying anything.
No, we're just listening to you talk.
Okay, alright. I'm just making sure, because last time that happened. But yeah, so, Watto, I was just thinking about it again. Like, Watto could theoretically bribe Anakin to throw the race, and he could just take everything from them. And so, Cam...
You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
The counter that Cam threw out was, well... Actually, I'm trying to remember what you said. Damn.
I said basically, Watto knows that Anakin has not only never won, but has never even finished a pod race. He knows that Sebulba pretty much always wins. Like, Watto doesn't... He even says himself, Anakin's good, but he doesn't have any faith. He does have faith in Anakin. He doesn't have any faith in the idea that Anakin can truly win.
Yep. Which... I'm perfectly okay with accepting that, but I still think this is something he could potentially have done. Just, again, just something I thought was worth kind of throwing out there. Nothing, like, earth-shattering. So the last note that I have is the kids say that Anakin has been working on his pod for years, plural. But canonically, he's only 9 years old, so how long has he been pod racing / working on this pod?
September 11th, 2001.
Oh, God.
Why do you have to get... Is that what wrecked his other pod?
I don't know.
When he told Watto he could hardly salvage the pod? Anakin did 9/11 at 6 years old?
Oh, no.
PogChamp?
He tried spinning, that's why. That was a good trick.
He tried spinning to hit both towers, but he failed, so he had to go back and get Watto's pod to get the second one.
What the hell? And this is also on top of the fact that apparently Watto doesn't know that Anakin made this pod, but these other kids do.
Yeah. He's keeping it a secret from Watto, but he's told half the village about it.
I'll try spinning. That's a good
Alright.
trick.
So, we're on to the scene where Qui-Gon tests Anakin's blood, and all I'm gonna say is midi-chlorians. You guys take the floor.
No, you can't say that.
This opens up a lot of questions that will never be answered. Like, what are midichlorians? Like, are they physical things in your blood? Because they have to be if they're being measured. But if they're physical things in your blood, wouldn't that drastically affect how your body works? Because it now has so much more to worry about. And then there's also the fact that
Should
Qui-Gon's
we
like, oh yeah, well he has 20,000
hold on?
midichlorians.
Should I read off what the official midichlorian definition is?
Go
Just do
for it.
enlighten us.
It says, according to the Wikipedia, it says midichlorians are microscopic intelligent life forms that originated from the foundation of life in the center of the galaxy, ultimately residing within the cells of all living organisms, thereby forming a symbiotic relationship with their hosts. The Force speaks through the midichlorians, allowing certain beings to use the Force if they were sensitive enough to its power. In order to gauge individuals' potential in the Force, blood tests were used to estimate the number of midichlorians within the subject's cells. Anakin Skywalker possessed the highest known count in galactic history, over 20,000 midichlorians, surpassing the potential of Yoda and all Jedi. According to Darth Sidious, Darth Plagueis could influence the midichlorians to create life. In the New Republic era, Dr. Pershing experimented with blood samples, yada, whatever. So that's what they are. They're cells in your body that basically allow you to use the Force.
Okay.
So if you have more of them, you're more sensitive to the Force than somebody who doesn't have any.
All right. So then that
So when he
opens up
said that he had more, right? So when he said that he had more midichlorians than Yoda, that means he's more sensitive to the Force than Yoda is. That's what that means.
here's the other thing. So Qui-Gon's little scanner, does that only work on humans? Because you know how many species there are in Star Wars. Like, not every blood
Probably
would
not.
be the same.
Probably not. It probably works on everybody.
But then how would the same technology work on every alien? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I guess I
What?
can buy it. My main thing is we have now established that the Force is a quantifiable thing. It is now
I mean, it's
like,
just meant to scan for midichlorians. That's its only thing. So it takes the
yeah,
blood and then it scans it for that specific thing. If it's not there, it's not there. If it is, it is. Like that's
It's
all
like
it
yeah,
in
I guess
does.
Dragon.
it's true.
It's like in Dragon Ball
So I
when
feel like
they're like, oh, power levels. Ah, you know.
So I feel like I mean, yeah, I don't think it's that far fetched to say that it could work on other species.
Yeah, I guess it's not. My big problem is like the existence of midichlorians literally changed the genre of Star Wars. It went from being a space fantasy to science fiction from the
Hmm.
introduction of midichlorians. So we have now established that the Force is not magic; it is science. And
Hmm.
yet
It's biology.
there's so much that's not known about the Force after like hundreds of thousands of years. There's so much they don't know about it, and it seems to me like they really haven't even bothered trying to explore the science side of it aside from the existence of midichlorians.
I'll say, well, all they know at this point is the midichlorians are what kind of cause you to have the sensitivity to the Force. I mean, other than that, what else can they really do? I mean, besides being able to detect them, I mean, they like what else are they supposed to do with that information?
Men.
I mean,
Well, they say that midichlorians are the basis of life and that every living being has them. So, by that virtue, wouldn't biologists especially be very interested in midichlorians and what they're capable of? And if they're also a gateway to the
I
Force, like that
guess,
opens up a lot.
I
Just there's a lot
guess,
of
but
avenues that we could explore that it's just kind of like, no, midichlorians will be brought up this one time and never again.
yeah, I mean, it is weird that they don't bring it up again any other point, but I mean, for the purposes of now, it's an easy way to explain why he's so powerful. That's just their way. That's just the movie's way of explaining why he's so powerful in this moment.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very unnecessary introduction to Star Wars that just creates so many
Well, no.
questions and
Qui-Gon says
offers
it.
no
Qui-Gon
answers.
says it to Mace Windu too. Qui-Gon tells him that he has a high midichlorian count.
Well, yeah, I mean, outside of this movie, midichlorians are never mentioned except in the EU. So it's
Well,
like
no, Palpatine says it to Anakin too, in Episode 3.
he
So they're
never says
very
midichlorians in specific, I don't think. But
yes,
either
yes, he
way,
does.
like
That's the line. It says Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise, he could use the Force to influence the midichlorians to
oh yeah,
create life. So he does. So he does say that to him. So I guess like I don't know. It's one of those things that they kind of like they can use it when they need it. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know. The point of the movies isn't to go into the midichlorians. I guess it's just to sort of explain. So I guess the point of this is that everybody has midichlorians, but if you have a certain amount, then you're more sensitive than other people. So say like you have like 10 midichlorians in your blood and I have like 30. I'm technically more sensitive to the force than you are. But that doesn't give me force abilities. Does that make sense?
yes. I guess
And
my
that's
only
why
other problem with
Anakin
you go ahead.
Anakin had how many? Like 20,000 or something like that? Anakin was like off the charts. Like he had like
Yeah, Anakin's was
thousands and thousands of them.
20,000.
So that's Anakin level of power. So that's more than Yoda. Yoda probably has somewhere in the ballpark of like I don't know, 5 and
69,000.
10,000.
I
So I
don't
don't know.
know.
I mean I think it's fine. I get that it opens up like a world of possibilities, but I feel like it's fine for what it needed to do at the time, you know?
I guess my only other question at that point would be why is Qui-Gon explaining the science of it to an 8-year-old, but then in episode 4 when Obi-Wan explains the Force to a 19-year-old, he's just basically like, yeah, it's an energy field and it's magic. Like why wouldn't
Well, I mean,
it doesn't
for the in the
contradict it,
meta,
but it's a lot different than what Obi-Wan describes to Luke as the
yeah,
Force
but the
being,
problem that they run into is in the meta of it all, they hadn't come up with that idea yet. So
which is
it's
why I'm
like
saying it shouldn't have been implemented because it kind of goes against what was already established.
doesn't really go against it. It's just like a new like part of it, I guess. I don't know. I don't have as much of a problem with it, I guess, as you do, but I don't
I
know.
don't even
I
have
can
a
live
huge
with it for
problem
what
with
it
it. I
is.
just think it raises so many questions and it gives us an answer to something that we already had an answer for. So it's like I don't really understand the point of it. I'm fine with it being there. It's just I don't know. I wish he had actually done something with it other than it being said like 3 or 4
I
times.
mean, technically, what Obi-Wan said isn't necessarily untrue. He said that it's an energy field created by all living things, and all living things have midichlorians. He doesn't use this term specifically, true, but he does kind of say the same thing. He just says it in a different way.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
Is
saying?
stored in the
Like,
balls. Piss is stored in the balls. Sorry.
Yeah,
Qui-Gon just
that's
explains
fair.
it in a more, like, scientific manner, I guess. Why he's saying it to an 8-year-old, I have no idea, but, like, I don't just I agree with you. He could have just summed it up very easily like Obi-Wan did, where he's like, yeah, it's just like this energy field that connects living things. It's everyone has them. You just have a stronger connection to it. I don't disagree with you that he couldn't have just said it more simply, but the move for some reason George decided to make it more specific. I don't know. So
Yeah. I guess I don't have that big of a problem with it now that we've like actually talked about it. So
So the only other note that I have for this is Shmi overhears what Qui-Gon is saying, which means that Qui-Gon just spouted off about the Chosen One without ever checking who was around at the time.
Why would he need to check?
You're on a planet full of criminals, and you can't exactly trust anyone here except for yourself. You're really gonna just spout off about a prophecy about, well, actually, I
Yeah, but
should
I was better.
rephrase, about the child in this specific house being a prophetic, I guess, godlike being, basically. You're just gonna say that out in the open?
Basically, you're saying to every criminal around, yeah, that group, the most powerful faction in the galaxy, they want this kid. They would probably do anything to have possession of this kid. And in a world full of criminals, they're probably. I wouldn't find it too outlandish that one of them could hear that and be like, huh, so I can hold this kid for ransom. That it's like, I guess it's not a major issue, but it's like Qui-Gon maybe should have been more careful before going on about how Anakin was as important to the Jedi Order as he is.
Like, this is the kind of thing that maybe he comes inside and, like, locks himself in a room and explains this to Obi-Wan, as opposed to doing it outside in the open where anyone can hear.
Although, does he get into specifics, or does he just say the chosen one?
I don't know. Either way, like, from as far as I can remember from what he says, I think there's enough that you can piece it together. Either way, he's talking about someone that's high value in front of a, well, I say in front of, out in the open. Like, I don't know, not the best environment to do that in.
I mean, to be fair though, he's the one who brought along the queen of an entire planet with him. So I mean, like,
Yes, but no one knows that that's the queen.
I guess. POV, you like men?
I don't know. It's a pretty quick conversation. It's not like he's sitting there for like hours talking to Obi-Wan about this.
Sure, but at the same time, this is
So
information that, again, if anyone happens to pass by and overhear,
I feel like
it's like,
I feel like
goddamn.
he should be more concerned about like the Trade Federation finding him. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
guess, yeah.
or I mean, like I get where you're coming from, but I feel like he has like bigger things to worry about than just a bunch of criminals at the moment.
I guess, but as of right now, this is like the most important information that you could get aside from something that helps you get off the planet. And this is not only that, it is the most important information you will probably ever get in your lifetime related to the organization that you work for. Like, I just come inside, lock yourself in a room. You can have Shmi over here that way.
All him and Obi-Wan really talk about is Obi-Wan's like, wow, this is a really high midichlorian count. Not even Yoda has one this high. And then Qui-Gon says, no Jedi has. Obi-Wan asks what it means, and Qui-Gon just says, I'm not sure, and that's the end of it. Like, not a lot is said specific enough to where anyone would probably even get any motivation
Most
to
people
go
probably
after
don't
Anakin.
even- Most people probably don't even know what metachlorians are.
Yeah.
Sure, except Qui-Gon just explained to Anakin what they were not 5 minutes before this.
Qui-Gon doesn't explain to Anakin what midichlorians are until they're back at the Jedi Temple. Because Anakin only asks him about what midichlorians are after he hears Yoda talking about them.
Yeah, you dumb idiot.
Well, it still wouldn't matter. Him and Obi-Wan would have talked about it, which they do. Either way, I don't. Whatever.
It won't
Just
matter.
in this context, nobody who hears this would know what a midichlorian is. So this information would kind of be useless to them.
All right, we'll keep going then. So Darth Maul arrives on Tatooine, and all I have to say is that, like,
Yeah, wait, hang on. One more thing, just real quick. I'm just gonna pop in here. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Okay.
he actually doesn't mention the midichlorians at all to Anakin. He literally says, "I'm checking your blood for a blood infection." That's all he tells him. So Cam, you are right when you say that he doesn't talk about the midichlorians to him until he brings it up later.
Okay. So yeah, Maul arrives on what?
Nothing, don't worry about it. Continue.
Maul arrives on Tatooine, and like I said earlier, Maul has absolutely nothing that should have brought him here.
Mm-hmm.
He has a trace
Except for
that we were
the
told is
vague,
impossible.
right? The communication tracer that doesn't make any sense. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
So
And then manages to find them within like 10 minutes. Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, he sends the probe
Yeah.
droids out. It's like, okay, you're doing that right, but he still shouldn't be here. So.
Yeah. Oh wait, so
Um,
you're telling me he can program a probe droid to find people, but
yes.
fucking New Gunray can't
Not
do that to B1
listen,
battle droids?
listen. Not even that.
That's
He programmed
crazy.
3 of them.
Right, to find a bunch of different people. And yet yeah, wow.
Yep. So we're at the pod race preparations. We're getting ready for that.
Yep.
And so Qui-Gon walks
Yep.
up to Watto and is basically like, "Hey, so we should raise the
talk.
stakes a bit." And so this is a small little point of praise. Is they roll the dice after Watto goes, "Okay, blue the boy, red his mother," and they roll the dice. And
Blue the boy.
based on Watto's reaction, it's pretty clear that the dice were rigged. So that's a neat little thing. Because again, it's like you're telling us a bit about him without really doing much of anything. So there's that, and then just to highlight it again, Watto still has not confirmed that they have the Nubian ship at all.
Yep.
So
Real quick,
On a
I do
planet
want to
full of-
say,
on a planet full of gangsters, he's just gonna take their word for it.
yeah, no, it's
yeah,
fine.
like any sensible businessman does.
Yeah.
I do want to mention, so without this pod race, they need this to get what they need to get the parts to fix their ship.
Yep.
They just so happen to get to Tatooine a day before this pod race.
Mm-hmm. Well, not only that, this pod race happens to give them more than enough money to cover the cost of the parts they need for their ship.
Yep. I don't know. I think the timing is way more convenient than the prize being large enough. Like, if they show up to Tatooine even a day later, they're already too late.
Yep. Well, hell, I'd go even further than that. If they're 10 minutes later, they might not run into Anakin at all.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot that has to happen exactly as it does. If even a little thing changes, everything gets thrown off.
Yep. So then we have the "This is so wizard, Annie" line,
I
which
fucking love that line.
so goddamn weird. So as long as you guys don't have anything, we'll get to the actual pod race.
Now this is pod racing.
I was fucking waiting. I figured someone was going to say it. So I guess I just to generally ask, because I find myself extremely confused. So is cheating just like a thing that you can do in this race?
It's not cheating. It's
Yeah.
playing dirty.
I
It's
mean,
different.
Anakin does say that Sebulba nearly killed him in the previous race, so I would have to guess that yes, cheating is just allowed.
So then the question I have
Well,
is,
it's also Tatooine.
I was about to say, yeah, it's Tatooine to be fair.
so then that raises, I got 2 different questions, which is, if you can cheat, you have this thing called the Force, and you are actually they're in a watchtower that is on the racetrack, which is another point I have. I think that's super fucking risky, but all right. You have the Force. Why not help a brother out? At the same time, if you can outright cheat, why not have Anakin cheat?
My only thing would be Qui-Gon probably, like, I'm willing to bet he doesn't know what goes on inside a pod, like what makes it run and all that. So he's probably like, yeah, I'm not going to mess with this because I could just end up killing somebody. That would be my guess.
Why
As to
would
why
he have a problem with that?
I was gonna say at this point, just fuck it, kill people, whatever. You need this stuff. You need to.
Well, not even that. You could
He's a
just use the Force to
Jedi.
push them out of the way.
Yeah, nice.
You could-
Yeah,
You
he
could just
push
them out of the way or something, like, or just like redirect them so they get like all screwed. I don't know. Like, there's
Yeah, that-
definitely ways to not kill them.
Well, that's yeah.
Or I
a
don't
good
know.
point.
Or
My-
literally pull the driver out of the seat and just like hold them there, and I don't know. Like,
So my point, maybe this is going to be Machiavellian to say it this way, but you have a very, very big time constraint, which is you have a planet that is currently under siege. you need to get those parts and you need to get the fuck off this planet.
Yeah.
So, hate to say it.
There's almost too much to like on the line.
That's the thing. Like, I
to
hate to
just
say
leave
it,
this
but
planet.
if you have to kill someone to get out of this and leave, like, you might just have to.
Yes, but you have to think that these are Jedi. They are not fine with just killing people, even if it means they might not be able to complete their important mission. Like, they're not just going to kill people who don't deserve it. Or rather, they're not going to murder people, because that would be murder. It's not in self-defense.
And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. There are 2 other explanations as to how they can get off the planet. Said them 2 or 3 times at least by now. I'm just going to say them again. Steal the parts. I know. I'm not saying this against you. I'm just saying this is a way that they can do it, and they don't even consider it. Steal the parts or steal a ship. Saves you so much time. You do not have to potentially put yourself in any morally dubious situation other than, is it, okay to steal when I need something? Or, when the fate of a planet is on the on the line, whatever. But it resolves this a hell of a lot quicker.
If they stole the parts and then just left, then they wouldn't have taken Anakin with them. Then
and that's the thing.
Trilogy.
From the meta, yes, but there is no reason that they don't consider that other than it's not moral.
Yeah.
Even though it absolutely speeds up what they're doing.
The only reason they don't steal the parts is so that the plot can happen.
Yep.
Morality is something that constrains people.
I mean, true.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna disagree at this point. So
we know because I'm mad.
The other thing, so the Tuskens just showing up to murder the racers. Can the racers do that? Can the racers murder each other? Like, could a racer bring a gun?
No, it's okay because they're Tusken. It's just what they do.
That's a good point. Couldn't the racers just hire bounty hunters to fuck up and kill the other people?
That, they could just dress up. They do. Aura Singh is literally there.
Yeah.
Like, she could very well just kill somebody. Like.
But I was thinking about that. I'm like, there are so many easy. Well, I say easy. There are so many different things that you could do, but hiring a bounty hunter to kill people is probably one of the easiest things to do.
Oh, and one of my favorite lines from Qui-Gon from this whole movie happens in this scene. He says to Padme, "The Queen trusts my judgment, and you should too." That is just the most dickish, just Sigma male line to ever say to her.
Oh, it's more Sigma male in the YTP, if you remember the line.
He's basically just saying, like screw you, I'm doing what I want. Oh my god.
I don't think you can get more Sigma than him in the YTP, where he just looks at her and he goes, "The Queen sucks my cock. You should too." It's such a hard line.
God.
I know,
something
but
else is a hard line, if you know what I mean.
It's the greatest line that he gives in this whole movie. It's just the Queen, just the way he says it, like just so condescendingly.
He's just like, "Padme, shut the fuck up. I'm in charge."
Literally. Like, literally. But anyway.
Literally me.
Back to the pod race. I have 2 major problems.
Go for it.
First of all, Qui-Gon, Anakin, nobody's keeping an eye on Anakin's pod close enough to where Sebulba is able to get away with just ripping something off of his pod that it needs to function.
That's what I was going to say. So if cheating's allowed, why does Sebulba have to sneak around and fuck with his pod?
Because if he doesn't, then Anakin will notice. You'd want to still be sneaky so that Anakin doesn't find out. My problem is more, all these people have this much riding on Anakin winning, and they're not keeping an eye on him. My other problem is, why is Sebulba the only one cheating? There are like 12 people in this race at least.
Basically,
why is he the only
this
one?
race should start with like 15 people dying within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much.
Half of them blow up.
Like
literally.
I
mean, that's my boy Ben Quadinaros.
It looks like basically what needs to happen is how we used to play NASCAR, where we would turn around and make everyone get into a giant
we would just start
up.
like a 50-car pile up on the track.
That is basically what should happen at the beginning of this. Like,
that's why like cheating's allowed, but if cheating's allowed, then everyone will cheat to such a degree that a race would never start.
And that's what I was getting at earlier. It's like, if everyone can cheat, everyone will cheat. So you need rules. So I would imagine there are rules.
I have no fucking clue.
But the
But
movie never
uh,
says anything, so I'm just like, okay, I guess this can
This
happen.
is also the only time we ever see anybody pod race, so like we don't even have anything else to go off of, which is the
yeah,
other problem here.
Yeah.
we've no references.
Other than Qui-Gon saying they also pod race on another planet, but we never
Yeah,
actually see anybody
Malastare, I
else pod
think.
race. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is where
Um,
Sebulba's from. Which is where Sebulba's from, ironically.
Hmm.
So I want to say that maybe that's why he's so good at cheating.
I don't know.
I mean, that's just
So
a theory. Yep, I'm not Matt Pat, but you know, it's just a theory.
it's not even a game theory either. Damn.
It's a
True,
cum
true.
theory.
So I'm gonna jump ahead just a little bit, but so actually, you know what? I'll wait. Never mind. We'll just keep going. So R2D2 and C3PO are just kind of left with Anakin's friends instead of going up with Qui-Gon, Padme, and Jar Jar.
Yeah,
They're
but
just
C-3PO had to carry the flag. He had an important job.
Yeah, he was carrying Anakin's flag.
Also,
okay.
I would love to know how he lifted that flag. Oh
Don't
my
Yeah.
god!
don't worry about it.
He's nothing but wires
Right,
and metal, and he's just
right.
able to
He's
lift
the
it.
dude can barely stand up, and he can lift that giant ass flag. But you know, whatever.
So at one
The least
point,
concerning thing about this.
um, Anakin's pod has a line that splits, and we saw this. I think it happens twice in this entire race. We've already seen it once. The first time that happens, that pod just immediately like falls apart. That guy's out, if not dead, I believe.
Well, hold on. Even before that, Anakin is like a good 30 seconds behind everyone and somehow manages to catch up.
Yeah,
In the first lap, no less.
yeah, that's a good point
Now
Yeah.
this is
actually.
pod racing.
Um, so not only does he survive this, but he does so for far longer than the other guys did. I just like, goddamn, you got lucky, I guess.
This brings me to what I was talking about earlier with you, Chris. Why are the pod racers designed with such an exposed wire? Like, that is a major part of the pod. Without that part, the pod cannot run. And they leave it so exposed, and just anyone could attack it, anyone could destroy it, and the entire pod is fucked. Like, why would you build a pod that way? Have none of them thought about armoring the wires?
I would think we would get different pod designs, but by the virtue, what I mean by designs is like you have one guy that rides one that, like, say it looks like a bobsled, and you have one that rides the ones that we see in the movie, and you have one that rides like one with the turbine engine things in the back. Like, I would think we would see different ones, but this just seems like it's, I guess, quote unquote regulation. So I don't know. Like,
This might be the superior design.
it just seems really weird to me that we'd never see any differentiation at all.
I'm fine with it being a superior design, but like, there's a reason why the gas tank of a car is behind so much.
Yep.
There's a reason why it's so encased, because if that thing gets ruptured or starts leaking, that's a very, very bad day.
Yeah, but like a car is regulated. You don't drive cars that aren't regulated. This is in Tatooine.
Yes, but Nash, my other point is, if you are designing a pod, would you or would you not try to armor the thing that is very exposed and is crucial to your pod working?
I'll do you one better. If so, say this is the regulated way, at least in terms of pod racing, to design your pod, is to do it extremely exposed so that it's easy to die. Who in the goddamn hell is going to do pod racing to the point that they can continue to do pod races quite a bit?
Yeah, if this is what you're exposed to on a daily basis.
Better to sink in the cum than to come in the sink.
Okay. So Anakin gets forced onto the service ramp by Sebulba, and that happens to work out in his favor because he was able to maneuver that into pulling ahead of Sebulba. Which, I don't know if I have a ton to say about that other than it's like, okay, I guess you can do that, I guess.
This pull-out game's crazy.
Lucky that worked
Kind of
out.
cool.
Lucky that worked out, I guess. Um, and then we have Anakin's having issues because I believe something goes into his one engine there, or whatever the hell you want to call them. The things on the sides of the pod, I guess. And so he starts messing with his controls, and this was kind of what I was gonna get at earlier. So we have no idea how the fuck these pods work, like Anthony said.
Yup.
So he's just messing with the controls, and I'm just like, I don't know what you're doing, man. So
Well, even worse than that, like, since we don't know even remotely how the pods work, with cars we can get it. Even if you don't know how a car works, you know how serious certain damage is.
yep.
You
Well,
don't know how serious this is, so it means that there's
gonna say-
supposed to be really high stakes here. You have no clue if what's happening to Anakin is serious or if this is something he can fix easily. Like, it kind of pulls you out of the moment because you're like, is this supposed to be tense?
Well,
Is this supposed to be an easy fix? What's going on?
well, the film did this earlier. They had the Nubian get shot. They're like, oh, the shield generator's down. Granted, the mechanics behind that, it's like apparently your shield generator does not have a fucking shield protecting it, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, even then, we still understand what is happening because it's very simple. With this, it's like the engine is fucking up, and so he reroutes what looks like fuel or power to keep the engine going. And I'm just like, I guess that's a thing you can do. Yeah.
I know it really pulled me out because you're just sitting there and I'm just wondering, okay, but is this like a serious issue or is this something he can fix? Like, how tense is this moment supposed to be?
Yep.
You don't know. You just kind of have to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to give a quick shout out. Rest in peace, my boy Ben Quadaneros. Couldn't even start his pod to start the race.
Oh, yeah.
It's a travesty. What a shame. Such a nice kindred soul lost to this horrific terrorist attack by Sebulba. Justice for Quadaneros. Free my boy. He ain't done nothing wrong.
Free my boy. So we have Sebulba's pod falls apart, and he just I can't talk. Sort of, kind of, just torpedoes into the ground and survives.
Yep.
Which is that's something, because we've seen people die from far less. But all right. Then the last little question that I've got is there really a point to finishing the race if Anakin is the only person that's still, alive?
Depends on if I were the guy who was paying the prize, I would want to see the race to completion because if that final guy doesn't win, I get to keep the money.
Okay. But like,
So
do you
it's
get what I'm
kind of
saying?
like,
'Cause,
I get what you mean.
everyone else that's there, it's like, are they just gonna run and try to beat Anakin to the fucking finish line? Like,
They could.
yeah.
Well, Anakin doesn't beat Sebulba till the very end, right? So
I
it's
think
still
so,
a race
but
between him and Sebulba.
well, there's a bit of distance, I believe, unless
It's
maybe I'm
not
wrong,
very
but
much.
It's not a
Pretty
ton,
much
No,
he,
it's
but
like
he takes out
it's like a
Sebulba
photo
and
finish.
within like
Yeah.
20 seconds of taking out Sebulba, he's done. So
I get
Yeah,
but
they're in
that
the
point-
they're in the final stretch.
I would still just assume by virtue of having the only functioning pod, like at that point you would just win.
but again,
Yeah, he does.
say Jabba's
It's
the
the
one
last
paying
lap.
the prize. If Jabba's the one paying the prize and Anakin dies before he finishes, now Jabba doesn't have to pay. He gets to keep his money. I'm sure Jabba's happy about that. So when the guy supplying your money has incentive to see the race till the finish,
Mhm.
like you're going to see the race till the finish.
I guess
Otherwise,
that's
you're
fair,
not going to
yeah.
have a race at all.
So Anakin has won the pod race. Do we have anything else to say about that?
Now this is pod racing.
No, but I do
honestly,
have a little
other
bit.
than Jabba falling asleep.
Yeah, I
Dude.
think they do, yeah. So we're in the post pod race now, and I am just gonna. There's a reason I sent that watch together link. Everyone, please pull it up. I'm gonna make some quick changes in OBS to make sure that people watching can see what we're gonna talk about. But
Actually, it is my time. I must go. I
Um,
have to I
Yeah.
have to wake up at 5:30 tomorrow, like I always do. So
all right.
Yeah.
I
Nash,
must.
Thank you. It was
I
a
love you.
pleasure having you.
I am a pleasure. I'm great. I'm awesome. I get that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's my Discord?
Nash,
There we go.
real quick. What's the quote of the day?
Cock monkey balls. Thank you.
What a
Bye.
fucking banger.
Okay. Is everybody in the watch together?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. So I don't know how the quality is going to be because this literally just looks like someone recorded their TV. So we'll see. But yeah, the acting by Natalie Portman and Shmi's actress in this scene is just abysmal.
Yeah,
So
it's bad.
I wanted to share, and so without further ado,
We owe you everything, Annie.
I just realized the fucking dirt goatee that he has.
Well, yeah, because everything got dirty except for where his helmet was.
Yeah. But
He
yeah,
looks like he's doing a half Kirk Lazarus.
ugh.
It's so wonderful, Annie. You have brought hope to those who have none.
her delivery.
You have brought hope to those who have none.
She
I would
legit.
have. You could convince me this was Tommy Wiseau.
I was gonna say she sounds like she came straight from the, like she just came off the set of The Room. Like, goddamn, the acting is awful. That was all I really needed that clip for. But
You have brought hope to those who have none. Yeah, motherfucker.
don't touch me, motherfucker.
Annie, it's time for the pod race. In a few minutes, bitch.
Hi, Shmi. How's your sex life?
Anakin's going through the Jedi Temple during Order 66. Everybody betray me.
Oh no.
I'm so fed up with this world.
I'm so fed up with this council.
Not making me master.
Oh, hi, Obi-Wan.
That son of a bitch passed over me.
Alright.
Okay.
How many more pages we got of this? Because I'm kind of thinking of calling it too.
We are just over 3 pages. Not by much. We're getting there. If you gotta tap
Okay.
out, though, let me know.
Okay.
So, Watto calls out Qui-Gon for cheating. Or, well, feeling cheated, I should say. Which would have been a decent opportunity to call Watto out for the weighted dice, but I'll take what we got, which is Qui-Gon is basically like, yeah, well, if you have a problem with it, how about you take it up with the Hutts? And Watto just kind of concedes. He's like, alright, fuck it, fine.
Well, I do have a slight issue here because why do the Hutts care at all about their bet? What stake do the Hutts have in it? Like, why would the Hutts care? How does this threat mean anything?
The only thing I can come up with is that, as they say when they're landing on about to land on Tatooine, I guess. The Hutts have control here. It's like the Hutts might not care about their bet, but they would technically be the ruling party, I guess. Like, they will settle whether or not the bet was fairly settled, I guess, is the way to put it. But I get what you're saying.
I don't feel like Jabba and his family have any stake in this, so it's like I doubt they would waste their time on it.
I don't think it's about their stake. I think it's about the fact that they would make Watto honor his deal with Qui-Gon. I think that's what he's trying to imply. Is like, well, if you don't like it, then if you think my bet's unfair, you can just take it up with the Hutts. And Watto's like, yeah, I don't really want to go through that. So
Yes, it more or less depends on how honorable the Hutts are as people, and we don't really know that. So yeah, I'm willing to concede
that's
that.
the only excuse I could come up with, is that he's like, well, you can always take it up with them, and he's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that right now. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I got two small points of praise here, which are Qui-Gon does admit to Anakin and his mother that he tried to get them both freed, but only ended up getting Anakin freed.
It would have been
That's-
really funny if he said that, but he didn't. That would have been fucking.
Comes back with a
Oh,
pile of blood and guts, and he's just like, yeah, they blew him up.
oh.
And then the other small little thing that I've got is the line, why do I get the feeling we've picked up another pathetic life form?
Dude, Obi-Wan fucking roasted Anakin. He roasts him again in 2 movies, if you think about it. Dude, I didn't remember that line, so when I just heard Obi-Wan just completely fucking annihilate Anakin without him even being in the room, that was hilarious.
Yep. So I guess unless you have anything, Cam, we'll keep going.
I did really like when Anakin's getting sad about not being able to be with his mother anymore, about having to leave her behind. I do like that Qui-Gon doesn't say anything. He doesn't mention, well, Jedi are forbidden from having attachments. He doesn't say any of that.
Yep.
And to me, I always took that as, yeah, Qui-Gon kind of recognizes that like, Qui-Gon doesn't necessarily agree with that. I get that might be up to interpretation, but that's how I always took it, and I thought it was nice. It's just another thing of Qui-Gon doesn't really agree with the Council on a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, we get a lot of that towards the end of the movie, too. I wish we got more of it, but again, we'll talk about it when we get there. So yeah, off in the desert, as everyone is leaving Tatooine, we cut to Darth Maul, and one of his probe droids has come back, and they say something to him that apparently he understands. And so I just have to ask, why not have the fucking droids speak English?
Even if they're not going to speak English, have them speak, like, what do beeps and boops tell anybody? How does anyone understand what they're saying?
I don't know.
They make, like, 3 noises, and somehow they can convey an entire language.
Yep.
It never made any sense to me, but I could... It's not a huge issue. I can overlook it.
I mean, this happens a lot in Star Wars, so I don't have a particular issue with it right here.
I'm willing to accept that it's just a part of the universe, and that's just how it works.
Yep.
Well, they all speak the same language, don't they? Like what is it called? There's
droides
like the
is
writing...
what the subtitles called it.
They called it droides.
Yep.
Well, no, there's like a universal language they all speak. Pashto or something like that?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. No, Pashto's an actual language. That's my bad. It sounds like that, though. I don't know. Just keep going.
All right. So
Arabesh. That's what it's called. It's called
what?
Arabesh. Arabesh. It's like the letters that are everywhere in Star Wars. That's Arabesh.
So it's basically they're not actually speaking English. They're speaking Aradesh, but the movie has them speak English so that we can understand them.
Something like that. But no. My point is, like, Arabesh is like a recognizable written language. So like if the droids like produce like on their screen or whatever, like, the
so
Arabesh
that's what the
letters,
droids...
they can understand what they're saying.
I get what you mean now.
Otherwise, I don't know. Like when they make like when R2 makes random noises, I don't know how Luke translates that. But then like remember how when R2 is like in episode 5 when they're going to Dagobah and like R2 talks to Luke and there's like the like little letters on the screen. Like that's R2 speaking in Arabesh and Luke can read it because everybody in this universe can read Arabesh. When they make when they're just walking and they make random noises and he understands it, I don't know how they explain that, but like when R2 can speak through Arabesh, that's the
Okay.
reason why Luke can understand him. Does that make sense?
That makes sense now.
So I'd have to believe that Darth Maul like
Yeah.
had the droid like write Arabesh or something on the screen or something. Otherwise, I don't know.
I'm not sure. So he sets off on a small little speeder to go track them down. And so
His
he
fucking oppressor in
This is my
K2.
favorite part from the YouTube poop.
Anakin, fuck off.
He's just so done with this shit.
Anakin,
fuck off. It's so good. Doesn't he get hit after
those
that
viewers,
too?
I think so.
For those viewers
I think so.
For those viewers who have not seen the Star Wars YouTube poops, please look them up. They are hilarious.
It really doesn't matter what one you find. Most of them are good.
Yeah, they're all good.
He's just so pissed at him.
Anakin, fuck off.
He doesn't even care that Darth Maul is gonna run him over.
I love that when you think about it too in context, because Darth Maul has no fucking clue who Anakin is. He just sees a little boy running in the desert. He's like, I'm gonna fucking
run him over.
I'm gonna run him over.
That's okay. I thought about something.
Damn.
Thought about something earlier. So I'm assuming he doesn't, but it would be really fucked up if his speeder had guns on it.
Oh,
because
he's
before
just lighting Anakin up from behind.
Qui-Gon's like, oh shit. The slave that I freed, he's a fucking splat on the ground right now.
Anakin, duck. Anakin ducks, and the bullets just hit Qui-Gon instead, and he fucking dies.
Jesus.
Darth Maul lightsaber duels 9-year-old Anakin.
Alright, so what do we got next?
Obi-Wan never goes to help not help Darth Maul, help
Qui-Gon. Imagine.
Obi-Wan goes to help himself.
Obi-Wan comes down.
I can't talk.
Obi-Wan goes down to fight Qui-Gon.
I literally said that. I said it twice, and I said Obi-Wan goes to help Darth Maul, and Obi-Wan goes to help himself. Son of a bitch. Obi-Wan goes to help the third person whose fucking name I can't say for whatever reason. He never does that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. he gets told, "Oh yeah, Qui-Gon's in trouble." Okay, let me sit down and do nothing. He literally sits down after he learns that Qui-Gon's in danger. He sits down.
Oh, doesn't he watch him through the...
I was gonna say, I think he's standing, but either way, that ain't fucking helpful. Yeah. It's a step above sitting down, but it's not by much. And then Darth Maul, despite being in the position where he needs to capture and kill these people, does not try to board the ship or stop them from does not try to stop them from escaping. And I would like to remind everybody, he needs to kidnap Amidala so that he can bring her back to Naboo and have her sign a fucking piece of paper.
Right. Or a hologram, depending on what they're feeling that day.
Yeah. So we have Newt Gunray back on Naboo, and he's like, yeah, we have rumors of underwater villages, so we're gonna look for those. It's like, it took you this long to commit to that, huh?
Still hasn't found the missing Jedi.
He hasn't even... yeah. Actually, hell, if he can't find them, how the fuck does he think he's gonna find the goddamn cities?
Right.
So then
I don't remember him saying that. When does he say that? Is it at the very end when he's talking to Palpatine for like the 50th time?
I think this is just one where he's on his own. He's talking to the droids, I think, or the one guy there, who I can't remember the name of. So then we cut back to Anakin and Padme on the Nubian, and they're talking about the necklace, which Anakin offers her is basically a token of their relationship. And so I'm kind of conflicted on this because I think it's a neat little thing. Like, it could be something in a better film. I think it would mean a bit more than it does. But the biggest issues that I have are there isn't a ton of time between them that they really have. Like, I don't particularly have a ton to say about their friendship and their relationship, I guess. And at the same time, he also makes the remark, he's like, yeah, I made this for you. It's like, oh, but you only knew her for like 2 days. And in that 2 days, one of those days was half over, and you just got out of work. And the other day you spent pod racing. It's like, when did you have time to make this?
He made this in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
Cam, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. So you guys
Yes,
talking about the
we could
necklace,
hear
right?
you could hear you through Chris's mic.
So you guys were talking about the stupid necklace thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you were talking about how multiple days had gone by. My bigger question is, the Jedi Council has not seen or heard from Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan in multiple days.
Yep.
And they don't
And they don't care.
investigate
Yeah,
or question or do anything. They just don't give a fuck.
Nope.
Yeah, but weren't they not talking to them because of the transmission bullshit thing?
Yes, but the Jedi
So
Council
even if they got in
wouldn't-
contact with them, but even if they got in contact with them, they wouldn't answer it.
Yes, but the Jedi
Well-
Council doesn't know that there's communications disruptions. They just know, oh, 2 of our Jedi have gone missing, and we have no communication with them. We should probably go investigate what's going on.
Well, here's the other question I've got. So, through the comm link, could you theoretically talk to any of the council members? If so, that could potentially explain it. It's like, maybe we don't see it. But, I don't know at that point.
Like the comm link you're saying that like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan have, like the
Yeah.
little gray thing.
Yeah.
I think that only works between them.
I was
Isn't
gonna say,
kinda
that
like
was
just a walkie-talkie
my
That
type
was
impression.
my
thing?
assumption.
Yeah. I think you have to have the other comm link to talk because I think we see other people use it in the prequels too. It's mainly Obi-Wan, but I think
Mhm.
it's like a walkie-talkie type of scenario where you can only talk if the other person
Yep.
has the same thing.
Either way, though, the council should probably be trying to get in touch with them, and they just have to deny the message, but we never hear about that.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess I can infer that that's what happens, but I don't know.
I mean, Jedi, I don't know. I feel like most times that they go on a mission, they disappear for a while. So, like, I feel like
Yeah.
the council's just kind of used to that. When you think about it, I don't know. Like, they may not jump immediately to worry about them because, I mean, probably in their minds they're Jedi. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. Like, if they're just like, screw Qui-Gon, we hate Qui-Gon. All my homies hate Qui-Gon.
Oh, actually, I gotta show you the photo I'm using right now.
Oh.
Check the chat. This is the photo that everyone else can see.
Jesus. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I thought so.
I like the one where Grievous ignites like 100 lightsabers and then tries to like do the weird
and then
pose
kills himself.
dies. Yeah. But that one's a close second.
Yeah, I'd say so. So we are...
Dude, the Acolyte's looking crazy.
I know, right? So they're heading to Coruscant. Not even heading. They are at Coruscant. They are about to land, and the pilot pulls Anakin aside and is like, "Hey, we're on Coruscant. It's a city planet. Here's the Chancellor. Here's Senator Palpatine. This is where we're gonna land the shit." And it's like, dude, just stop. First off, I do not think.
Well, that's all just expositional things.
Right.
It's
Well, it's one of those things.
That's
It's
all
like
it
we brought it up earlier, but it's like there are instances where I'm trying to remember exactly what it was early on. Oh, it was when they were talking about like, oh, the messages from Queen Amidala. It's like, yeah, we see her. That is significantly better than this, where it's just like the guy is telling you everything that's happening in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, goddamn, what the fuck, guys? And also, at this point, I gotta ask, why would the Senate not react to the invasion of Naboo after you have, like, 15 people come back and they're like, hey, yeah, so Naboo was not only invaded, but, like, we can testify that we were attacked. And that's on top of the fact that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon could both say publicly, yeah, we were sent to go talk to the Trade Federation and they tried to fucking murder us.
Well, I mean, technically they do react. I mean, the the representatives from the Trade Federation object to all the accusations, and basically Valorum just like shoots him down, like, "Nah, shut up. You're not important right now."
Right, but do you get what I'm saying? Like the testimony of two Jedi at the very least, like that's irrefutable. I would think it would be
Yeah, and they
irrefutable
don't
at
speak.
least.
They don't speak at all, don't they?
No, they're not even there,
It,
which I think, like,
yeah,
I don't
right.
even
It's
understand how
it's
that's
they take it.
possible.
They yeah they take it solely off of Queen Amidala and Captain Tanaka, which honestly I kind of understand. Like, I think I don't know. I do love the line though. I object. There is no proof when you have two witnesses clearly stating that this is true.
Yep.
Like,
Well, and that's not to mention the Queen herself is a witness,
but
and
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, and again, like I'm talking like even strictly from just the Jedi. Like you have two people that they attempted to murder.
right?
Like I don't know why
Yeah,
at the
I
very
mean the
least why
Jedi.
Obi-Wan isn't there, but
Like, the Jedi never usually get involved in the Senate, though. They're usually just, like, listening to it, you know
sure,
what I
but at the
mean?
same time, again,
Or,
like
like,
just having someone there that it's like, yes, I was sent here by Valorum to do this, and you know, this is a thing. It did happen. Naboo is invaded. I've been there.
Because at that point, they wouldn't be there as
yeah,
Jedi; they'd be there as witnesses.
I guess I don't know. I hmm.
Have you guys talked about the vote of no confidence yet?
Not yet. Go for it.
All right, so
Oh, actually, no. Hang on. Don't. We're not there yet. They have only just landed here. Now, what I
oh,
was going to say, because I think we sort of skipped ahead, but we didn't mean to. Um, I will say, point of praise, this comes up a couple times throughout this section. Um, Palpatine does make several different, like, subtle hints that he's like, yeah, we need a new Chancellor. I wonder who that should be. You know, maybe I'm a good fit. Like, sort of laying the groundwork for that without being directly over, like, it should be me.
yeah,
Um,
I really like his subtlety overall in this trilogy. You know, aside from certain parts of Revenge of the Sith,
yep.
Darth Plagueis. But
No, what do you mean? That's incredibly subtle. You're just an
oh
asshole.
yeah,
Fuck you.
you know Palpatine is very subtle, especially in this movie, and I really like it because you know what he's up to,
Mm-hmm.
but nobody
I
else
do.
does.
I do love how the minute that someone says, "Oh yeah, we should take a vote of no confidence," the entire Senate is like ready to do it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
Yeah.
just like
Yep.
they're all like that. Just kind of goes to show how bad of a leader Valorum is, or at least how bad people don't like him. So it's like I feel like I don't know, but I also feel like it's a little convenient, I guess, that they're
Yep.
all just like ready to do this.
So I just was thinking about this. We are jumping ahead a little bit, but whatever. Um, so the Chancellor, who Palpatine implies is potentially corrupt, sent Obi-Wan and Yoda, not Yoda, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, to go secretly sort out this issue with the Trade Federation. Now, those two Jedi came back.
Oh no, I just figured out why he sent them in secret.
Why?
He's bankrolled by the Trade Federation. He wouldn't want them. Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense because they know that the Chancellor sent them. So never mind, that still doesn't
Well, I
work.
was
It
going to
still
say,
doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
no. So what I'm getting at is Valorum sends them in secret. The Trade Federation then openly denies everything that's happening. Valorum like should have alarm bells going off in his head. I sent two people there to negotiate. What the fuck happened to them?
Well, he can't say that because he sent them in secret for no reason.
Like again, like at this point, it should be over. The Trade Federation should have no leg to stand on. Everybody that was on Queen Amidala's ship, except for Anakin, is it's someone that can. Well, I guess R2, if you're really going that far. Um, all of them can attest to the fact that Naboo was not only invaded, but that they were, you know, either held prisoner or someone tried to murder them. Like that, that's done. It's over.
I think the worst part about the vote of no, well, no, because we're not there yet. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry, we're getting there. I just was thinking about that, and I'm like, Valorum's an idiot in this scene, but whatever. So we have Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon report to the council, and the only note that I have is that Puppet Yoda does not look very good. That's it.
Yeah, no, we were watching the non-CG version, so
Yeah.
wow.
The OG version.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Puppet Yoda is a sight to behold.
Yeah, they want to forget about that now, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You want us to forget about Puppet Yoda, but we won't.
So now we're here. We're at the senatorial debate about what to do in the vote of no confidence. But before we get there, I want to remind everybody, this is where we get the line that says Queen Amidala, recently erected elected ruler Queen Amidala. Did I do it again?
No, we just
Okay,
laughed it over
good.
the first time.
So yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, oh, okay, I guess she was elected, but she's also 14. So why would you elect a 14-year-old?
Either they knowingly elected a 14-year-old, so they're all stupid, or their election system is so bad that they didn't even know the age of the person they elected.
Not even
which
that.
makes
Their
them
election,
also very stupid.
to fix a different hole, you have to elect a 14-year-old with no first name given so that she can blend it. Like I don't understand this at all.
Well, the fact that you have to elect a queen is a little weird to begin with.
Well, right, that's what I was
Yeah.
saying, yeah.
Like, democratic monarchies do exist, but they're very rare. Like, I don't know. I don't know why you'd bother calling her a queen, because most people don't associate democracy with monarchies.
I would think you would almost want Padme to be part of a royal bloodline as opposed to doing this, because it, like, you just raise so many more questions having her be elected.
Yeah. Now you've established that she is 14 years old and in charge for a reason.
Yep.
But as it stands right now, it's like, no, the people in Naboo just elected her because they're that stupid.
Actually, shit, thinking about it, that would be an interesting thing to play with. She's a pampered princess, or, well, in this case, queen, I guess. And you have her eventually fall in love with someone like Anakin who came from nothing. It's like they sort of do that, but not really, I guess. Like, their relationship doesn't really change anything about who the other person is. They don't really learn anything from each other, nothing like that. But it's like that could have been interesting. Maybe you could have done that, but you didn't.
Yep.
So I'll let you take the vote of no confidence. Just the last little note that I got here is Palpatine uses this instance after the vote of no confidence is raised. Or no, I'm sorry, right before that happens. He's like, yep, look at this. Everyone fallen victim to bureaucracy. I can't remember exactly what it is. Basically, like, yep, look at Valorum being another puppet. And with that,
Yep.
Cam, it's all you.
All right, so I'm just going to ask some questions. Either of you can answer it. So do you guys remember who calls for a vote of no confidence?
Yes.
Who?
Or, no, Queen Amidala.
Yep.
Yes, Queen Amidala. Do you see any problem with that?
Yes.
She's not a senator, and yet she gets to
Right.
propose a vote within the Senate for no reason. Why is that possible? Like, she's not a senator. She is the queen of Naboo. She has no power within the Senate. The only reason she is in the Senate right now is to serve as a witness.
Yep. Well, here's the other thing. So, based on the way that Palpatine is talking, I can't tell if the film wants me to believe, which I think this is what they want, is that Palpatine wants Amidala to raise the concern solely so that they can make that vote happen and Palpatine can take control, or if she has to raise that concern herself.
The way that he eggs her on, I think she has to, which makes no sense. Why would people not involved in the Republic be able to make major decisions for the Republic?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if she was a senator and he convinced her, it's like, okay, that's one thing, because clearly he's doing that for his own gain.
Yeah, but like, she's not a senator yet.
I was going to say, he's doing it for his own gain, and at the same time, he needs her specifically to do it because she's an outsider. And it's like, well, that's fucking weird, but alright.
Yeah, an outsider gets to determine whether or not the people should vote to overthrow the king. Like, that's if, like, the Queen of England held the power on whether or not the president gets impeached. Like, that doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
Yep. So unless either of you got anything, we'll keep plugging along. So we got
No,
Obi-Wan and...
keep going.
Huh?
I said, nope, keep going.
Okay. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon discuss Anakin's fate, and this is a little point of praise, because again, it's not much, but the interactions between these two I really like, because I think there's a lot you can do with the fact that you have Qui-Gon, who is a Jedi Master who is not willing to be a part of the Council. He doesn't believe in a lot of the things that they preach. He doesn't really want to deal with them or put up with them. And then you kind of compare that with Obi-Wan, who seems very much by the book. This is what the Council wants. This is what I'm going to do. Because, and again, this is just... They established that pretty quickly within this movie alone, and we don't get a ton of time with these two being paired up. So I really like their exchange of "don't defy the council again," and then his reply of "I will do what I must." I guess if you really want to look into that, the next time that we hear the words "I will do what I must" is used in episode 3. I just, again, like, I really wish this movie focused more on their dynamic. There's so much you can do to set Obi-Wan up for the potential of he has to now take care of Anakin, but at the same time, Qui-Gon, potentially pushing him towards the idea that maybe you don't need to blindly follow everything that the council is preaching or whatever. There's so much you could have done. I wish you did more.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Qui-Gon was a really interesting
Well, the other thing
character.
I do like is this is the beginning of us having it.
When do you guys go?
Anthony, you can go.
I was just gonna say, I totally agree. I think Qui-Gon's a really interesting character, and we really don't get a lot with him. We get to explore him kind of further on, but it has to be in subsequent shows and other properties. So like this movie would have been a great time to explore their relationship a lot more. I definitely agree. And the only thing you really see is Qui-Gon making a decision and Obi-Wan being like, well, you shouldn't do that. And Qui-Gon's like, yeah, I don't really care.
Yep. Well, again, like,
It's like
it ain't much, but I'll definitely take it, at least for now. Or, well, I say that, it's not like they're releasing new movies. Or, well, I guess I should back that up, too. You know what I mean.
Not releasing new movies with Qui-Gon.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So then we have, unless anybody's got anything to say,
Well, I was just going to say...
yeah, go for it.
I really like... This is the first instance we see of Qui-Gon being so, I guess, radical that he goes as far as to not outright say to Obi-Wan, but he heavily implies he's like, yeah, I will leave the Jedi Order if that's what it takes to get Anakin trained.
Yep.
That I will train him myself, whether or not the Council wants me to. And it's like, that kind of extreme is something we hadn't seen in Qui-Gon up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't go, like, absolute balls to the wall with it, taking it to the extreme immediately. It kind of comes up now, then it gets taken a little further later, and then there's a progression to this, which I think is really nice, especially since that progression even extends farther than Qui-Gon and eventually goes to Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm. So the next scene we got is Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Anakin all facing the Jedi Council. Then we get the gist of the conversation is basically, look, he's too old to be trained, even though his midichlorian count is off the charts impressive, and that basically suggests that he is the chosen one that we're looking for. So, go fuck yourself. And looking at my other notes, or my other note, I should say. The council brings them in to discuss what they're going to do with Anakin, then sends them away and says that they'll figure out what they're going to do with him later.
We'll discuss this shit later.
You guys have anything to say about that? That scene, I should say?
Nope.
Cam?
Not really.
Okay.
Other than them taking away my beautiful puppet Yoda.
Damn CGI monster took him from me.
Honestly.
Well, I
Did they
guess I do have
keep
one
that-
small thing.
Go for it.
The Jedi are like, yeah, Anakin's. It's too dangerous to take him in at this age, with all his power and his attachments. Like, it's too dangerous. But you know what's not dangerous? Sending him back out into the world now, knowing that he has all this power, and he's aware of it too. He now knows what his power is. He knows generally who he could go to get trained. Yeah, that's the safe option now. Sending him out into the world with all of this knowledge. That's the good idea. Not training him to use it properly. It's like, are the Jedi stupid?
Well, that's not to mention the fact that they know that the Sith have reemerged too, or at least there's a hint that the Sith have reemerged.
Yup. Which their complete dismissal of them being Sith is so stupid.
Yep.
Well, the Sith haven't been around for 1,000 years, so obviously they can't be the Sith. Oh, okay, that's real sound evidence there.
So now we have Palpy calling Gunray for a third time. And Gunray makes the comment, we have control over the planet. And so I just want to say and remind everybody that the last time we talked about Gunray, he was saying, yeah, so them underwater cities, we know they exist, but we haven't found them yet. So I'm going to guess that because Jar Jar goes to the underwater city later and he doesn't die, that you probably don't have control over that. So you're lying.
I think stuff like this
Yep.
and him not telling Palpatine about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan escaping, this is what like firmly cements in my mind, like, yeah, the whole thing of, well, the Trade Federation's motivation could be that they're just fearful of Palpatine. I don't buy into that, because if they were truly fearful of Palpatine, they would not risk lying to him.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, so it's instances like this that automatically throw that possibility out the window for me.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because the whole point is that they made some kind of deal with him, but we just don't know what that deal is.
Yeah. And it's like, it could be motivated by fear, but they do a lot of shit behind Palpatine's back for it to be motivated by fear.
Yep.
They're taking big
Yeah, no,
risks with their lives.
It's pure motivation from some deal they made with him, and the audience never gets to know what that deal was or what he promised them.
Mm-hmm. I don't even think that's ever explained even in Legends. Like, they couldn't even
Probably
be
not.
bothered to explain it, even though it's crucial to the understanding the plot.
Yep. So to continue, they are about to return to Naboo, and Qui-Gon decides to pull Anakin aside and be like, hey, so they won't train you, and I don't really want to abandon you, so you need to come with me. And so I have to ask, at what point does bringing a child into an active war zone sound like a good idea? A child that you are intent on training, I should add.
Well, the Jedi Council also doesn't help this, because they now know that Naboo is under the control of the Trade Federation, that the Trade Federation has an army there.
Yep.
And they send 2 Jedi, while the rest of them get to sit on their ass and watch Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan risk their lives.
Yep. And so they take off. I believe they're bantering on the ship for a little bit before they land. And it's really weird because I think they raise some counter arguments as to why they shouldn't go back in the first place, but whatever.
Well, I don't understand why they don't bother to argue. Like, they're arguing, well, maybe we shouldn't go back to Naboo. Yeah, maybe that was something you should have been arguing before you got on the ship and started going there.
You would think that would be like the ideal time to do it, but nah.
No, we're going to wait till we're like 10 miles out, and then we're going to start talking to Queen Amidala and being like, are you sure about this?
So, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon talk again on the planet surface, well, not even the planet surface. I'm thinking of something else. They are just chatting while Jar Jar's going to find the Gungans. And so we get this little moment where Obi-Wan's like, "Listen, I'm sorry I went off on you earlier. It's not my position to, not my place to go after you." And basically, the two of them kind of seem like they get their final moment, I guess. And I think it's good. The only thing I would want is, like, I wish Qui-Gon basically told him, like, you don't need to apologize to me. Like, sticking up for what you believe in is fine, but maybe make sure you don't believe solely in what the council tells you to, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't get it, and it's okay as is, I guess. So then we have.
I mean, he says some pretty good things to him. I mean, in terms of it being their final like moment together, it's a pretty good one. I don't think he missed a ton. I mean,
I guess like all I'm advocating for is like maybe you push him a little bit so that he doesn't become the council's bitch, which is basically what he is in the next two movies. Um, so anyways, Jar Jar reports back that Gungan City is empty. And so initially, Cam and I were like, okay, so how do they find them? And then they just wander through the forest. And I'm like, oh, that's stupid. In the rewatch, we realized that's not how that goes, actually. Jar Jar does mention that there's a sacred spot in the forest that the Gungans go to when they feel lost, I guess. So they did meet them there. There is an explanation. It's not, like, revolutionary, but it's alright. Padme reveals herself to be the queen. I mean, we've addressed 14 different ways how her being 14 and being an elected queen is ridiculous. So let's add a new little layer to the shit sandwich, I guess. So it was established pretty early on in the movie that the Naboo and the Gungans don't really have a ton of interaction, if any at all. Hence why their city is hidden, and the people basically don't really interact as far as we're aware. So, how is it that Padme knows that she needs to appeal to Boss Nass's sense of pride when she's negotiating with him? And as far as I'm aware, the film gives two different references to how she could possibly know that. And so the first one is when she's on the Nubian cleaning R2. She talks with Jar Jar and gets to learn a little bit about him, but it's not a ton. And then the second one that I can think of is I think it's in between the senatorial debate and them arriving back on Coruscant. It's actually, I think it's around the time that Anakin is trying to say goodbye to her. Jar Jar talks to her and basically explains exactly what the Gungans don't like about the Naboo, and he's like, maybe you guys aren't that bad. And so it's like, well, that's not great that that's how she figured it out, but I guess she figured it out from the person that would give her that information, I guess.
Yeah, I don't take a ton of issue with it. It seems a little convenient that every single conversation that Jar Jar and Padme have just so happen to be about things that can help Padme. Yep. Like, they never have a conversation that isn't helpful to her in some way.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that could also just be a case of, do we really need to see any conversations that don't?
I guess.
Because, like, what would we gain from seeing her and him just talk?
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I don't have a ton. The next thing, so gonna throw it out there again. Why not mind trick Boss Nass into just agreeing with them for right now? It's like theoretically, I guess the same counters could apply. But I mean, right here in this moment, if you get Boss Nass to agree to help them, I'm sure the other Gungans are okay with that. if you have Boss Nass retroactively be like, maybe we shouldn't do this. I don't necessarily think that would change much of anything. I think they would still fight alongside the Naboo.
I guess I don't know. I don't know if the entire Gungan army would go along with Boss Nash just randomly changing his mind, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the like if they have him, if they mind trick Boss Nass, I think they can get him to agree without having to do any of the work. Is what I'm saying. And I don't think they would cave if he retroactively was like, oh man, we need to change what we're doing. We can't help them. It's like, we're kind of already doing it, so fuck off. And then the other thing that was kind of weird, the more that they interacted, the Gungans act like the Naboo wronged them or something, and it's kind of jarring because again, like the implication that we get repeatedly is that the Naboo and the Gungans don't really interact a ton, so I don't entirely understand where that's coming from, but whatever. You guys have anything about that, or?
Nope.
Not really.
Okay. So, Palpy calls Gunray one last time. For real this time. Like, this is it. This is the last one. And I have nothing to say about it. So we'll just move right into I guess, well, battle prep. We're getting close. We've got 4 or 5 things left after this. So the Naboo confirmed that they have a sizable police force, so they were either incredibly quickly overrun when the invasion hit, or they legitimately just were so ineffective that they did nothing. And
Which,
then,
you know, consequences of not having an army.
Yep. And then the droids are controlled by a giant device that the Federation has, as opposed to being individually programmed, which means that, really thinking about it, this should be a strategy that comes up in episodes 2 and 3, is disabling control towers that control the battle droids, but doesn't really come back up again.
Yeah, true.
So now we have the final 4, I guess, plot lines of the film. So I figure we'll tackle each one by one. And Anthony, if you're close to tapping out, I guess we can start with Darth Maul, because I figure that's the one you're probably going to want to be here for.
Okay.
So, as far as the duel, I don't have a ton to say about it. I like the music. I like the choreography. I don't have a ton to really say about it, positively or negatively. It's just kind of a thing. The longer it goes on, the more I have a couple questions about some things that could have been done, but I guess, actually, you know what? I've been starting all these. Do you guys have anything you want to say about this fight?
I'll start. So this is hands down one of my favorite fights in Star Wars. There's a lot at stake here, and in fact, I mean, one of the main reasons why it's called the Duel of the Fates is it's not just a duel over Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon and Darth Maul's fate. It's a duel over Anakin's fate. Because when you think about it, whoever walks away from this fight is ultimately going to be the one who shapes Anakin's life. You know what I mean? So the fact that Qui-Gon doesn't and Obi-Wan does change the course of Anakin's history forever. I mean, if the fight were to have gone differently and Qui-Gon was the one who walked away, not Obi-Wan, a lot of people speculate how different Anakin would be. In fact, if he would even be the same person, if he would have ever turned to the dark side, all these different things, right? So there's a lot at stake here that, like, most on a surface level, doesn't seem to be evident. But I mean, the longer the fight goes on, the longer you feel that it's getting worse and worse and worse, and you don't know what's going to happen. I agree. I think the choreography is fantastic at times. There are a couple moments scattered throughout the fight that the choreography, they just miss their beats. I don't know why. but it's pretty funny. Like there's a moment where Darth Maul kicks the air and Obi-Wan like flips backwards. It's like really they're kind of blink and you miss it, but if you go back and watch and you pause at certain moments, you can see that like somebody missed their cue, but they just kept going because they was like, we're just gonna do this, just keep going. So other than those little mess ups, which I mean, that happens, it's not a huge deal. I give a lot of props to Ray Park, who was the guy who played Darth Maul. At least, like he was the physical person that was playing him, doing all the acrobatic work, all the stunt work. That was all him, and they continued to hire him to do stunt work for Darth Maul up until now. And I think he's a really underrated actor, and I'm really happy that he got to actually do this because George kind of screwed him out of the contract and wouldn't let him do the voice, wouldn't let him do anything except for do the crazy flips and the stunts and the dangerous stuff that he wanted him to do. So, other than that, I just think it's a very like uh, representative fight. It's a very like intense one. This was the first fight that introduced the double bladed lightsaber, which is by far my favorite like kind of lightsaber, no matter what color it is. Um, and this was a revolution in its time. Like Star Wars had never seen this kind of a lightsaber fight before. And what was really cool about it is that they didn't show when Darth Maul first fought Qui-Gon, they didn't show him using both blades. So this was like a huge surprise. No matter if you were like a kid watching this or like an adult watching this, everyone was like, "Holy crap, this guy means business." I mean, he looks evil. He's got the two lightsabers. This guy's a deadly weapon, and I really like that about him. That's why he's one of my favorite characters. Right off the bat, we knew almost next to nothing about him, but he still kind of like stole the show just from his look and from like the things he did. So I have a lot to say about this fight. I love it. Like I said, I know that there's a couple parts where like the choreography doesn't quite line up, but I mean that happens. I mean it happened a lot in the sequel trilogy. It happens, it just happens. It's not a huge deal. It can, I mean, with a fight this quick, it doesn't really take you out of the moment, which is nice about the action piece of it. But at the same time, I mean, it is noticeable. But yeah, like you said, the music is awesome. The fighting is awesome. You just feel every single moment that happens. Like you don't miss a single part of this fight. It's like it's very intense, and it was a great like reintroduction to lightsaber combat for Star Wars. And I know it's a fight that fans will never forget because it's just awesome, like in a lot of ways. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I really wish we got to see more of like I guess more of a fight because obviously it gets cut short kind of quick, and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon get separated, and so we don't really get to see them working together all that much. And I do kind of wish we got to see that, but I mean, this is what we got for now, and I'm fine with it. I remember like being a kid watching this fight, being really annoyed by the part where they're separated by the force fields and they're just waiting there like that. But it was a kind of cool way to break up the action a little bit and to kind of show like Qui Gon's like regaining his focus, and Obi Wan still has the lightsaber out. He's still ready to go, but Qui Gon is like patiently waiting, and it kind of showed the dichotomy of the two characters in terms of like how they fight and their styles and everything. So, like I said, I think it's awesome. Doesn't come without its problems like everything else, but overall, it's one of my favorite lightsaber fights, and I'm really glad we got to see it. And I wish we still had fights like this in Star Wars. They tried to be kind of cool and whatever with like Kylo Ren's lightsaber, but it just the crossguard saber just wasn't the same effect as Darth Maul's first appearance. I mean, that's just like that's a moment you'll never forget seeing him first come out. I mean, it's just awesome. It really is. So I know that was a mouthful, but I will yield now.
Yeah, no, you said like pretty much everything perfect, exactly how I would think it. Like this fight really was, I wouldn't say it's amazing from start to finish because especially towards the end, I do have quite a few problems with just the logistics of certain things, but for pretty much the entire fight right up until the force fields, like I'm there, I'm with it. It's really amazing to just look at to see what was done by all of them to make this fight happen. The special effects, the choreography, the stunt work, all of that, the music even. And I know like John Williams wanted to take the choir out and George Lucas was like, no, keep the choir in. And like I can't imagine Duel of the Fates without a choir. And there's just so much little stuff in this fight that makes it so amazing. I mean, seeing Maul, he was already so menacing and terrifying of a presence from just the double-bladed lightsaber and his being able to take on two really skilled Jedi at the same time. But then you see something like him picking up an object and just so, with the Force, so easily and effortlessly throwing it to such a precise location to where he can open a door with it. It's like stuff like that where you never see that kind of precision with other Jedi or anything. It's just really, really, really impressive to look at and see just how menacing he really was. And I think it's a shame that he got cut short and wasn't really developed again until the Clone Wars. But from what we see of Maul and everything in this duel, I really like it. Like I said, at least up until the end when we start interacting with those energy gates.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think the energy gates were like a nice twist because like obviously it forced Obi-Wan to sit and watch and be helpless as his master got killed. Like that is one of the biggest probably moments in Obi-Wan's mythos and in his history. Like that is a moment that will shape him forever. And I remember like being a kid and seeing him get killed, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's crazy!" And like I almost cried because Qui-Gon died because it was such a punch to the gut. Like you just didn't expect that to happen. You thought Qui-Gon was going to just make it through the whole thing, and he just doesn't. Like it's real sad. So I mean, I think honestly, the chunk of the fight right after Qui-Gon dies is some of the best parts of it. When Obi-Wan is just like unleashing hell on Maul because he's like, I'm just gonna kill this guy. Like I'm done, and he just holds nothing back. And he there's a drastic change in his fighting style when you see him in this moment, and you're just like, wow. But ultimately, I think what happens is Obi-Wan kind of lets his emotions get the best of him, and he ends up losing that part of the fight to Maul. So I think honestly, it's pretty awesome. I loved seeing this. It was really cool.
Yep. I honestly I don't know if there's anything I can really add to it you didn't say. Um, I like this fight a lot. There's some issues with it, but we'll tackle those one at a time, I guess. Um, so I don't really think I have an issue with the fight up until I think Qui-Gon does like a headbutt and then a punch move and knocks him off knocks Maul off a ledge and sends him tumbling a bit, and he lands and he just kind of has the saber staff resting, I think, in his arm on his chest. And then Qui-Gon proceeds to jump down right next to him, where all Maul needs to do is move his arm just a little bit and knocks Qui-Gon's legs off.
Yeah, not the smartest tactical decision from
No.
someone we're being led to believe is a very great duelist.
Yeah. And because like basically this is the beginning of where the problems start to come in, like you said, Cam. So the other issue that I've got, Obi-Wan is out of the fight. He is way behind these guys. And they start going down a hallway. Except there was this force ability that was used in the beginning of the movie that helped close the distance in a long hallway. What was that again? I can't remember.
A little thing that was completely unnecessarily added called force speed.
Oh, damn, that's right. Yeah, Obi-Wan could use force speed and catch up here, and he doesn't. And Qui-Gon dies because of it.
I feel like that's more of a problem with the continuity than it is the fight itself. Like, I feel like that was just kind of lazy. George could have added that to happen, but he didn't. So, like,
I think it's a problem with
well,
both, because I don't see why Obi-Wan doesn't use it, and the easiest way around it is to not include it in this movie. Or at all, really.
Well, right. I mean, it was the addition of it in the beginning was kind of dumb. So
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, we could say the same thing now for like force healing. Why didn't Obi-Wan force heal Qui-Gon? It's
We
like,
could, but that's different because that relies on something that came after the fact. By the time Duel of the Fates was happening, Force Speed was already an established ability in universe and from a meta perspective. Of course, Force Speed is one of those things where it's kind of like blink and you'll miss it, but that still doesn't like affect it. Where like maybe audiences wouldn't necessarily notice, but watching the movie closely, it's very evident that it's like Obi-Wan has this ability. He has every reason to use it, and he doesn't for whatever reason. And Qui-Gon gets killed because he just refuses to use it.
Yep.
I guess I don't know. I mean, I just feel like it's more of a problem that they introduced it in the first place. I don't see it as like a problem with this fight. I see it as just a problem with the
I
fact that they they had to introduce it for some reason, and
I guess I don't
they chose to
understand
only
what you
use it.
mean.
Like they chose to introduce it for that one moment in the beginning of the movie,
Right.
and then they just didn't use it again. Like if someone else had used it again, I would be more inclined to say, like, okay, yeah, Obi-Wan should have used it. It is kind of his fault, but it like never gets brought up again. We never see it happen. So like,
Sure.
I feel like it's more of just him or not him. I feel like it's more of just the movie. Like they just shouldn't have introduced it in the first place. I personally, I don't see any problem with it in regards to the fight. But I completely agree that it's irrelevant because why would you use it for one moment but then never use it again for another
Yep.
moment?
I
So
see.
I don't know.
Like at that point, I would appeal to from the meta. I don't think you should have it at all. Like it opens up so many
Which
problems,
I
and
agree with
right, and
because
this is one of
right,
them. Because this is one of those things. It's like as far as choreography and everything, it's like you probably don't want this in here. The problem is you made it a thing canonically.
but then I think to myself like, well then couldn't you just use that for like any force ability like force choke? Why didn't he just force choke Maul? He should have force choked him and ended the
Theoretically,
fight.
here's the thing though. So as far as we're aware, Obi Wan doesn't know Force choke, but we know from this movie, from the very beginning, he does know Force speed. So then why wouldn't he use it here? And at that point, that would be an issue with this fight. It's one of those things like it sucks, but the film did this to itself.
Yeah, I mean I guess.
Um, and then move. I guess moving past that because this is, I think, the more egregious error of the two. Well, of the bunch, I should say. The laser gates quite literally exist specifically to partition off the fight. They do not like what logistical purpose do they serve in this universe? Why would they be here?
Yeah, it really seems like they exist for the sole purpose of separating Obi-Wan from Qui-Gon so that Qui-Gon can get killed. And it's like, well, there's easier ways to not even easier ways to do that because I feel like something like oh random laser gate is like the easy way out
Yep.
in terms of writing, but it's like there are ways you can do this that make sense, and this just does not make sense. The people who built this facility just put in random energy gates that run on a cycle and they just open and close whenever they feel like it. Like that doesn't make any sense. All that does is put any workers in there in danger. Like it just does not make any sense. I could not think of a single explanation that would make up for it.
Yeah, no, as far as like the mechanics of this doesn't make a ton of sense. It literally is here to facilitate this fight. As far as ways to potentially fix this, I think the easiest ways to do it are Maul has a way to control the gates, and so he does this himself, and it is a single gate. It is a security measure, and he is able to take advantage of it in a way that none of the other two can manipulate. Or the easier thing, in my opinion, would be to have one of the Trade Federation guys be down there, be it Newt Gunray or whoever, and they are controlling it. It's not like Maul has no involvement in it whatsoever. and it is quite literally, we are partitioning one of them off so that you can kill them, and now we're going to open the door so that you can get the other.
Mm-hmm.
But because again, as it is, it's incredibly jarring to just see a hallway of laser gates. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
and there's
Did
never.
you guys hear what I just said?
No.
Oh no.
Okay, sorry. I think my mic cut out.
You good?
I raised the question then, but wouldn't that second option, wouldn't that still bring the question up of why are those gates like that in the first place?
Yeah, I think the laser gates existing in the first place are an issue because they have no purpose there.
Well, that's why.
There's no
So
reason for them to be there.
what I brought up in the fix, the suggested fix. I mean, I think you have to change a little bit of this anyways, but the suggestion I came up with was that they were a security measure. So whatever room they're in is something that you need to normally stay out of, or you need like certain clearance to go in there, or whatever the hell this place is used for.
Okay.
That it's like that way you could theoretically write it off as, you need a certain bit of access or clearance in order to get in here and use this. And it's like that could potentially square it away, but again, there's a lot more work you got to put into it, I think.
I mean, this room is it's just kind of weird to begin with.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, what is this room?
Well, I
Like,
don't even know what the fuck this facility is. They're just in a hangar, and then aside
Well, they're
from
in
that, there's
they're in
Well,
Naboo, or they're in the palace, aren't they?
This
I
is
think
like
so.
a power plant. This is where Naboo gets its power. That's as far as I've read and seen. This is where Naboo powers everything. Which leads me to my next question. Architects
Which is
built
in
this
the
place
palace.
and they put it in the palace, which is really weird.
Yep.
And also, they didn't put railings anywhere. They have no safety measures anywhere. Like, stuff is just exposed and just out there.
Actually, I got a better question. Why would you put the power plant that you can just break into right next to the fucking hangar?
I mean, they do the same thing on the fucking control center, which is equally as stupid.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Maybe everyone in Star Wars is just a complete moron when they design buildings.
Jesus.
I don't know. I think pretty much you have to add in some lines, or you have to just completely remove the energy gates because,
Yep.
as it stands right now, they have no reason to be there, and Qui-Gon's death can only happen because of them. Like, a major plot point is only
I feel
able
like
to happen because of such a nonsensical circumstance.
I feel like what they should have stuck with, which is they kind of started to do it, but then the laser gates kind of made up for it, was the fact that Maul and kept separating Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan because he knew that was the only way to beat them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So have him just continuously separate them, like force pushing him. He kicked Obi-Wan, like, you know what I mean? And to the point where, like, he's just fighting Qui-Gon, and then when Obi-Wan finally catches up to them, then he kills him. You know what I mean? Like, it's like...
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't even necessarily need the gate, but it's like if you have to keep that
That's what
in
I'm saying,
there,
exactly. Like, just keep them separated. And that's exactly what he was doing
Yeah.
throughout the entire fight.
Yeah.
That was, like, his whole strategy. So, to me, it's like, instead of having the laser gates, which just makes up for the fact you don't have to keep coming up with ways for him to separate them, but...
Yeah.
I mean, and you have the exact same effect. It's not as dramatic, but it's the same thing.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, because you're right. Because otherwise, their design is just so strange. Like, why would you have a laser gate? Every door has a laser gate
Yeah,
attached
well,
to it.
it's
Why?
one of those things. It's like you just have a hallway of laser gates. It's like, who the fuck would want this? What?
Yeah, that's.
Right,
I didn't even
right.
think about that. This one hallway has 4 laser gates. Like, shouldn't one be enough?
Yeah, no, it was. It was
See, that's
every
why I'm
single
thinking like
door had a
maybe
gate.
maybe it's a security measure. Maybe it's a way for this to like let off some steam. I have no idea. But I like
Why have there be
either
4 in a row?
exactly,
Like,
and that's the
wouldn't
thing.
one
It's
do the
like
trick?
neither of those explanations solve anything. It's just like maybe that's a way to explain it. I
Yeah.
guess question mark.
Makes things even worse if this is like an energy release, like kind of like
Yeah, it's
releasing
like why the
steam.
fuck would you do that?
It's that they put the energy release in the middle of a walkway, and this energy
Yeah.
release can kill people.
yeah, that's
Some
true.
guy's just
Yeah.
walking down there after fixing the reactor. You just get fucking cut
Just
in
gets
half
cut in half.
because he fixed
I was
it,
gonna
and
say,
now
what-
it's releasing energy.
Fuck, they killed Fred again. God damn it. I thought I told you to keep goddamn laser gates off, Steve.
That's how Maul survived. After everyone died, they would shove him down the reactor to hide the evidence, and the landing was so soft because there were so many bodies piled up that Maul just survived.
God.
Honestly. Like the railings in the Death Star. Why don't we have a railing? You know, we could really die from this.
Yeah,
They
that's
said, you know, well,
dangerous wall.
so I asked HR why there's not a railing here. They said we'd be leaning.
Yeah.
But you're
So
not
that's
allowed
why
to
there's no
rail your
railings in the room.
coworkers.
What the fuck ever.
So anyway, is there anything else about the Darth Maul fight, or?
Yes, I got two last notes here. So, could Obi-Wan not use the Force through the laser gate to help Qui-Gon at all during the 1v1? Because, like, best faith interpretation is I have to assume that somehow the gate blocks the Force.
Which makes no sense.
Otherwise, Obi-Wan just stands there and watches.
Yeah, like Obi-Wan could pick Maul up and just let Qui-Gon chop his legs off or something. Like, literally just pick Darth Maul up. What the fuck's he gonna do about it?
Well,
He can't throw a lightsaber at you or reach you.
Well, like at that point, I gotta default to what the three of us were talking about. I think it was Anthony that mentioned it. It's like have Obi-Wan catch up at the point where it's too late. Like he literally cannot interfere in the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, that would also solve that issue. You're right.
And that leads me to the last bullet point that I've got, which is Maul has Obi-Wan inside the reactor shaft. He is dangling from a fucking boob ornament thing on the side of the wall. And instead of... I'm sorry, he doesn't kill him. Instead, he kicks his lightsaber down the shaft and just starts taunting him until Obi-Wan jumps up and kills him.
Yeah.
Instead of just outright killing it. Like, I don't know, why would you do that?
Well, I can kind of understand that if it's like he takes pleasure in killing Jedi. I guess I can get that if that's like something he really enjoys.
Which seems to be the case. I would assume that anyways, but it just seems really kind of dumb. Like, Gunray already fucked up killing them once. I would think he would just take the opportunity to be like, alright, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Another thing
whatever.
I really have a problem with is Obi-Wan's maneuver. He jumps up, grabs Qui-Gon's lightsaber, flips over Maul, and then slices him in half. And Maul just watches him do this and doesn't react at all.
He used force speed to speed up the jump, duh.
He even turns around to look at Obi-Wan before he gets sliced in half.
Yep.
Which means he had time to ready his lightsaber and react, and he didn't.
Well, Maul used force speed to turn around. And
that would make it even worse.
No, because Obi-Wan used force speed times 2 to do the jump, and Maul used force speed times 1.75 to turn around.
So he was slower.
He was slower. He was just about to move his arm. Like if you zoom in on the screen, you could see that frame where he was like, I might stab him. And then he died.
Yeah, I don't know, because like Revenge of the Sith shows us that when someone uses that move, because Anakin uses pretty much the same move on Obi-Wan that Obi-Wan used on Maul, it's very easy to react to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Maul just doesn't. He just watches it, and he doesn't die from it. But as far as the Phantom Menace is concerned, he does die from it.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, well, you were such a fierce duelist 20 seconds ago. You defeated Qui-Gon Jinn, and now you just watch yourself die because you didn't feel like putting up a fight anymore. I don't know. I don't understand that.
So I guess before we move on, is there anything else? Any final thoughts you guys have on that scene? Anything you want to say? Any questions you got? Anything?
I don't think so, but I do think I'm gonna take off because I'm pretty tired. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
Well,
it's literally been like 5 hours.
I was gonna say
so.
thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right, we'll see you around.
See ya.
We knew it was going to come to this, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's all right.
Why did Nick never even... I thought Nick was coming.
I don't know. He'll get an earful from me later. Whatever.
What do we have left? We have Battle of Naboo.
I think at this point we'll just go in order. So we have the Gungans meeting the battle droids, and then the fighting starts. And I'm trying to think. So the first complaint that I have is, why did the Gungans just wait for the tanks and the droid transports to move closer instead of attacking them while they're vulnerable?
Here's what I have a problem with. If you'll remember, about 4.5 hours ago now,
Oh,
I
God.
said to remember that the droidicas have shields that they can shoot through, but can't be shot through the other way. Why
Yeah.
have we not applied that technology to the shields that the Gungans are using? Because they wait to attack until the droids are within the shields, which leads me to believe that they can't attack through the shield.
Well,
Why not?
you say that. That brings me to the next point that I've got. So, why not move some of the catapults that you have inside the fucking bubble shield just enough, far enough behind the
Yeah.
bubble shield so that you can catapult your goddamn energy bombs at the tanks and the droids and kill them, but that the tanks can't hit you because they're on an incline and they don't have a good shot, so they would have to move to get you.
Well, I have an even better idea. You don't need the shield if you take out the tanks before they deploy all the droids. They just sit there and wait for them to not only get in position, but deploy all of the droids, let all of the droids grab their guns, and then start marching in.
Yep.
It's like, but if you just shot the tanks as they were approaching, then this all could have been avoided.
Yep. Well, and I got a better question. So they left to go to Coruscant to tell the Senate about what was happening. Got no support. But they didn't think to even get any firearms or anything and come back. So they blindly marched these Gungans to their death and never armed them. Even
Where
though
did they get these supplies from, anyways?
I don't know, because that's also on my list. This is a underwater society that doesn't really go up to the surface, and yet they have catapults and all sorts of other shit. Also, it seems kind of counterintuitive for a underwater society to have electrical based weapons and whatnot that they would use, but okay.
Yeah, that's a really bad idea. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that's really bad.
And that's on top of the fact that those blue electrical energy grenades are really shit, really inefficient to use anyways, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said it, the Gungans literally have no shot. There is absolutely no way they will ever defeat the droids here.
Yeah, no, the droids have just such better weaponry. You can even see as the droids are approaching, it's like they're firing catapults at pretty much point blank range, and the droids are just coming by groups of 40 at a time. And there's 6 groups just approaching the Gungans, and it's like, you have so many. That's got to be at least 200 droids just walking at you with guns. You are not winning that fight.
Well, and you could theoretically stand up to them, but here's the fucking problem: you can't wait for them to march towards you. You cannot wait for the tanks to move towards you. You need to be able to hit them, and their whole thing is, well, our stuff's in the shields. We can't do that. It's like, I'm fucking sorry. Why are your catapults in the goddamn shield?
Yup. Just move them outside. Better yet, arm the Gungans with fucking guns.
That's what I was saying. Why didn't you bring guns or anything else with you? Why are you arming them with spears and catapults, for fuck's sake?
And we know their technology is advanced enough for them to have not only shields to go over their entire battlefield, but energy shields to protect themselves personally.
Actually, I got a better idea.
They don't have guns.
I just thought about this. So the people that flee the hangar, if they had gone over, the tanks can't shoot them because the tanks can't move up. If you hit those things from above, you could probably wipe out most of the droids and help the Gungans. The Gungans can then go to the palace, and then you can take out... do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't... Okay, whatever.
The entire battle of Naboo is really, really bad.
Yep.
I don't think a single thing about it works.
It's catastrophic, and that's on top of the fact that apparently Jar Jar gets fucking promotion. It's like, what the hell?
He gets a promotion even though everyone, Tarpals mainly, can see that he's not actually winning. He's just fucking things up, and they're happening to work out.
And that's
Which,
the
by the
thing.
way, is really bad writing.
Yep. Well, again, like the film plays it for a joke. Actually, hell, we were talking about that earlier with oh, what the hell was it? Oh, the mind trick thing, because like that is potentially an opportunity to play it up for a joke that tells me a lot about the character without really doing much of anything. And it's like in this case, you tell me all these different jokes about Jar Jar that make him look like a retard,
Yep.
and that's just it. That's the character he is. He's an idiot. It's like, man, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It would be a lot better if Jar Jar was at least clever, but he's extremely clumsy. So he fucks up, but he's able to turn some of those fuck ups into something good. Actually, hell, you might be able to make the character tolerable that way.
You probably would too. That's the sad part.
It doesn't take much. Just a little bit of revision, George.
Yeah, George isn't big on revision or critical thinking.
I mean, at least he didn't go with his first drafts, but whatever.
I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't be 100% confident on that. Have you read this dialogue?
Yes. So, I guess the other question, why the hell would the droids take prisoners?
No clue. Where are we now with the Gungans? Or
Yeah, we're still with the Gungans. The last point that I have is that it's super convenient that that's the case, because otherwise, I can just imagine like a how it should have ended almost type video where it's like, and then the Gungans get captured, quote unquote. It cuts away to Anakin doing his thing. It cuts back to the Gungans, and instead of them pushing over the battle droids, it's just a pile of Gungan heads and guts on the ground.
yeah. When do they? I guess I don't remember them trying to take them hostage.
When they get overwhelmed, I think it's after Jar Jar falls off that tank or whatever that scrapes the ground. Him and Tarpus get surrounded, and that's it. They've started taking prisoners, I guess.
Yeah, because they're not killing them on sight.
So I guess we'll go to the plot line that kind of correlates with that. So Anakin goes into the Trade Federation donut. So the first 3 controls that he hits, I pointed this out to you earlier today. The first one that he hits makes the ship take off. The second one that he hits closes the hatch so that he can breathe in space. And the third one that he hits lets him shoot. Super convenient that those are the 3 things that he hits. Super convenient that he does it in that order. Especially since he has no goddamn clue how to fly this thing.
Well, the other thing is, like you said, the order's very particular because if the guns had gone off any sooner, they would have been pointing at Padme and her people.
Yep, and he just would have straight up murdered them on accident.
Yeah, he would have killed Padme and her people had he pressed the gun button. Like, even 10 seconds sooner. There's also the fact that he takes out the droidicas, which means that the height of the guns is perfectly level with the droidicas so that it can take them out. You know, I guess that's just not convenient.
There's that, and at the same time, the droidicas never shoot his ship or try to kill him. They just kind of ignore him and die.
Well, I think the even worse part is, as he's getting into the ship, he's being shot at. You can see like 12 different blaster bolts miss him very narrowly. Like, I don't believe that he survives getting into that ship and taking off.
I was going to say, just the next bullet point that I have is that, well, I guess I should rephrase. Last 2 bullet points I have are, he is taken here by autopilot to the fucking donut thing, which is like, man, that's convenient, because otherwise you would have not been able to go there. And the second
Why
thing
is autopilot bringing him there?
I have no idea. And that's on top of the fact that he should not survive what happens here. He should die several times over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember the one scene, there's multiple fighter droids heading straight towards him, and they all just fly over him and don't bother to attack his ship.
Yep. So anyways, that was all I had for that one. Very general, but a lot of the stuff they do is really not good.
Well, I take a big issue with the fact that the power for the control center. First of all, Anakin almost dies like 20 times by just crashing into shit.
Yep.
Like, there's so many times he's about to crash into something and he just moves out of the way at the last second. I guess that can be explained by the Force, but it happens so much that it's unbelievable. But he finds his way to the power because, the power is just out, exposed, and in the hangar.
Yep.
And he accidentally shoots it, which destroys the entire facility. So not only did he accidentally shoot the power, but the power supply should never have been in a location that a ship could so easily reach.
Yep.
Like,
Well, I'm
it's
pretty
just
sure
a horrible design idea.
he barely escapes too, doesn't he?
Yeah. Like, he almost blows up with the ship.
Yeah, whatever. You got anything else for that section, or you think we're good to move on?
I think we're good to move on.
Okay. So the last of the 4 major battles that we have here is the heroes storming Theed Palace to try and capture Newt Gunray. Now, the droids corner Padme, Panaka, and the rest of their forces and then don't kill them so that they can be brought directly to Newt Gunray. Except Gunray is under direct orders from Palpatine to kill them all. And even if he doesn't do that, he only needs Padme to sign the damn treaty. So, why the fuck doesn't he kill everyone else?
Because he's feeling generous.
And that's on top of the fact that once they bring themselves, they are brought to Gunray, the first thing that he does is see one of the decoys dressed as the queen. She shoots 2 battle droids, even though she could have shot a Gunray, actually, just throwing that out there.
Yup.
She shoots 2 of them, does not get shot immediately in return, and then is chased by like 95% of the battle droids that are in the room.
And none of them fire at her.
And
well,
none of them fire
maybe
at
they
her.
fire at her. I can't remember exactly, but they don't hit her.
Nope. So yeah, just a little bit like retarded. And the other thing is, the only reason that they leave the room is so that we can have Natalie Portman open a goddamn chair where she has 2 hidden pistols, I think. At least I think it's only 2 of them.
At least 2. There might be more.
There could
I
be
know
more,
at
I
least
guess.
there's enough for at least her and Panaka's to get one.
Yep. So they armed themselves, and that's the only reason that those droids left the room, was because if they stayed there, that can't happen and they all die.
Yeah,
So,
if even one droid stays, they can't do that.
so basically, if the droids kill Panaka and the rest of their forces but bring Padme to them, that's it. It's done. It's over. And if Gunray is smart, he has Padme in that minute sign the treaty. And if Keira Knightley, or whoever the hell it is, happens to show up at that exact moment to be like, no, I'm the real queen, the first thing that should happen is Padme should be fucking executed on the spot.
Well, even further than that, even if all the droids go and follow Keira Knightley, fine. It doesn't make any sense, but let's go with it for now. Why is Newt Gunray not armed? He knows what's going on around him. He should have a gun. He should be able to take out the Queen. He should be able to take out Padme, Panakas, and all of them if they try to fight back. There's no reason he doesn't have a gun. Not to mention that I don't think there's ever any explanation for how Keira Knightley knows to appear at that very moment.
Yeah, I
and
was thinking
distract
that.
them.
Whatever. Yeah, the pretty much this entire plot line, like, it's okay, and then it just falls the fuck apart. Granted, there's not a ton of investment that I have in it to begin with, but whatever.
You know.
Oh, I do want to share. We are apparently over 5 hours in coverage now.
Wow.
So,
That's higher than the rating I'm going to give this movie.
yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? So we got 2 scenes left, which are Qui-Gon's funeral. Do you have anything to say about this?
No, I'm pretty much fine with it.
I think we should talk about the who was killed, the master or the apprentice line. But
Yeah,
I was gonna say I don't have a ton to say about it myself. I think eh,
like
it's not great, and it kind of seems really. It's kind of disrespectful that the first thing that comes up when Qui-Gon is being burned is, hey, that thing that him and his apprentice were talking about, that thing that we didn't believe them on. So what
yeah,
happened there? Like, whatever.
it's really stupid, and it's a very insensitive time to be talking about that. Like,
Just a little bit.
just wait 30 minutes, and when the funeral's over, then talk about it. They couldn't even bother to give Qui-Gon that much respect.
The one thing I do like about this scene is there's a small, like, very brief exchange between Obi-Wan and. Actually, we gotta talk about Obi-Wan and Yoda talking.
Well, has that happened yet?
Yes. Yep. Because what I was just gonna
Oh,
say is right after that. So, yeah, Obi-Wan talks to Yoda, and he's like, "Hey, so I think I'm ready. I'm gonna face the trials to become a Jedi Knight." And then Yoda basically talks with him, and he's like, "Hey, so we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do with Anakin." And so they come to the conclusion that basically Anakin should not be trained, and Obi-Wan basically says, "Well, fuck off. I'm doing it anyways, right?" And then,
which I really like.
yep, it's a neat little detail. And Yoda's like, "All right, well, fine. I guess the council approves then." And you had
Well,
a
no, Yoda says the council agrees with Obi-Wan that he should train Anakin, which means that Yoda was still trying to tell Obi-Wan no, even though he knew that's not what the council decided.
I was gonna say, so that, as far as I'm seeing it, that goes one of two ways, which is Yoda either makes the decision for the council, or Yoda tried to overrule the decision of the council, both of
That
which are bad.
it pretty much has to be one of those two.
Um, yeah, so what I was going to say, there's a small little brief moment between Anakin and Obi-Wan where Anakin's like, "So what's gonna happen now?" And Obi-Wan's like, "Well, I'll train you. We'll basically we'll do what we can, and I'll make sure that I take care of you, look after you, all that. Make sure that you're trained properly, all that." Doing that as they're watching Qui-Gon's body burn. It's like, oh, hey, not not too crazy in terms of the character department, but it's a neat little thing. In a better movie, it could really mean something impactful. But for what it is, it's like, I guess I'll accept it. Could definitely be better, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the closing celebration in which the Naboo and the Gungans basically make peace. And
Even though they already had peace.
yes. And it was at this point that you and I both realized that
The entire fucking Jedi Council is there.
basically, I think it's like 3 or 4 Jedi that just sat on their asses during the entirety of the Naboo invasion just are there now.
Keep in mind, these are only the 3 or 4 Jedi we can see.
Yep.
As we see it, there are more people to the side of them that are off screen, which I'm assuming are the rest of the Jedi Council. So these people were more than happy to come down here and be at this little party, but when there was an actual war going on, they couldn't be bothered to show up.
Well, actually, that's on
Only
top
when
of the
there's a
fact.
party.
That's on top of the fact that Yoda and Mace Windu themselves go to Qui-Gon's funeral, which assumedly happened on Naboo.
I think it happened at the temple. We don't see one way or another, so I would assume it happened at the Jedi Temple.
Yeah, I guess. I always assumed Naboo because I figured you wouldn't want to drag the body across space, but maybe that's right. I don't know. Either way, like, what the fuck were you two doing that was so important that you couldn't come to the goddamn planet that was being invaded, but you can absolutely walk your ass downstairs to go and watch this fucking body burn?
At that point, I feel like it's a respect thing, but it would also be kind of respectful to, not put him in an insanely dangerous scenario with nothing but his Padawan for backup when you have all this manpower to spare.
Yep. Well, and that's on top of the fact, as we find out subsequently in episode 2, there are apparently a shit ton of Jedi, and they spared none of them except for the 2 that we know.
Yup. Not to mention that even with what this film presents, how many people do we see that are on the Jedi Council?
I believe it's a council of like 10 to 12, right? So,
Yeah, and not a single one of them even offers help.
nope. Whatever. But you know what that means? The film is over. So, originally we were just going to do closing thoughts and objective subjective, but it's just you and me, so I guess it's not going to take nearly as long as I thought it would. So I'll let you go. Well, you know what? I'll go first, I guess. As far as closing thoughts on the Phantom Menace, it is not nearly as good as I remember it being when I was a child. I will put it that way. There are issues that bleed throughout this film. It isn't nearly as bad as some of the other properties that I've said that for, but this film's littered with issues. It hits the ground half dead already, and it just continues to slowly drag its way across the finish line. A lot of the character decisions and moments in this film don't hit quite hard because we don't really have the same kind of build-up that we had in the OT. There's not really a clear definition of what each character is looking for, what they're trying to do. I mean, hell, as we said earlier, freaking 3 hours ago, we don't even know explicitly what the Trade Federation is after. And so, when the villains have absolutely no motivation other than Lamau, I guess they're doing this now. It's like, well, that's great. Liam Neeson, I think, is wasted in this film. They don't do a ton with him. They waste every opportunity they could have used him. There is a potential story that you could tell here. I guess this is the thing, so I'll back up. The sequels are terrible ideas with terrible execution. The prequels are good ideas with horrible execution. And I guess that's the distinction to make. You could easily change this story into something that would work. And it is a shame that this is the best that we got. I think I'll leave it there.
This movie is honestly, I think one of the I don't know. I think it's down there in terms of some of the worst I've seen. Very little about this movie makes sense. There were multiple times where watching it on our first watch through, we were like, "Hey, look at that, a scene where nothing was wrong." And then on our second watch through, we were like, I think it was for every scene where we were like, "Hey, there's nothing wrong." We were like, "Oh no, there's a lot wrong."
I don't mean to cut you off, but just to throw it out there, I think there were 4 or 5 scenes total. They were really small, usually like 5 sentences of dialogue at most, that we were okay with. I think we only ended with one that we had nothing to say about.
And yeah, that is very, very bad. The movie takes pretty much every opportunity to do something like truly amazing and squanders it. We don't develop the relationship between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon at all. We don't really characterize Obi-Wan up until the very end. Anakin is hardly in the movie, and considering that this is supposed to be a trilogy about his descent into being Darth Vader, you're wasting a lot of fucking time. The focus is put on Qui-Gon, who is a character who will not be in the rest of the trilogy, which again makes it feel like a lot of wasted time. We completely waste Darth Maul when we again could have been using this movie to set up Count Dooku for the next one. A massive waste of time. Like I said it before, and I'm confident in saying it again here. This movie, there are 2 things from this movie, period. Well, no, 3 that it sets up that you need to know for the next movie. 1, Shmi is a slave. 2, Padme and Anakin have a pre-existing relationship, and 3, Obi-Wan is Anakin's master. Of those of those 3 things, 2 of them are already explained well enough in Attack of the Clones that you don't need the first movie to understand it. You already understand from Attack of the Clones that Padme and Anakin have a pre-existing relationship, and we never got an answer as to why Qui-Gon is Obi-Wan's master, so we don't really need an explanation as to why Obi-Wan is Anakin's master. Like, it's just not a thing that is necessary to explain. So this movie, for the most part, really doesn't add anything to the overall story besides, yeah, Anakin's mother was a slave. And that could have just been explained in the second movie. Like, on its own. So overall, this movie comes across as very much just set up, but it's not really set up for anything. Like, pretty much nothing in this movie, as far as I know, I might go back on this eventually, but as far as I can remember, the only thing we ever get a payoff for is what happens to Anakin's mother. Everything else is kind of just forgotten about, and this movie does just feel like a lot of wasted time, and it could have been put to better use showing us the very early years of Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship, because we really don't get a lot of Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship in the prequels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about my thoughts on the movie.
Okay. So I guess with that, objective, subjective rankings, I guess we'll go... you know what? I'll leave it to you. You can go first. You can pick if you want to do objective or subjective first.
Well, my rating for both of them is the same.
All right.
I am going to say that objectively and subjectively, this movie is sitting at a firm 3. Well, no, I'd take that back. I think objectively it is still definitely a 3. This movie does not have a lot to offer in the plot department, and it is very plot focused. There's not a ton of character work going on in this movie, so the fact that they couldn't get the plot right, which is what they're focusing on, is very alarming.
Yep.
Subjectively, I would put it at a 4. I can still enjoy watching this movie. I do still enjoy watching this movie, but it's hard to watch it knowing how much is wrong with it and just how damaging it is to its own narrative and the wider narrative in terms of how it even messes with stuff in episodes 3 and 4, which we didn't even get into that, but even beyond something as simple as the Jedi robes, like a line specifically stating that Yoda was Obi-Wan's master now means nothing because we now know that Yoda was not Obi-Wan's master. So it's even simple stuff like that. The movie didn't seem to take into account basic information that could have drastic effects on what is said and done in the original trilogy.
All right, we're going to get to that more as we go through. There's a shit ton that the prequels fuck up. Sorry, I didn't need to cut you off.
You're good. It's hard to watch this and not think of all that, and that really does bring it down in my subjective rating. So I am saying 3 for objective and 4 for subjective.
Okay. I think I might just copy that, honestly. Subjectively, I like this movie, but there's a lot wrong with it, and it's one of those things, it's kind of hard to separate that from the actual experience of what it's hard to, I guess, God, words are failing me right now. It's hard for me to kind of separate what I'm seeing from how I feel about it. And so, like, seeing how bad this film is on subsequent rewatches, and obviously talking about it tonight for over 5 hours, like, there are issues littered throughout this movie. Like Cam said, they squander any bit of potential that they could have gone into. Anything that you could have done to potentially set up a functioning trilogy, like the OT, is basically squandered. The second film has to pick up several years later, so we're already skipping several bits of character development that would have helped, several bits of world building that would have helped. Overall, a lot of wasted potential. And again, that's why I think the prequels kind of hold the crown for bad execution, but good ideas that potentially in the hands of either a more competent writer or in the hands of someone with a better premise, could have gone somewhere. So yeah, I think objectively I will go with a 3, and subjectively I will go with a 4. That said, one last little announcement. I completely forgot to do this. I'm sorry. But I would like to announce that there is now a third host for the Late Night Crew podcast. And Cam, it's you.
No.
Yeah, so that said, that's all we got for now. We should be back here shortly, relatively, to discuss Attack of the Clones. So, thank you folks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.